today we have Tanhai Tran with us. Mark is trying to get in, but his computer is acting crazy and he's ducking in and out. So he'll be
His
coming.
computer's possessed.
Yeah,
Oh, here's Mark.
he'll be coming in.
Okay, we got a camera. Can you hear us?
Okay,
Do not, do not, Mark.
no, use your keyboard and type. Just stop trying to talk and just type.
You can hear us though, right? But we can't hear you. So your mic is having issues.
Well,
Did
this
you
ep-
try restarting the system?
yeah. So today we have an issue with Mark's audio, but the good news is we are getting that taken out care of. While we are doing that, though, um, we're going to be discussing the topic that Tanhai Tran came up with last night, which was actually pretty good. And I think it would be worth discussing. So, with that, I'm going to shut up. And Tan, I do have all of the references and stuff that's available for this conversation. So, if you want to just start it up, and we can go from there.
Uh, I don't know if I should share my screen or you're sharing your.
I'm sharing it on the stream, so it's good to go.
Okay, okay. So no, share the Minds post first that I shared, and then we can start from there.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me get to it. Now this is actually
This this is an announcement from Minds posted by Bill, I think, on his channel, Bill Ottman. Uh,
let me find it real quick. No, keep on talking. I can find it. It's
and and it's about deployment of Minds networks that's sounded like they've spent a chunk of time working towards. And and so this will be good to talk about it here and just see what would be an example of a Minds network. What would it look like? Uh,
now.
so
You did say the other day too, though, that this this guy has been friends with Bill Altman for quite a long time, right?
Mark Mark said that. Mark said that. Yeah.
He said that they've been along for a long time, and I guess he also said that that Bill Altman is what, a co-founder with this project as well. I believe he said that.
So if you flip back to Mark's post on the chat room, and you can show that on the stream since Mark's not able to speak. He said from his digging, Mark said that he's a co-founder of the Screener project, which the Screener project is
I'll find it here. The Screener project. Now he said it's not. It is worth noting that according to the following WeFunder entry, Bill Altman, Minds Inc. Chief Executive Officer, has an additional interest in Fish Tank Inc. And he posted the Fish Tank Inc. Uh, main main profile, which I'm showing right here for the WeFunder, but here is here is
Mark's
here is their basic opening. When you go to fishnet.ggg or boards.fishnet.ggg, you come up on a message boards or a fishnet advertisement that says join the network. And it says message boards and advertising on fish tank. Create a
Yep.
post and click the boost button to launch an ad campaign to be seen on fishtank.live. And
Where you click on that, it takes you to you click on it, it takes you to a sign-on screen, I think. But there's another way to get to it.
now
If you just
I've
click on the boards.gg thing that I posted after
no,
Mark's post,
there's
it
one.
takes you directly to the their Minds network. No, we can't hear you, Mark. We cannot hear you.
Tell him to type, and then we can read it. I mean, if nothing else, just type. Here we go. It's going straight to mines.
Yeah, I'm on a delay. I'm on a delay because I'm having to watch your stream. But
Yeah, it's going straight to mines. Actually, whenever it was transferring over, it had mines on the tab showing that it was a mines program. So
Right. What are you doing? Where are you right now?
I'm
Maybe can you share your browser tab so that we can sync? Because if I'm looking at the stream and hearing you talk, it's like 15 seconds.
yeah, I can use a
Yeah.
screen share.
Yeah. Share the tab that you're showing on the stream.
Okay. Now here we go.
Share screen. That one. Yep.
I mean, I'm trying to.
Join us on Fishnet. That one. Join us on Fishnet.
It's give it a second.
Don't share computer sound. You don't need that. But I can share if you want.
It's acting all weird. Yeah. So, yeah, he said, I don't really understand what's going on here. It's like we're all having some kind of crazy freaking technical issues and shit. Yeah, here we go. Now, this is what it comes to.
Oh, maybe it'll work where you can't share screen and share it on your stream as well. Maybe. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. I'm seeing your page
You're seeing it now?
on the stream though, not on your shared. So maybe that's the problem. Let me share mine.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Yeah, that's probably what the deal is. It's just not going to let me share it. So,
All right, let me do it. Let me do it. Share screen. This. Okay. Okay. You seeing it?
yeah. I,
And is it showing on your screen? So I'm gonna go up.
There we go. Yeah, it's showing.
Okay, so I'm gonna page up a few times. Okay, so uh, this is the link that will take us directly to their network. Oh, and I think you were there, but I don't know. You were there, but you were hidden behind a sign up wall or something. So when you click on that board.fishnet.gg, it takes us to this. Are you seeing this?
I am seeing your link, is what I'm saying. It hasn't shown the transfer. You're going to have to switch to the new tab that pops up on your screen share. Switch it.
Share this tab instead. I see.
There you go.
Okay. All right. Okay. So this it's what's showing when I click on this link.
Yeah.
So boards.fishnet.gg/something will take us to the mines, their mines network, right?
Mm-hmm.
So basically, it looks the same as our mines, except it's customized with their own logo. Everything else looks kind of the same, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can go to their latest news feed and see some posts that they've already posted.
I swear. Just
And oh, they also have chat. Whee.
see, that's where I was trying to get into, and then they make it to where you have to sign in and stuff.
Yeah. Okay, so you have to sign into and log on to their chat, but you don't have to sign in to see their network post. So they have a few users already there, and they have merged. So this is subdomain off of their main site, which is fishnet.gg, where they have their main show.
Mm-hmm.
But for discussion and chat stuff, they're using Minds technology, right?
Yeah.
So this is cool. And now back to Bill's post. So this is Bill's post right here. I gotta share this tab now. Uh, he said, blah blah fish tank. We're working insanely hard on this incredible project. So it looks like they're working with these fish tank guys to
Yeah.
develop this site. And then they're saying it's powering their social and ad network, which is embedded inside the lower left of their main site. And then what's next? Activity pub. So I posted a question. Activity post is not built in. So I thought that when you install Minds Network, you turn it on and Activity Pubs is automatically enabled. And then you would be able to, from the main Minds network, subscribe to these guys uh, on on um, on fish tanks here.
Mm-hmm.
Subscribe to these guys on fish tanks, and be able to follow some of these people's on this network's posts from our main Minds account. But
Yeah.
it doesn't sound like from Bill's post that is turned on by default. Mm. So that's a shame. Like, I mean, if I go into here and then uh, I see this guy's post, and if I try to, search for him on Minds, it won't come up. Right?
He's probably not even on Mines. Not a Mines member. He.
He's not a Minds member, but that's not a that's he doesn't have to be. That's the whole thing about this Minds network is that it's a part of the Fediverse, right? It's
Right.
activity pub and all that crap.
Well, I
And
mean, it's.
so people.
I'm just saying, like he may not have an account on mine. You know what I mean? So like when you go
He
in,
doesn't need to, and
no.
because anybody on any network that is part of the Fediverse,
Uh huh.
I should be able to search by doing like this, by doing this kind of search.
Uh huh.
At Finn Cowdy at fishnet .gg, and he should be able, his channel should be able to come up on my on my mind's search, and I should be able to subscribe to him from my mind's network, from my mind's profile. So I don't have to be on their network. They don't have to be on the mind's network in order to be able to interact with each other.
No.
That's the whole point.
Wasn't Bill talking to before about having issues with um, people, entities having more than one entity, and then we're wanting to kind of bring that down to a minimal, I guess you could say.
What do you mean by that? Multiple entities. You mean like multiple accounts
Yeah,
on the same network?
yeah.
I don't think there. It's allowed. It's nothing to, you know. You can have multiple channel.
Yeah,
Mark,
I
can
heard.
you hear us?
I've seen a box come up around them. They're not. That's good news. Say something.
Mark?
2 secs.
Yes, you did it. You're good. Now
Yeah.
don't touch
Hang on, I
nothing.
need to swap over to.
No, don't no.
Oh my God.
Yeah, you just sit still. Oh God.
My freaking ears.
Whatever you just switched over to, unswitch it because you lost your audio. There you go. There you go.
Overloaded.
That was
Over
insane.
infinite feedback.
See, interesting and cool stuff happens on Tech Talk if you guys just stick around and listen and watch.
Yeah, that's right.
Mark is playing the part of a chimpanzee today.
I've got my top monitor now.
You sound good.
You lost your top note. At least we can hear you now. Crying out loud.
What was the deal with the
Who,
camera
who
being
cares? Who cares about your top monitor?
He wants everybody to see his hair. That's exactly what it
Hang
is.
on, hang on.
The
What-
supermodel.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Okay.
Now on that though, like well, what that's kind of what I was saying, because like whenever Bill got on there and he started ranting about it and about joining the Fediverse, he said that that was one issue they were having when it comes to monetization was they didn't want
Yeah, yeah.
So is it that? Just sticking the one.
maybe
Hey, you're fine now, Mark. You're fine now.
just
We
look
can
at
see you. We can hear you.
just look at the or look at the camera and start having a conversation. You should be fine. You
Yeah.
sound good. So
Yeah. You even look good.
he's healthy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't tweak. You're fine. You're fine now, Mark. Don't tweak anymore.
Yeah, leave it alone.
Leave it alone. Leave well enough alone.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Well, it was broken. He started fixing it and now it started working. Maybe not perfectly, but good enough.
Yeah, ready?
Oh, you camera's popping in and out.
There we go. I was able to get Skype back on so that it can be seen with the web browser thing. So
Oh, okay.
now
You're overlaying the.
from
So how? I was wondering how have they been doing this? Whether this is like was this a private project or an open source endeavor, right? And if it is open source, we should be able to see it on GitLab, right?
Well, from what I've gotten from it, I went and checked out those links that you guys provided, and it's supposed to be some kind of interactive streaming platform, um, a 24/7 reality series.
Yeah. If you look at their main site, it's basically that. It's like what is that similar to that the show the the uh, the Boardman's show? What was what
Well, I've
that
had
reality
I've had my
first reality TV show?
I've had my
The Truman
suspicions.
Show. Truman.
Yeah, I've had my
Yeah.
suspicions about the stuff that Satori and Minds Gaming's been doing. Like they're wanting to go in that kind of direction by just some of the stuff they
Oh
do.
yeah.
Like they get on hubs and stuff, you know. So, and they that's one thing I'd like to have is maybe Minds Gaming coming back on and kind of explaining a little bit more about what his interest in VR and all that stuff is. Because I think he's wanting to go down that path too.
Okay. Are you still seeing my screen?
Yeah.
Share this. Okay, I'm switching over to GitLab now, and I'm trying to search for fish tank to see if they have any project or tasks related to them going on in here. So we're sneaking up on Mind's development activity.
Well, more or less.
Oh, look at that.
Oh
Fish
yeah.
tank onboarding. Bloody hell, what do you know? They
Fish
do
tank
have it.
loading screen bottleneck.
Fish tank app. There you go.
Oh, look at
UX.
the first one is
You-
loading screen bottleneck. Like that right there means when you load it, it bottlenecks and shit.
Bottleneck. It's probably like it bogs down the network or something.
Mm-hmm. That means you're not just going to be able to jump on that platform with like a smaller computer.
Yeah.
You're going to have
Uh,
a beefy
well,
program.
this well, they have an app, right? So they have an app for it,
Yeah, so phones gets you some.
mobile app.
Yeah,
But this is for discussion. It's not for the streaming, though, right?
fish tank
Uh,
app.
this is the rebranded white label Minds app that they're doing for Fish Tank. Launch mobile app for Fish Tank on Minds multi-tenant service.
Mm-hmm. Bill.
Yeah, so this is a start, right? This is a start of some sort of discovery that we're doing. Endeavor that Minds is um, developing for maybe a big client or a small client. I don't know, but we could ask somebody on another episode to come on to our tech talk and talk about this project that they're doing.
Yeah, but
I make it give more exposure to their team about.
before we do that, we're gonna have to make sure we get Mark's audio and everything straightened out too. So
Yeah.
now, whenever this is their program concerning mines though, right? Like
This is
for GitLab, this is the program they're running with mines, right? Because I noticed Bill
yeah.
Altman
This
was
is
in there.
this is their development. They run all their development activities right off of GitLab.
Mm-hmm. Well, they'd have to if they're running networks and everything.
Well, this was there even before um, networks was. This was just used for the development, managing the development projects.
No,
Username changes. This will provide everything you can network.
What's this thing with the SCNR?
Screener? Okay.
You guys were posting links on there about SCNR.
Yeah, so this is Mark's findings. He said he noticed that the above state that Bill is a co-founder of the Screener project. I guess that's how do you pronounce it. What is, you know, are we still showing you on
Yeah,
still showing this on your screen?
yeah, it should be. Let me double check. There you go. Yeah, I got it.
It's still,
Yeah, it's still there.
yeah. Okay. So,
Yeah, I was checking that out too, and freaking
Screener.
the guy.
Community-owned news network by Subverse Inc. So Bill's a member of this.
Mhm.
He's a director or a shareholder of this thing, or what?
Yeah, and
What's it, Mark's? He's a co-founder. Wow.
they said
Alright.
the
He's
last funded.
diversifying.
They said on the last time it was funded was 2019, and they were able to pull up $1,200,221.
Yeah, man, it's a shame Mark's not here to talk more about. These are all his findings.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he dropped off.
I do find it pretty interesting when you start checking all this out. And this right here wasn't even the last of all of it either. Like
Mm.
there was another one that I'd seen on here, but that was through the SCNR, and they had I think they had a bigger freaking donation for that one too. It was through the.
What? Where do you see it on the SCNR site?
No, it's on WeFunder.com.
Oh, okay.
I can share the
Hey,
link.
Mark.
Hey y'all, how's it
Hey,
going?
it's
I'm not too
going.
late.
No, you're not. We're discussing SCNR, and there's another.
Fish tank.
Yeah, and there. Well, Tan can explain it to you better. It's
Yeah. So I don't know if you follow Bill Ottman. He posted an announcement last week about this new site called Fish Tank, or not a new site. It's a site called Fish Tank or fishnet.gg, and they have a live kind of streaming platform called fishtank.live, and recently they've just integrated with Minds Network and used Minds Networks for their discussion forums, announcements, and chat. Yeah. So
Uh, I haven't checked that out and I haven't seen that, but I'm hoping good things come from that eventually. Because Lord help, Lord knows, Minds needs a better alternative to their video streaming.
Oh, no. This is not something that mine is I don't think this is something mine's incorporating into that platform. This
Oh,
is something mine is building for
somebody else.
customer, yeah,
Oh,
or
okay. Well, they have
uh
this thing out too that they're going to be doing that if you want to take and start like your own mines,
yeah,
hmm
that's what this is about.
that's what that's all about, huh?
Yep.
This is the network. This is
Yeah.
the Minds network.
Actually,
But
yeah, because
interestingly, Bill Ottman has some interest in the companies that are behind this. So it's not just a straight customer. thing.
Yeah.
Because,
But anybody can buy into it. But it's if you look at it, it's from what he was saying. I'm like, who can afford that? But a company, you know?
Hmm.
yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if you're making big corporate bucks, sure,
Yeah.
a couple hundred a month is no problem. You know?
Yeah.
Now, I've got the link where Mark was talking. He says, I noticed that the above states that Bill is also a co-founder of the SCNR project. Upon further investigation,
Exactly. Perhaps we can make him our ally
Are you?
instead. I believe he is
Can you
most
guys hear the
powerful.
audio?
I do agree. The easiest way to
I don't
there's
know.
two
Did I
options we
share?
could go.
Did I share
One,
the audio? Can you
we
guys
have
hear
to
the
get rid
audio?
of
Of this?
Taylor
yeah,
altogether.
Yes.
Two, we have to convince
So this is
Jimmy
their main
to not trust Taylor.
streaming
Those would be the
side.
only two ways.
I see. I
He
see.
is on the fence right now. He did warn me
Really?
before they did it. So,
Well, when my strike one, the iron is hot. I have an idea. You see, Jimmy seeks the crystal cluster I
He
hold
does.
in my clutches. I believe if I were to take him under my tutelage, or at least pretend to, as I've done with you, and offer him power. You see, right now, Team Javier consists of me, you, and DJ.
Kevin works
This is
for
like
us as
live
well.
theater. It's like
Yes,
a
I'm not sure if he's still
reality
around. He may
TV
have had
kind
to
of
travel to
thing,
other
right?
realms.
He did.
Yes,
yeah.
yes. Now, if we were to add Jimmy, we could make him
It's
complete
live
a series
theater.
of tasks to
Pretty
prove he
funny.
is indeed
That
worthy.
is true. And I would tell you right now, too, Letty will do anything we need.
Oh, I know. Yeah, it's actually so boring. I haven't even done it yet. It would be too easy. Yeah, I've already given her something that will waste her time enough that we can plan around her.
Okay, that's good.
I foresee. This is my idea. You see, John. I believe if we appeal to Jimmy's autism,
Mark?
we can form an
hear
autism
us?
alliance. You see, a triangle.
Yay. Are you okay back to normal?
Who's that?
Mark?
That would be
Edworthy.
Mark Edworthy.
Oh, I don't know about Edworthy.
I thought we just heard him talk. Mark,
Yeah, he's there.
say something.
He keeps playing
Oh
with his
man,
audio.
I thought I just heard him said yes.
Yeah, he did.
Oh no, you're the other Mark. I'm the other Mark.
Oh, you said yes. Oh, you said yes. I said Mark, can you hear us? And
When
then
you said Mark, I'm like,
yeah, I know. Yeah. Okay.
okay, new code word for me, Dragus Productions, all right, or
Dragus.
Dragus Prod, all right.
Or just Mark W. If
W. Well, yeah, I guess that would work too. Yeah.
Now, with what it said is, Mark said on further investigation, SCNR is provided by Subverse Inc.
Man, the silence now.
So.
Sorry,
I was
Sorry guys. Sorry, I got interrupted.
I was muted too. I'm sorry. I was actually reading off of what Mark said in his comment. He said that he found out too that SCNR is as provided by is Subverse Inc. is using the Minds Network program as an auxiliary communications platform. So,
Yeah.
So
That's what we were at.
it's
That's
also
what we were at.
He
Just
said.
tank.
He also said
Or-
it's also worth noting that Bill Altman and Tim Pool, joint Subverse Inc. co-founder, journalist, and political commentator, have known each other for some time now, as far as to my knowledge, at least since 2018. And I found out that this Tim Pool guy, he has his own podcast, and he's
Well, Tim's pretty pop.
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, I mean he's more popular than CNN. Okay.
yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I mean he's got like Bongino numbers and things like that. Yeah,
Oh.
and he's not that close to Rogan, but he's up in probably the top 10 or 15.
Yeah.
Okay. I follow him too, but I didn't know he was that famous.
Yeah, Tim. But Tim totes the line because he's on YouTube.
No.
All right, and he has YouTube backers.
Well, he's a skater dude too. Like if here,
Yeah.
Tim Pool's a data dude.
yeah, he's a skater dude. Like you don't understand what I'm saying unless you've had to deal with skater dudes as a kid, dude. They're the skater dudes. You know what I mean? It's like they have this persona. I'm the
Yeah.
skater dude.
The beanie cap too. You know, that's part of the persona.
Yeah. So it's like most skater dudes fit in perfectly with YouTube and Facebook and all that stuff. They kind of blend into it. Like if you notice on his podcast, he's always got a skateboard somewhere in the background.
Oh, okay. Didn't notice.
Yeah, it's all an image. But
I wonder how Mark found out
I
about.
remember when he started out, I think he did it from his garage.
yeah,
But now the garage is really nice. He's in probably a multi-million-dollar house now, probably.
yeah.
I'm really surprised that he hasn't had offers from, the ABC mainstream media to pick him up, or he might have worked with them a long time ago on the side, and then said, yeah, this ain't gonna work out. I can't run my skateboard through like Afghanistan. No, the Taliban will probably shoot me or something like that.
Yeah, that is most likely what the deal was. Now, whenever I was looking through this, I found that out, and I found out that he was a podcaster. But like what you said there, it made me stop and think. Maybe the deal is Bill Ottman's trying to pick him up before he does, get picked up by somebody bigger.
Well, I'm surprised that he didn't bundle him with Bongino on Rumble.
Yeah.
Because a lot of them did.
Because
Or head over to the Truth Social
oh
if
god.
they're going to put it away.
No, I've heard stories about Truth Social. I've heard like they're getting pretty upset that Donald Trump doesn't even freaking go on Truth Social. Like he doesn't even have an account
What?
there.
All right. He posts that quite often. It was his minion doing the posting.
That's the thing though. There's like he doesn't even get involved on his own supposed platform. So like they're in a lot of turmoil at the moment when it comes to that. That really frustrates them.
So this thing has like an on real-time chat thing. I wonder where it's feeding it off of because there's no. I guess you have to log in order to
Okay.
post.
Did you catch what this show's all about? It's like a vampire freaking role playing live stream.
What is this morning? This morning when I logged on, it's like a live camp, 24-hour or something, 24/7.
Like
When I post this morning, I saw a couple of people just woken up. They're just standing by the wood, by some firewoods. Oh man!
just some,
But have you not heard about Fish Tank before, Mark W? It looks like this is something that's been around for a little bit. It's not new. But I just found out about it because of Bill Ottman's post. It's just that they've added the Minds Network thing, but I think they've been
Let's
around.
just put it this way. I've heard of plenty of fish, just not Fish Tank.
Okay. Have you heard of Plenty of Fish, Roger Hanson?
no, I haven't heard of this, but I've heard of the concept. Like there's a lot of people that are doing this stuff. They started doing this. What was that one that live cams that got bought out that I was talking to you about before, where it was just basically live stream and people would do crazy shit like this, but they ended up getting bought out by oh man, we were talking about this as well. It's Vimo, what
Venmo.
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 Yeah.
Vimeo. Venmo.
Yeah.
Venmo is a payment app, payment platform, isn't it?
No, I mean, I probably should go Google this
You
shit.
you probably butchered the name, right?
Most likely. I'm really
Yeah.
good at doing stuff like that.
You know, this they're on season 2.5. Not interesting. Like season 2.5. I wonder if they have season 2.6. Maybe they have like a one minor release every week, or no?
Yeah, Vimeo. Vimeo. Vimeo.
Vimeo.
Oh, Vimeo, the video
The
platform.
video platform link. Yeah, I'm on.
Yeah.
Vimeo.
I've been on there, but now I filled all my free stuff up. Now they want me to pay to play, and
Yeah.
I don't do that. Sorry.
That's the way freaking I noticed about that too. That well, anyhow, live stream used to be kind of like the 24/7 streaming and everything, to have people do stuff like that, and then Vimeo bought them out, and that's whenever they stopped doing it. But ever since then, people have been trying to come up with concepts and stuff like that. There's a couple of people that do it. I think there's one where they're trying to do where you survive in the frickin' wilderness, like frickin' Scared and Afraid, or whatever that is. Naked and Afraid, or some shit, where, you know, the TV series is on the documentary channels.
Yeah.
They're doing weird shit like that. And this one, whenever you were in there on the description of it, these guys are supposed to be like freaking doing something concerning like vampires and shit. Was it?
Yeah. This is no. This is like that Truman Show movie, right? 24/7 reality streaming.
Well, I wanted to do that, and I'm gonna tell you one thing, man. They better freaking have a lot of freaking computer power, because
Hmm. Look at this. So you went to the WeFunder page, right? I'm on the WeFunder page right now, and let's read some of its highlights. They've generated 2.5 million plus in revenues in the first 10 months of their existence. They have 1 million plus site visitors, 1 million plus unique site users, and many millions of views across all social and media platforms. 84,000 plus paying customers. So yeah, they're a big deal.
yeah.
Looks like they've always almost raised $1 million, $870,000 on WeFunder. So
Well, if they're serious when it comes to being into freaking video and everything, then maybe freaking they can step up and make this video thing a little bit more realistic. You know what I mean? Because like with Minds, I stopped using their streaming for a reason. It's just
right.
it's not really all that great.
Yeah.
My biggest problem I have with mine's video stream is I can't keep a locked in code, to keep streaming.
Yeah. It
Hey.
wipes out the previous
Yeah,
recording.
it,
You do
it,
that.
it makes you get a brand new one every damn time, and to me, that's not streaming. Okay, if you want to do like a little hit for like one time and you're never going to do it ever again for at least maybe 3 or 4 months, then maybe that would be okay. Or if you're like in the top 5 or 6 people on mines that's so active that you need to send a message out to people, hey, I'm doing this now and this is what's going to happen. Otherwise, it really doesn't do anything. It's, I mean, it's about as functional as the boost. And I like mines. I do. I really like mines. And I'm a mines plus guy. All right, but boost in the video don't work. The Yeah, I guess they're fixing some things for the message part, and that's going to be good when that once it's everybody gets on it and starts using it the way they want it and intend it. But you know, seems to me they have a lot of things that they're prioritizing and that don't need to be fixed, or starting projects that the main project mines isn't being worked on.
Well, see, I think that's being done on purpose, though, because I've mentioned this, and Mark and them were doubters at one time, but they're starting to see the light. You know what I mean? Because I think they're running out of money, and they're finally slowly starting to admit it to the community that they are having hard times keeping the lights on. And if you notice, you notice their behavior now. Now they're wanting to push, the whole I'll create a network for you, and it'll just emulate what Mines looks like. So, like, instead of you actually being on Mines and communicating
on your private network.
Right, you can set up your own private network, whereas before they were wanting to have tier systems where you're a member, then you're a Mines Plus member, and then you're a Mines Pro member. They've changed all that.
They still have that, other than the Pro.
They're getting rid of the Pro.
Yeah.
They said that it's going, and to be honest, Mines Plus is just worthless now. I mean,
it's been that way for a while now, but
but I really do. I think they're doing that on purpose, though, is what my whole point is, where they're getting away from that whole thing, and they're just offering to set you up with your own network where you can create your own style and whatever you want.
It costs too much to do. Now, if you have a community, like your groups in that would want to do that, that would be great. If you could get all the group, the members of, like, say, I have a group, all right, and if I could get everybody to chip in and do everything, or to have the money for that, hell yeah, that would be probably a great thing, and I could have, the All Comics group right there, but under its own little title, and it wouldn't be hidden anymore, for some reason. It's it's always been hidden, even though it's been usually on the top 10 of that, labeled for the comic group and things like that. But it doesn't show up very often unless you put the name in. And I asked them, I said, am I being shadow banned? And they're like, no, that's not what's happening. I said, now you can look for groups and you'll find groups, but when you want to look to find out who's the top groups and things like that, it doesn't really show you the deal, I don't think. And I've talked to John and Bill and few others about it, and like I just got tired of talking, and I'm like, well, nothing's going to be done from what I see.
Yeah. So this thing is interesting, but looking from outside is not much to that we can no, this is as much as we can do looking from outside. Be cool if we can interview somebody like I don't know, Mark, the product manager. What was his last name? It's also Mark, I
Yeah.
think. Yeah.
Now, I am trying to do something real quick. I'll be right back, okay?
Where are you going? I can't hear you very well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've gotta help out with my mom real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay, okay. Yeah, so you've been on mine for a while, Mark,
Yeah.
though.
I've been here
And
quite a while.
you haven't considered doing the pro thing?
No, I can't do pro.
Oh, oh, why is that?
For one thing, I can't do wallet either because of
Oh,
the way my disability is written up. All right.
uh, okay. I
So,
see.
for every dollar that I would make, they would take until they would deem, oh, we need to review you and take away your disability. I'm like,
Uh,
no, I'm put on disability for a reason, you know.
uh, okay.
So,
So you can't make any income kind of thing, right?
no,
Is
I
that
can't
is that what
make
it is?
any kind of income. So
Okay.
I'm on a fixed income because of how you know, my disability is. It's a fixed
Yeah.
income. Okay. So
But it's not like you can make tons of money on pro. It's
no,
not
no,
even guaranteed to make money on pro.
Yeah, I mean, I
but they would. It's just how they consider the
Ah,
you
I
know
see.
is
Potential.
they consider it as an income or an investment, and I can't do that. I can't
Uh,
do either one of those.
okay, can't even do investment. Okay,
No.
and
I
they've
see.
got it all like split up into different categories too. Like a elderly person who retires, they can go out and they can like work for a certain amount of hours because
Mm-hmm.
getting their social security that they've been paying into. But like when you're on social security assistance, that's a different category.
Yep.
So
Same
then
with same with if you're on VA disability and you get regular disability too. So
hmm so
I get from parts of the same government, you know.
it's well, Tan's from Canada, so they do things a little bit different up there.
Yeah.
They
Uh, I think it's kind of similar. Once you're retired, you can do some part-time work so long as you don't exceed certain level of income. Uh,
no
yeah,
with
I don't know about disability thing though. Yeah, I don't know even if you're receiving disability benefit if you can still work, do some part-time light work if you can, but
So
I don't know.
it that works if you're not 100% disabled. I'm considered
Ah,
100% disabled.
ah, I see.
now
You
Okay.
see, and that goes by percentage too.
But you're not you're physically disabled, but you're not mentally
Yeah,
disabled. So
yeah. According to them, most of my stuff is
mental.
PTSD, anxiety, and depression. Yeah,
okay. But I mean,
and
the stuff
I'm
that you
very
need.
agoraphobic. That's why I can do radio and stuff like that because I don't go
Right,
outside the house for it.
right. But that that you can make money off of doing radios as
No, I
well.
can't.
No.
I can't make a
Okay.
dime.
Now
Alright.
with Mark, he just came in. Or is your audio okay, bud? No.
Aren't Atworthy?
Well, at least we
Can you
got
still
your
hear
face on here, and you can type
Atworthy?
in
What
the
is
chat.
happening? You can hear us, right? You can hear us? Not if you can.
Not if you can hear us.
Yeah.
Can you hear us?
Well,
Not if you can hear us, Mark W. Mark Edwardy.
now
Oh,
with the whole thing on that networking as well, the one thing that I found out is the amount of video time that you have on there. If you're wanting to do like freaking podcast or you're wanting to do streams and everything, then the best thing with streams would be like do an embed. That's probably just do one embed and maybe pin it to your freaking uh, to your timeline.
Yeah, and have it from somewhere else.
Yeah, exactly. And don't rely on mines to freaking do the streaming because that's or to like post videos and stuff because if you do freaking on your own network, it's gonna just eat everything you have.
Yeah.
hmm. Well, I mean, good to think that the live peer streams have been kept. Uh,
I'm wondering how much money it's pulling from them though because that's a pretty expensive freaking setup they've got there. I wouldn't pay that much for it. It's ridiculously.
Yeah, that I mean when Bill came in that night and he was explaining about all that, I was like I was thinking to myself, ooh, and the only people that could take and do that are companies,
Hmm.
all right? Or people who, you know, are self-employed that make good money on the side anyway. But it would still be having to be treated as a business or a write-off for a
Hmm.
business. All right. Sure, you could, you know, if you use this for advertising and things like that, you can write that off because all
yeah,
your advertising for business is written off,
yeah.
you know, on your taxes or on their taxes, I should, you know.
If if
But
if they do pull something out of this though, it would be really cool to see it happen. You know what I mean? But I'm not going to like bank anything on it. It looks like a project that maybe was cool that you guys ran into, but I don't see them incorporating anything. You know what I mean?
yeah, yeah.
To
No,
actually benefiting minds. It,
community.
yeah.
Right. No, this is just an example of how they took the Minds network that they've been touting and actually will deploy it for one customer. But I thought when they were starting to talk about networks, they said that they have somebody. Maybe this is it. Maybe these guys at Fish Tank are the people that they've been developing uh, for this one thing. So this is maybe the one only customer that they've had on network so far.
That'd be
But
cool. I mean, at least they're getting started. They're going down a path. You know what I mean? I mean, it might not be the same path that I want to go down. You know, but at least they're going somewhere. Because in the end, I really just don't want to see mines freaking fall. It's a miracle. I've even said that before. It's a miracle that this platform has been going for as long as it has. It's been through so many ups and downs. It's pathetic.
Well, if you look at it, and you talk to Dave, all right, with PSEC,
Uh huh.
and he and I and a few others were over on a platform called TSU, and it was a rocking platform, all right, but it fell apart because they got pressured, and then they sold out, and then the the top people took the money and ran.
Mm-hmm.
mm,
And you know, I'm surprised that Mines has lasted this long and they haven't done something similar
That's
because
that's
over
probably what they're doing right now, though, Mark.
you know TSU, I mean that was a Canadian-based uh, platform, I believe, and you know, Facebook and Twitter and all them at the time. This is probably about well, maybe 6 or 7 years ago. Might not have been that long, but you can ask Dave. Dave will have all the ins and outs on, and he'll tell you all about how the things that went on TSU. Oh my God! In fact, he and I and Sean Karen did a special on it, but right towards the end, and like, this is where you need to meet us. This is where we're heading, and
Interesting.
people were bailing ship, and and that will probably happen with mines too. But
So,
with
eh,
some of the things on mines, I don't see that happening so much uh, with as entwined as they are with the Ethereum. Now, if they can detach the Ethereum from mines, that'll be the end of mines, because everybody that I know really, that uses it super, 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 super heavy is all into the crypto and has to have the mines and the wallet there and the whole deal. And there's some people I know that have bought vans and tractors and things like that with their earnings. So, and those are hosts of them. A couple of them. Yeah, TSU, that's the one.
the one,
That's
right?
really the one there.
Now,
Yeah, I haven't even heard about it, but apparently it's one they pay their creators to create. Sounds familiar. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah, and mine's offered something very similar to TSU at the time,
Mhm.
and but I don't know TSU. If it's there, it's not the TSU that it used to be. All right.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's oh no, the domain's not reachable.
Yep.
Yeah,
It's
because TSU, uh, I was actually in contact with some really big name comic book artists like J. Scott Campbell. He does like tons of like really awesome artwork for um, Dynamite Entertainment to Image and a whole bunch of other places. I think he's even done some stuff for um, Zenoscope and maybe even some Disney stuff, because he's the one that created the Disney girl, the Disney princesses gone bad type stuff. So he's one of those artists. All right, where
I like that guy.
they're they have a darker gothic look to them. All the princesses.
Princess has gone wild. I mean, you can't beat that. that
Yeah,
that's a hook right there. I mean, you know how many freaking teenagers you
Okay,
want.
wait. Listen to. I mean, so Mark, W, not Mark W. Yeah. Mark W's point was very poignant. I think there's something that minds should learn from, right? So if they're not careful, they could become the next PSU. Because read what
yeah,
happened here. Um, people, why the biggest issue behind TSU closing their door wasn't the ad platform, it wasn't the revenue, and it wasn't the abuse. The biggest reason that TSU didn't last was because the users simply didn't care. Eh? Starting to start.
If you
Hey,
can hear me,
Mark, we're starting to hear you. Or
uh,
W,
I've
Mark and Willie.
I've just had major voice lines to my workstation. I've just moved over to my phone.
Okay, some progress. We can hear you, but with difficult. Okay. We can hear you. We can hear you, so oh,
Me,
he's
but,
he's resorted to burning candles now
you,
to make the light keep the light on. He's burning candles. But
keep the
okay,
burn candles.
good. Hey, stay with us, Mark. So yeah, so like
Right
people
back.
didn't care, right? This is
Thing.
what's happening on minds right now. People are stopping to care, right? Uh, So what continue? But what other peoples that use the platform even more didn't care either. So these are people like the advocates that used to be the advocates for the platform. They stopped caring. They posted regularly because they wanted to see their analytics, and subsequently more monies were earned, ticked up and up. The more they were on the site, the more they would make. But they didn't care about interacting or posting or engaging.
And that's
They
what
cared
happens.
about the money.
Well, even without the money, I mean, like, people online just don't even make money, and they just don't want to freaking interact with one another. It's literally freaking that way on mines right now. Like,
Mhm.
I mean,
Yeah. So hopefully the um, Minds guys is aware of TSU, and I hope they're taking these lessons to heart.
well, I don't think they care. Like the post says, you know what I mean? You got a good point there, but I think it's after years and years of bullshit. You know what I mean? Like, that's what it really comes down to. After a while of getting, just crazy shit, and the crazy stuff behind it, people just don't care anymore. Like, you know what I mean? It's for me. I do network with people on mines, but just people that I know.
I see you rarely network,
I
Roger. On your Minds channel.
Well,
I see you interact.
if I don't know them, I don't network with them. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Like, I don't give a shit about freaking that lady red hair or whatever the fuck her name is.
That lady Red?
Yeah, I mean,
I stopped subscribing to her too.
come
She's
on,
got
dude.
some good cat videos though.
Yeah, yeah, like, seriously, with crap like that, like, I turn around and I freaking, tried to get, more interested in her and shit, but, like, she doesn't care about anybody else. It's like, here, freaking watch my shit, and that's it. You know what I mean? That's all she cares about. It's just like what they're saying here. Here, watch my stuff because I get a lot of views. You know?
Yeah.
And I used to enjoy freaking watching chemtrails. You know what I mean? And every time freaking I get on there and I talk about chemtrails, everybody talks, oh, he's just a dirty old pervert. Like, you know what I mean? Come on, dude. Seriously? Like,
we
freaking.
get chemtrails on our show every now and then. But yeah, he does post some really good stuff, but he also has some he has some stuff like me.
Yeah,
One
Yep.
post a month. All right,
Yep.
there it
and
is.
and I'm okay with posting eye candy.
Mm.
Well, I mean, sex sells. Any way you
Hmm.
look at it, people freaking have to get over that shit. Like, sex sells. They have it on commercials. Why do you think there's pretty ladies out there with a freaking water hose doing a garden, trying to sell a water hose?
Trying to wash cars.
You know, I
The
mean,
water hose trying.
yeah,
When you think about it, if you go to like Twitch or even on some the old when Kick started coming out and that, what was one of the top channel categories? Pools, swimsuits, and a hot tub. All right, why?
Not cat videos.
Why is that? Huh?
Twitch. It's Twitch now. And they got these little girls in freaking swimming pools in their room, and they're sitting on like flotation devices and writing on themselves with a marker because somebody said something nice and pledged money on their channel. And everybody's flocking to Twitch. They love it.
Mm.
You know.
Oh, I think
I
I
don't-
may have resolved my issue.
Yes. Hallelujah.
I've got
We can
video,
hear you
I've
clearly
got-
right now.
I've got a mic on me, this mic on me, and I can hear you through my headset.
Okay. No.
All
don't,
right.
Don't touch
Yeah.
any of it.
And you're
Don't-
not you're audible. You're not muffling.
No, I'm using this new lovely
don't touch nothing.
Yeah, using that. yeah.
You sit
It
still.
works.
You sit
Don't mess
still.
with
Just
it.
face the camera. That's it.
Still don't breathe
Just
for the
be
next 15
pretty.
minutes.
There you go. Give that good British smile.
Jeez. That's scary.
Okay, now we've said our pieces. Now it's your turn to talk about everything on your findings
Yeah.
about that stuff, because everybody's had their turn. So you start while you.
I don't know. I've not been part of the conversation, so I don't know what you've said.
Okay. Let me sum you up. We were just talking largely about this fish tank thing, and we were sharing some of the posts that you on the comment. We were reading some of the comments that you put up.
This
But
morning,
maybe you
yeah.
can go through them again. How did you find out that Bill Ottman was associated with this organization?
I just did a search for the organisation and found the WeFunder page.
Yeah, we
And
went
then-
on there too. We went on the
Yeah.
WeFunder. Didn't mention it, I don't know, unless I missed something. Didn't see anything about Bill Ottman.
Yes, if you have a look in the there's the segment about us or something, members of or something. I've got my brains up at the moment.
Yeah, history. You mean the history of Fish Tank? Yeah.
No, scroll down and you will see there was a members sort of thing. Who is the CEO? Who is the
I see. VIP members. You mean, right?
No. Let me go back to blurbs.
Story. VIP founders. FAQ.
Founders, isn't it?
Founders FAQ. Wait a minute.
Our team.
This is about WeFunder.
Yeah, no, go to wefunders.com/fish tank.
We're here. Oh, now I got stuck with the paywall.
You're in the wrong page.
Oh no, we're fine. And then we go where?
And then there's a section called Our Team.
Our team. Yeah.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
if you click
Show
on
more. Oh, yeah, Bill Ottman, he's right there. That's his face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Co-founder
I noticed the SC NR thing, and I remember that it was related. I did have an inkling that was related to Subverse Inc.
Screeners.
Yes, I don't know what it stands for. I don't know what. In typical fashion, nobody gives the full details to any acronyms these days, any abbreviations.
Here's screeners.
Yeah, and I remember that Subverse was a Tim Pool project, which Bill Ottman aided him in, like I said, back in 2018, 2019.
I see. Okay. Terms of service. Where's Subverse? No mention of Subverse on the screener's site, though.
Yeah, this is obfuscation again. This is typical Bill Ottman's obfuscation. Let's not mention the company. Let's just use the acronyms that nobody knows, abbreviations that nobody knows what it means.
Well, this is a formal terms of service statement.
Yeah. Have a look at what was it? WeFunders.com Subverse.
Oh man.
And you will notice that it will mention SCRN in that.
Yeah.
So it is. SCNR is
Tim Pool Senior.
he's Subverse, yeah.
So he's the CEO. Tim Pool is the CEO of Senior.
Yeah, and looks like he's taking lessons from Bill in relation to obfuscation.
Bill is
and not
the
being
advisor.
absolutely accurate.
Bill is the advisor. He's not a founder, but he's an advisor.
He is a founder I think it says in there.
Not of
Bill
Subverse.
Okay, I might have misread.
That was SCNR. But this is Subverse, and Bill is not.
I thought it said.
It says he's an advisor. But Tim Pool is Bill's buddy, right?
Yeah.
Yep. So yeah. So it's just before this, have you ever heard of Fish Tank before, Mark?
I heard of Fish Tank before. I believe there's some sort of fairly
Do you know if this is the big customer that Mines have been talking about on the last town hall? That they're been
yeah. Not that I can remember. I just realised if you go back to
Refunder / what? You drop
/ Fish Tank, and then go to our team. It states.
Yeah, it states that Bill is co-founder of Senior. It says that he's also co-founder of Senior.
That's down to our team.
Who?
And then view more, whatever, and scroll down.
This one?
Yeah, he's a co-founder of Fish Tank and founder of SCNR.
Yeah. That was up here. I saw it. Yes, right here.
Yeah. So it's a separate company, a subsidiary company. Is it just a brand? So what is SCNR? So it's definitely not a company.
Mm-hmm.
So First Inc. is the only company I can find.
Mm-hmm.
Again, this is a badly managed application.
Okay. Senior, Subverse. Yeah. So, well, what comes first, the chicken or the egg? Subverse comes first, or
Subverse must come first because SCNR is just a channel, a brand,
a brand, a product of Subverse, but I'm talking about Fish Tank.
So why does it? Sorry, just one point. If it's a product, why does it say in the Subverse or the SC whatever terms of services that the company is SC and not?
Yeah. That's you can scrutinize that, but it sounds like poorly.
I'm kind of suspicious too with the peer review thing. You know what I mean? They did the same thing and got hooked up with them, and that's a very suspicious outfit.
What is suspicious?
Peer review or live peer. Like
Live Peer. Okay.
Live Peer is a separate company.
Yes,
they are just client.
But
mine is just a client of.
Why did they do it? That's my whole point. You know what I mean?
To bring in some sort of video recording, live recording thing.
There's a
I
lot
thought
of
the
Why?
there's a lot.
Live guys approached them, not the other way around.
They probably
I wonder. Yeah,
You
they, yeah.
They also
There's the old
contributed some
case
developer.
of somebody approaching you, but it's somebody. If you say hello, come over here, then yeah, they're going to approach you, aren't they?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
That's hilarious. This is the result of all
Well,
that
you see
angst
my
fighting
point.
with the microphone.
yeah. That was good.
Um,
That was quality shit though, right there.
Yep.
I got that on
But
video.
they can in the case of LivePeer, they contributed developer resource to build the integration as well.
Yeah, because they want to ship the product, don't they? They've got products. Mine wants to use the product. The only stumbling block is integration, and that's what LivePeer did.
Mm-hmm.
LivePeer is pretty shifty though. Like I went in there and I checked out a lot of the stuff that's involved with them, and they claim to be open source, and they claim that frickin' they're using frickin' cryptocurrency. But if they're getting, if they're supposed to be involved with frickin' the ecosystem, then why is it that they're making money off this cryptocurrency and charging people for their services?
But I mean, if you
Well,
contributed your computing resource as the what is it, transcoding
Yeah.
node.
I can't remember. No, I can't remember the details. It's been so long since I last looked at them. I have to sit down and
if you computed your resource, don't you get paid?
You should be. I mean, if I'm putting the stream up on their platform and they're
Also, is it cryptocurrency or is it crypto token?
I don't know what crypto
It's been a while
currency they
since
use.
Yeah,
I checked
that's
it
what I
out.
mean. Yeah. I haven't had to look at it for a while.
But see, my whole original point is Bill Altman and these guys are all rubbing elbows with these guys. You know what I'm saying? It brings the question up, especially with what you just talking about, Mark. You know, I mean, these people freaking are pretty suspicious in my opinion.
Shady is what you're looking for.
Yeah, shady.
But I mean, it's part of networking. I mean,
Yeah, it's called business standard.
it's called business.
Networking, yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, but I mean, I could go and I can frickin' network with a frickin', a cat burglar to get a bunch of good stolen shit if I wanted to. You know what I mean?
Network with some crook, some like black market mobster.
You know, look at Martha Stewart. You know what I'm saying? She frickin' went to prison because she networked. And all she talks about is baking bread and shit. You know what I mean? Come on. So
As far as I'm concerned, LivePeer is a up and standing organisation. As far as I'm aware.
that's because you didn't do research, most likely.
I did read the terms of services at the time. I did have an entire conversation with you.
Them's fighting words, Roger.
Yeah. Well, he read the term of service. You see, so it's all good.
You're just pushing the button. You just.
I read the entire site. Wasn't there even a white paper to go with it?
Yeah, there was.
Yeah.
And some Oriental dude sending me email saying I owe him like $12,000 for 2 weeks of 1,200 bucks.
Oriental dude.
Yeah, it was some Oriental dude. Frickin' he.
So LivePeer guys are owned by some Oriental dudes. Huh? Cool.
Yeah. The guy said I owed him like 1,200 bucks for streaming for 2 weeks.
Woo. Could be a scam.
You know, come on. I mean, seriously,
So you didn't pay that, and they didn't do anything with it.
they didn't do anything.
What did you want?
I just didn't respond to
Okay, I'm
them.
not sure what U.S. law. Yeah, I'm not sure what U.S. law is about that. But in the U.K., they can
No
chase you for
collections.
6 years. They can chase you for 6 years if
They can
necessary.
chase you for 6 years. Yeah.
Well, why isn't he
Uh,
chasing me?
Collections agency will go after you.
Why aren't they
Yeah.
chasing me then? That's another question.
I
Yeah,
got
they
you.
will. They will. When you forget about it and forget what happened.
That was
Yeah.
that was what, a
That's
year
cat.
ago. Well, it's been
Yeah.
it's been close
See,
to a
you're
year
already
ago.
starting to forget.
Well, this last freaking, you realize we've been doing this shit for only like 10 months, right? No, now it's, yeah, it's just now starting on 10 months. It feels like it's been a year and a half, all this streaming shit, but it's only been 10 months,
Yeah.
you know? So,
Feels like a year and a half. Yeah,
it
you're right.
seems pretty long, but it's only been 10 months. So, telling the time is really a hard thing for me when it comes to this stuff. I know it had to have been at least 8 months. 8 months and nothing, you know? The guy sends me 2 emails and then freaking that was it.
Mm.
They don't even want to push it, you know what I mean? Why isn't there collection agencies trying to get me for the freaking money they claim I owe them?
Well,
Maybe
how
they've
they
got
let you
poor
sign up
accounts.
without a credit card anyway?
You know, it's just suspicious. You know, if they were legitimate like you're saying, then they would be coming after my ass because I owe 'em money. It's true if you think
Yeah, it
about
was
it.
crazy when you started doing live streaming on mine. You started doing like 24/7, you're just racking up complete hours.
Well,
So
I,
yeah, no surprise that you sent your bill for
I
$2,000.
wonder, as we know, the senior staff at mines occasionally rush into things
hmm
without considering
You know,
the long-term effects of this. And I wonder if this is another case of them rushing into live peer, approach them, Bill, Jack, somebody said that's exactly what we need, implement it immediately, and didn't do any background checks.
hmm
Maybe. I'm against speculation there, but
oh no,
Yeah.
it was a friend of a friend who knew a friend that
yeah,
hooked him up.
yeah.
Hey, there's this guy that I know. You need to talk to him, man. He probably met
Yeah.
the dude at the freaking course or some shit. You know, playing golf with him because he knows
I
this
mean,
guy.
the live stream videos that we recorded are still there.
Well, you know
Yeah.
So I mean, their platform is still running.
you know what really pisses me off though about all that is by far we freaking won that competition, dude. That freaking you know who could freaking stream the most when it first came out. Like I remember
Yeah,
we
but sure, it's gotta be you.
you know, but they turn around and they gave it to Moose, Anana Moose, and guess what? The dude ain't nowhere. He ain't nowhere to be found.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
Yeah,
But
it was just
stream.
it was just a promotional advertising gimmick.
Yeah.
That competition.
He got 1,000 token, did he?
mhm. Dude ain't nowhere though. I mean, I even freaking when I renewed my Mines Plus, I even freaking he had this thing where he was gonna share it with everybody on different people who had channels. I even shared those tokens to freaking promote that freaking advertisement. He never did anything in return, dude. He didn't network with me, didn't do nothing with nobody. I mean, he was.
I've had contact with
Maybe he got
Moose
just
fairly fast.
because what do you
No, I
say?
mean,
He
think
got
about it.
jaded with the mine stuff.
He's gone now. Tell me anytime you've seen a post.
Yeah.
Have I not seen his avatar in one of the community support chat rooms?
I've been keeping up on the
Even,
community chat rooms. He hasn't gone in there in quite a while.
or actually, no, it could have been Canaries actually. I don't know. I think I've seen his avatar recently.
Well, he's changed his avatar recently.
Hang on. What is his username? Moose.
Anonymous. He's Anonymous.
Yeah. Doesn't matter,
Yeah.
I
This
can-
last post was April 28th. That was like 3 months ago.
Yep, he figured it out. He said, "I'm getting the hell out of here."
No, May 14 was his last post.
And
No? Well, he's okay. His posts are not ordered.
Maybe not.
July 1st, he posted something.
well,
Yeah.
I would bet he figured it out because even Do Better is getting pissed off with a lot of the shit going on with Mines right now. Like, and he was big on helping support frickin' Mines and their projects and stuff. And now
Okay.
he's kind of flipping out over a bunch of that shit too.
I've just checked Canaries. I've just checked Mine's user group and Mine's community help and support channels, rooms, chat rooms, and he's only a member of the Mine's user group channel chat room. And last time he was in there was on October the 3rd. Just wondering.
Chill. Chill.
What's going on?
Chill. You know how to spell shill? That's what that's all about. Just a big promotion. Just like you said, he came on, ran his mouth about how great frickin' Mines was, and he just vanished.
Yeah, hasn't been in the general's room, chat room since December.
He's not
28th.
even on the new chat.
Mm-hmm.
But he's been posting here and there, right? His last
Dude,
post was
okay.
July 1st.
Jaffe
yesterday.
posts on Mines, but that doesn't mean that he comes on to Mines. You know what I'm saying? Like, Jaffe posts his updates on when his new his next show's coming on, but he doesn't get on here and frickin' actually participate, you know? That's why.
Well, he posts, right? Yeah, you gotta log on to mine to post, right?
Yeah, but still,
Yeah.
I'm just saying there's a difference.
Yeah, he
between-
log on to post and he leaves. He doesn't engage with his audience. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, he doesn't actually have a frickin' community on Mines where he actually communicates with them and shit, you
Mhm.
know? Like,
By the way, how are you going with his new site, Mark?
As you know, I've just upgraded my workstation just in the last week, and been busy. Actually, I'm intending to use my old workstation because it's quite powerful as a internet server, and I'm going to start transferring. Once I've finished off laying down some Ethernet cables, I'm going to start transferring all my content from my VPS to here.
How are
But
you gonna do it?
Jaffe,
Are you gonna use a dynamic DNS service?
I'm thinking possibly, dynamic DNS, but possibly a open something like OpenVPN to a small VPN.
You don't really need VPN, Mark. You
then-
just use SSH.
Yeah.
You use the
yeah,
SSH
no,
tunnel.
just as a secure tunnel.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was. Yeah. But I'm thinking OpenVPN is just easier. Really, more practical. In this case, but I'm not sure yet. I'm still thinking about that one.
personally,
because I would like to try and I actually want to try and experiment and run everything through a 4G connection
no,
rather than a wired.
personally, if
Right.
for me personally, I feel that you should just stop touching your computer and leave it alone.
Yeah, and go out and head for the hills.
No, just sit still and don't make any movements and just don't touch nothing. Like
Okay, just to
like
be in
right
a
now,
pretty place.
right now your computer is working perfect because I can hear you. Okay.
I had this weird thing with Skype just now. I've been using the Skype native client, and a few times when I've entered this room, this chat room, or this group, or whatever, no other participants are in there. So
Yeah,
when you were
it's like you're in the
recording just now,
you're in the lobby.
recording just now,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it just
Yeah,
like
yeah,
there's
in
no
the lobby, and you
in
have to
this
be let in.
I noticed. I noticed that now
it's
up on
just-
top. Did it show that the stream was actually on?
it showed that it gave you the joint
Yeah.
call thing.
Yeah.
The room icon, the room avatar didn't actually appear,
Mm-hmm. Well,
and I was having some weird issues.
well, see, that's what the difference between like, I send you like links where you can click on to the show, whereas most of these guys they get on here and they do the freaking they call everybody, and I think that's intrusive. If you want to come on, just come on, click in, join the room. You know what I mean? But like, whenever freaking
But remember those URLs are only related to browser activity.
yeah,
It doesn't connect
Aha.
directly to the
Could be
native
why.
client.
right.
Because I'm joining from the
And-
browser.
And another thing was both with this and Jitsi, my browser was just freezing.
I think it was what Tan said was the problem. It was browser issues.
Yeah, no, I don't know. I have to further look into this.
How did you actually sort out this microphone problem, Mark? Was it the wrong microphone being used on your browser?
No, everything was configured correctly.
Now
And then I just
this
I
this
killed
is
pipe
this, this is
post audio a few times.
this is Mark's way of saying he has no clue how it straightened itself.
Yeah, I am confused about this one.
Yeah, I mean that's just basically.
Mark stumped.
I'm
Everybody,
stumped.
Mark stumped for the first time. Mark Edworthy stumped for the first time.
I'm stumped. I think you're stumped. I think everybody that's involved in this situation.
This is the first call I've done using this machine. But all I've done is to take out the solid state disk from the old machine and stuck it straight in there. Because it's Linux, there's no driver issues or anything.
Well,
Apparently there is.
I've already told you my take on
Anyway.
Linux or Linux or whatever you call it.
Linux. You said tomato, I said tomato, whatever.
That's right.
Well, I mean, I'm not a sentimental kind of guy. You know what I mean? I know when something really annoys you and you have issues with it that you need to let it go. Like you know the old saying about love, right? They say you're supposed to release it, and if it's true love, it'll come back to you.
Okay.
Just walk away from Linux. If it loves you, it'll come back to you.
Yeah, I'll buy myself an Apple Mac.
Well, don't do that.
Oh, this is a tech show. You know, just start veering into love stuff. I think we should end the show.
Yeah, that's true. That's pretty bad whenever you go from tech to love. Well, with Linux people though, you kind of have to, because that's the only reason why these people freaking even use Linux is because they're in love with it. I mean, it's really a image thing. Like they have this image they have to uphold, and like, oh, God forbid anybody finds out that I'm on a Windows unit.
Throughout my career, I've dealt with tons of different operating systems.
Yeah, but one that you owned.
DOS, Windows, Novell,
One that
DOS or whatever. OS2.
One that you owned. Did you own them? No.
Couple Novell.
You had to
That was
think
for
about
work,
it.
I assume.
You had to think about it. Did you see when he lifted his head? He had to actually think real hard to see if he owned a Windows.
I
Well,
actually.
Novell NetWare was running on Windows 3.1, wasn't it?
Novell binary services was its own. Technically, it was its own form of DOS.
Yeah. See,
Yeah.
now DOS is different. And that's where you go back, and like Linux too.
Yeah, DOS is different. Yeah, DOS is different. It's like Linux, isn't it?
Yeah, everything has Linux in it in some way or another. Even like PlayStations, the old PlayStation 3s was just riddled with Linux.
Unix, POSIX,
Unix. Sorry, you're right.
things like BSD rather than Linux.
Yeah, you're right.
Right.
I should have said Unix first.
Our bad.
So,
POSIX
that-
should be more accurate.
that's why we have you
POSIX,
around.
Unix like.
That's why we have you around, Mark. You keep us on our toes and keep us straight. And then if we're still wrong, you read us freaking terms of service.
Yeah.
So do you guys want to go ahead and end the show then?
Go ahead.
Yeah,
We've been streaming for 2 hours.
well, we
some
had to
reason.
because we had
I've
a
only
lot.
been with you.
We,
I've only been with you for 10, 15 minutes.
no, you've actually been.
Oh yeah, right.
You've been on longer finally. That's the one reason why I said we needed to just go a little bit further so that we could get some good footage of you and you could actually talk about what you guys were talking about in chat because this is a good conversation. This really is.
Yep.
So I guess we could end it. I'd like to freaking say thanks for everybody who watched the show. I'd like to say hello and goodbye to Mark. What did you say?
I'm already here.
Wataski, Watask.
Whatashik. Shik.
What's just a sec?
Whatashik. The razor. Shik.
And I'm glad.
Watask.
Like I'm
It's like
I'm
project,
glad that he's finally catching on that like I'm fucking with him when I do that shit because he's always saying just use this thing, you know, like I always try to say his name and shit, and he just starts saying no, just say say this or say that, you know, and I'm like. But
it's not that hard.
watch the sec is way I really act.
There's no J. There's no J.
Worcestershire.
It's what? Shik.
What a shit.
What a chick! What a chick!
What a chick.
All right. Dragus Productions.
Dragus. Okay.
Right.
Back to Dragus. Or lovingly called Mark.
You guys take care, and it's been fun hanging out with you.
Yes.
We love having you on, and you can come on at any time you want, man. We usually hang out and just have good conversations about tech talk and stuff, you know. So.
Yeah, I'm sorry that I missed that interview thing. I got caught up with family and
that's
things
fine.
here. It's like been nuts.
Yeah.
And whenever you want to do that, let us know when it's a good time and we can set something up. You know what I mean, and get something going. So.
Yeah.
But.
And maybe we can do it, next Tuesday after the regular show.
Okay.
Catch me.
You guys okay with that?
Sure.
Actually, next Tuesday's better than today, actually, because I've got an early morning tomorrow morning. Yeah, next Tuesday's fine.
All right.
Kind of keep reminding me, because I got kids here now. They're going to be here with me the whole month.
So
Oh,
this is a tech related interview. We can just use the Tech Talk time slot
Right.
for it.
Yeah. Well, no. I want to do a regular
No?
show, and then I
No?
want to stop
Yeah.
the regular
Alright.
show and just go.
Yeah,
right.
have a separate.
Yeah, have it separate as its own interview.
Alright. Okay.
That way we can keep it focused on how many episodes we got, how many interviews we got. So, and by the way, we are doing
yeah,
good
you
on
can
it.
splice it in anywhere you want then.
And we are doing good too, guys, on interviews. By the way, I was really surprised when I looked at it. I think we've already got 3 or 4 for this season. So we're doing good.
Cool.
With that,
Good for you. Alright.
with that,
See everybody next week.
All right.
we will talk to you guys
Yeah.
later, and have a
I,
good
wanted
day.
to- I was trying to get on with you for, what was it, the WoW?
Oh yeah.
One- Yeah, but I just couldn't make it in.
Yeah.
I tried to jump in there. Yeah, what? Hold on here.
All right. So
Okay, bye guys. See you next week.
see you later, guys.
All right.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Roger's Real Time Talk Show. And today we have our panel back. We have Auto Excelsior. How do you say that, Auto?
Usually Excelsior.
Auto Excelsior.
Well,
Excelsior.
Yeah.
And he's on Minds.com. He's usually doing a lot of projects with Bob Dub, who is also here. And you can find Bob Dub on Bobbing Along with Bob Dub and little tiny kangaroos, I believe is what you call it, isn't it, Bob Dub?
Tiny baby kangaroo, yes, on
Yes,
Rumble.
On Rumble. And we have Mark Edworthy, or the infamous Medworthy, the English troublemaker of the Minds Canary community. He's the one that helps everybody else out. We commonly refer to him as Tron. So he's from England. Otto and me are from the United States. Otto, you're in New York, right?
Yes, I'm in East Central New York State.
Right, and I'm in Southern Illinois, and Bob Dub comes from all the way over in New Zealand. She's in a special part of the world, in my opinion, where things are really kind of weird going on over there. So I'd like to sometime be able to get more in depth on like the politics and stuff going on there too. So, but I don't know for sure if Tan Hai Tran's coming in, but I'll say him too. He's a Canadian, and he may be coming in. Another yeah.
Yeah, I've just messaged them. Yes, because yes, so join us.
So he may join us. He sounded interested in it, but we will start the episode off the way we've been doing it. Like before, we'll go around like the traditional round table. I'll start the topic off. I'll keep it down to 2 minutes. And we all keep our comments down to generally about 2 minutes. And after I introduce my topic, we'll go around the room and give each person 2 minutes to respond to it. And then after that, I can have 2 minutes to respond to them. And then we move to the next person and do the same thing. So that hurt my throat. I almost ran out of breath just saying that. But we'll keep it going that way. This week I was actually able to break the topics down into sections the way I wanted to do it, and I'll start this up now. I'll introduce my topic, and if you guys want to make comments on it, you can. But when it comes to your turn to introduce a topic, if you have something you want to discuss, feel free to bring it up, So with that being said, I will read what I've got here, and we'll go from there. Now, with my topic from the last couple weeks, I've already found some interesting things that I do want to bring up before I mention. Now, I mentioned the fact that with England, they had started incorporating socialist Sunday school into churches as an option to the denominational Sunday schools, and so right there it's telling us that England was already indoctrinating kids at a young age into the socialist ideas, and it went from there to an actual communist party that was formed within England. Now, I really wanted to find out to see if that actually was formed before the Socialist Party or the Communist Party in Soviet Union, but I'm pretty sure it was after, because I know that the Communist Party started in Russia like in the 1800s, or not the 1800s, but the early 1900s, like 1918 or 1920 and stuff like that. So, but after that, I wanted to go further. Now we're getting into this area right here where we bring up the Independent Labour Party, the ILP. Now, the ILP was a British political party of the left established in 1893 at a conference in Bradford after local and national dissatisfaction with the Liberals' apparent reluctance to endorse working class candidates. A sitting independent MP and prominent union organizer, Keir Hardie, became its first chairman. The party remained positioned to the left of Ramsay MacDonald's Labour Representation Committee, which Hardie founded in 1900 and was soon renamed the Labour Party, and to which the ILP was affiliated from 1906 to 1932. In 1947, the organization's 3 parliamentary representatives defected to the Labour Party, and the organization rejoined Labour as Independent Labour Publications in 1975. At the 1922 general election, several ILP members became MPs, including future ILP leader James Maxton, and the party grew in stature. The ILP provided many of the new Labour MPs, including John Wheatley, Emmanuel Shinwell, Tom Johnston, and David Kirkwood. However, the first Labour government returned to office in 1924 proved to be hugely disappointing to the ILP. This came despite 30% of the cabinet holding ILP membership. Of the most prominent of these figures, Ramsay MacDonald was removed as editor of the ILP's Socialist Review in 1925, and Phil Snowden resigned from the ILP in 1927. So, with that, what I'm going to do, I'm pretty sure I took up 2 minutes in my running my mouth and everything, so I'm going to open it up. I think we had Mark open it up first the last time, so this time I am going to have, I guess we could have, did Bob Dub open it up already first? Did you open
Bob
it?
Dub opened up. Ladies first.
No. I did on the first one. Come on, Otto. You've got to be brave. It's your turn.
So it would be Otto's turn.
Yes.
Oh,
no. You go ahead if you have any response to what I just said, bring it up, and if not, we can pass it on to Bob Dub, and then go to Mark.
Well, it's interesting. I was actually looking into a little bit about the origins of the Russian communists, and these parties go through a lot of convolutions, and very often the same people. Excuse me, something's beeping at me here. Okay. Electronics, right? So yeah, these parties often go through a lot of name changes, and even the platforms change a little bit. But I think there's, because you're talking about a lot, it's this party and then this party, and there's splits and there's coming togethers and mergings and stuff. And I think a lot of the time it's that people have trouble fitting themselves into electoral politics. I mean, just my own experience, you look for a political group that's close to what you like. You never agree with it completely, but if you have a general idea that this is the course you want to pursue, then you're going to, these parties will always be absorbing from each other and growing. And as people become more or less sophisticated in their ideas, or if one party might seem more powerful, you might want to, join up with that one. And when you read about all the splits and stuff, and they were saying that today the Communist Party in Russia today, which is the second largest political party in the country apparently, basically drove out of existence another half dozen communist parties. Basically because Putin said, okay, you guys are the loyal opposition. And they actually get funding from the Kremlin, as there are a lot of governments do that. I mean, we do that here in the States too. If you're a presidential candidate, say, I believe, I don't know about other offices, but if you have a certain amount of polling in your favor and have raised a certain amount of money, you will get matching federal election funds. I think this is like putting a Band-Aid on a compound fracture as far as campaign finance reform goes. I've long been an advocate of simply removing all money from the electoral process. I don't see how that could be. I mean, this is kind of off topic, but I remember as a kid watching the news, and they would say, there's a Senate race, say, and Senator so-and-so has raised so many $1 million, but this other guy has raised so many million more dollars, so he'll probably win. And everybody was saying this as if this is a perfectly normal, good thing, and that people are basically voting with their money. And obviously, the more money you have, the bigger your vote is. Nobody seemed to think this was wrong except me. And I'm like, they just say this with their bare faces hanging out, with completely straight faced. And I mean, it just seems like a no-brainer. I mean, I don't think if you asked anyone whether they liked all the money in politics, they'd say they approve. But the people receiving the money certainly approve, and the people getting the money. But yeah, the corruption of party politics and that's actually a factor when you're looking at, I think these guys are looking at transformation of society. And I think that's an aspect of socialism we have to keep in mind. Most politics has to do with, I always say it has to do with how we're going to frost the cake. In most politics, it's like we all agree we're going to have this cake, but how are we going to spread the frosting? At least that's my experience here in the States. Is this group going to get a little money? It has to do with where the funding is going to go, where we're going to be, paying attention to. We're going to build up the Navy, we're going to build up the Army, and so forth and so on. But there are other people that want to make a societal change, and they're seeking to do it through political means. And I think this is something that revolutionary parties, no matter what revolutionary party you're talking about, and revolutionary parties were all the rage after 1918. Although we forget the earlier, I think it was 1905, there was an early revolution, and we can't forget the revolutions of 1848, which really shook things up a lot. So, when people are trying to make societal changes, I think they turned more and more to the ballot box. You think about the Nazis, and they were going to have a putsch. They had, the famous beer hall putsch. They had, I don't know, it was like 2,000 armed Nazis, and they had, they were seizing this and that. Whole thing fell apart. And then after that, they said, no, we'll go to the ballot box. And suddenly they're working within the system, and they're doing this and that. And then once they get a hold of the system, then they start that transformation of society. So they're using the system to subvert the system. And I think, and again, I'm not saying this is evil. This is simply their political and ideological philosophy. And it's the same with, communists, regular socialists. Many of these groups that are seeking a transformation in society as a whole, not just reapportioning the funding, not just voting on this or that treaty. Oh, we should support this country, we shouldn't. These are relatively minor things compared to things like the abolition of private property. They don't go on much about that anymore, but when you read about what was happening in the Baltic states, when old awful Adolf there signed that pact with Stalin and basically let him waltz right into Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia, when you read the descriptions, I heard a lecture from a guy who had gone through all of the intelligence debriefings from people that had come from there, and the communists, when they came in, basically were full Marxist-Leninists. The enemy was the bourgeoisie, which is technically the owners of the means of production and distribution. So they were just shot at random. The orders were anyone that owned a business, anything like that, they could be dragged off, tortured, and killed at any time they wanted. So we don't really think about that, but this was the whole idea of abolishing private property. You know, it sounds good philosophically. You know, I've always talked about it before. Theoretically, you see some issues with it, and when it comes down to actually doing it, you're hurting a lot of people. So, so I think that's something to keep in mind. These groups change their names, but I think there's an underlying. And again, I don't think any of the people involved want shopkeepers taken out and shot. You know, I sometimes go on about, you know, people like Shaw, although he left, you know, the Fabians, Shaw left later, Wells and all those cats. They really thought that they had the key to making society better. And from their point of view, and especially with the knowledge, you know, they take like Shaw and these guys out to see the Soviet Union. They sent up Potemkin factories and Potemkin villages, and they came back. They said, "Wow, communism works great." You know, there's a whole bunch of socialist, communist, anarchist types from the United States that moved to Russia. I think it was during the 1920s or 30s when it was like the workers' paradise.
No,
and
let me let you bring that up again in your points, because like that's actually good stuff that you need to bring up in your topics. You know what I'm saying? Because that's actually good stuff. But like the thing that I noticed when you were talking right there that relates to me is like the name changing. Okay. Because like I even did research on it, and I found out like they weren't even the socialists. They weren't even calling themselves socialists or communism before then. Like when people use terms like realist, I'm a realist. That actually was a name that they gave themselves before they actually became socialists. You know what I mean? And like now we use words like progressive. People are progressive. That progressive is another name that was changed. Or you know what I mean, for the word socialist. So
they do twist the names a lot, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So with that, I'm gonna freaking let Bob Dub talk, because I know she's fired up. She's
Roger. Okay, so the thing that I really picked up on was the thing that you said about corruption and bad behavior. For me, I think that, yes, these name changes and the party changes and the swapping and everything, yeah, we are experimenting with thought, and we are trying to find out different ways to administer our societies, and it's difficult, and so there will be changes. The thing that I can't accept is the corruption. I think that this bad behavior, this absolute like moral bankruptcy amongst the leaders is just beyond the pale, and that's the thing that I can't believe that we just accept, as if, oh well, you know, those are our leaders, what can you do? And we lead them. I don't know that I agree with the two-party system. I don't know that I agree with voting at all. I saw an amazing I don't know if it was a demonstration, I think it was a motivational speaker or something. He had two big circles on a screen, and they were obviously the same size. They were obviously the same size circle. There was a blue one and a red one. And he said these circles are different sizes. One of them is bigger than the other, you know, and it's really difficult when you're looking at things and one's blue and one's red. So it's difficult to judge which one is bigger than the other. So who of you thinks that it's the blue circle? And you know, when you looked at the blue circle, it had a clearer boundary. It looked as if it was sharper. It looked as if it could be a bit bigger. And about 3/4 of the room voted for that. And I thought, yeah, okay, well, you know. And so then he said, yeah, but like, does anybody think that the other circle is actually bigger? So the rest of the room, the other quarter, put their hands up. And then he said, actually, guess what? Both those circles are the same size. But you know what he did? He got the entire room to vote on which circle was bigger when the entire room knew that the circles were the same. Now, that is something that humans can do to other humans. They can make them choose things even when there's no choice. So for me, the actual basic fundamental way, the one way that we the people have a voice has been corrupted and manipulated by these corrupt and manipulative so-called leaders. And the thing that burns my butt is that we let it happen, all of us, for centuries and centuries, since the very first monkey in the very first cave stole the very first, pile of nuts there. We've just said, oh no, these bullies, it's so bad. And so, yeah, for me, I think it comes down to that you can judge the quality of the person that you're observing by judging their behavior. And if the behavior is not impeccable, then the person is not impeccable. And what are they doing in a leadership role in society? There we go. That's my opinion on that there, Roger. Thank you for the time.
That was pretty good. To be honest with you, I have no actual response to that because that was stated out pretty good. So with that, I'm gonna just go ahead and hand it over to Mark and see what his take is on that. And then after you're done, Mark, Otto needs to bring up what he was talking about because that was actually getting into some good stuff. So go for it.
The word impeccable is interesting. Who is impeccable? Who is uncluttered by anything, everything, or anything? And he says, if ever. I don't know. Corruption is just a state of the human being is part of our sort of anatomy. There was a couple of things to talk about. As far as far as parties are concerned, especially in Russia, it's worth remembering that in between 1900 and 1917 there was tons of parties. In fact, looking at Wikipedia thing there, it suggested there was something like 50 affiliated parties in 1917. Obviously, that sort of was reduced due to the revolution and the internal aftermath and fighting. But yeah, the so-called red and white fighting of 1917, 1918 reduced the parties down to sort of singular entities. We also saw later on the things like the Trotskyist movement, a split from the Soviet Communist Party to the other faction. And it's also worth remembering that in 1937, a lot of Russian government ministers just simply, let's just say, disappeared at the behest of Stalin. One day they were in the Russian parliament. Next day, they either had a bill in the back of the head or was shipped off to some gulag somewhere. So yeah, it's interesting to see the transformation Also, coming down to more modern times, we see a lot of corruption and a lot of political, not manipulation, but a lot of political stallments. Takes Iran from 1979. Sure, they've had elections every 5-6 years, but it's been really controlled elections, as determined by the council, the Iranian council. Anybody disagreed with the Iranian council's viewpoints were not allowed to run. You see this in Russia at the moment. And in fact, Palestine, they haven't had any elections since 2016, I think. So, yeah, you see a lot of corruption, a lot of manipulation, and a lot of control.
All right. Yeah, I went ahead and I checked in the notes, and it said that the BSP emerged as an explicitly revolutionary socialist organization after the Bolshevik Revolution in Russia at the end of 1917, and it negotiated with other radical groups in an effort to establish a unified communist organization. So they, in England, it happened directly right after the Russian Revolution. So.
Also, there's something you missed out on. This was coming to the end of World War One,
right?
Where you had all these troops being slaughtered at the behest of their generals, and there was a sort of movement to find a
anti-war.
Yeah, or not anti-war, but a change of control.
Yeah, regime. Okay, so now that you are done, we have got to get Otto to continue where he left off, because he was going into some pretty good stuff. So it's your turn, Otto.
Well, I think what I was trying to say is that the road to hell is paved with the best of intentions sometimes. And again, many of the people involved in these movements really had a sincere belief that they had the solution to a lot of the problems that have been created by all the changes that have been wrought on our world. And and these changes were happening faster and faster. And yes, there were some positive aspects of it, but there were also a lot of negative aspects of the society. And of course, we all know about as industrialization progressed, and the industrial workers were the people that Marx originally were counting on. These were people that were often had to come to the cities to find work. They were used to living in more rural areas where, again, I've talked always about the parish, where there was a community, where you had family to depend on. You didn't really have social services so much. You had your family and you had your village. And this really met most of the needs that people had at the time. This changed drastically in the cities. And, between the working conditions, the living conditions are just horrible. For many people that emigrated in, and there was a lot of turmoil, a lot of unrest, and a lot of people, even the people that were profiting from this, the people that were doing well with the new changes, were horrified. They kind of make fun of the way the Victorian ladies going down to the slums to hand out bread and stuff, but really the people were upset and were trying to help. So they thought, well, maybe this new system, that science was the big thing. In the old days, you would have perhaps tried to start a religious revival. But nobody really believed in religion anymore. So we had, it had to be something like economics. That's a science. We can predict the future. And it has been pointed out that Marxian economic theory is not unlike certain millennial things. Instead of course, there being a final judgment after death, the evil punished. There is a final judgment before death, and the capitalists all get punished here and now, and the workers get their paradise of having, all the stuff. So, but yeah, people did have the best of intentions, and I actually looked up a little bit about those baseball players I was talking about. So it says here that in the first 8 months of 1931, a Soviet trade agency in New York advertised 6,000 positions and received more than 100,000 applications. 10,000 Americans went over as part of an official organized emigration. And there was the New York Times apparently had a Soviet propaganda officer embedded there. And he was saying this is going to be the greatest wave of immigration in modern history. The Soviet Union will witness in the next few years an immigration flood comparable to the influx into the U.S. in the decade before the World War. So he was saying, you know, come on here. He says, when the day comes that foreign workers here may write home and say, things are pretty good here. Why don't you come along? There are jobs for everyone and plenty to eat. Russia is not so bad a place in which to live, and there are no layoffs or short time, and you get all that is coming to you. Well, that's not what happened. Most of them wound up by 1937. Most of them had been arrested along with untold numbers of Soviet citizens, and they're all dead. They were either executed or sent to gulags, or they were worked to death. And so that's how that went. But one thing they did leave behind, and that is baseball. They used to play baseball in Gorky Park, and to this day, there is a tradition in Russia of baseball that dates back to 1931, and those all dead now Americans that introduced the game there. And I think they even have teams there. I don't know if they're pro or not, but I think they did play at the Olympics once.
All right. So that's going to be something interesting to hear Bob Dub respond to. What do you got to say about what Otto said there?
I think it's really fascinating. I think that it is so strange how you're right. Most people are really trying to do their best. I think there's a really interesting little statistic somewhere or quote or something about how most mass murders in the world have been committed by governments who were working within their own understanding of what the law was and what the legal system was. So just having a legal system doesn't assure you of a morality. So it's really, really tricky, because who do you trust? Do you trust the other guys when they offer you all these like boons? Come, we'll give you this and we'll give you that. We'll cancel your student loan and we'll give you a rebate on your taxes. And do you believe it? The thing is that the answer is yes. Yes, we do believe it. Even when we don't want to believe it, we believe it, because those are the patterns of the human mind. And so it's so scary when we're looking at things like this and organizing things like this and looking at systems of organizing thought and organizing the administrative functions of our societies. For me, the scary, scary thing is, like, what's happened to our checks and balances, that over the centuries we've allowed our governments to murder people. Surely we can do better now. Okay, we couldn't have done better then, because otherwise we would have. But isn't our goal at this point in history to try and look at these terrible things that have happened and use the technology that we've developed to organize a system that works better for the individual and less better for the sociopaths and psychopaths that like to think of themselves as leaders and like to be involved in systems which control and manipulate the little guy? So, yeah, I think that my response to Otto is one of sort of great sorrow, is that all these things that look as if they're so good, in the end turn out to be just another trick.
That's pretty good. What's your response there, Otto?
I was going to say it hinges in part, too, on what you were saying about corruption. You know, you read, excuse me, I was eating something. When you read the party platforms of these things, they look wonderful. I mean, we're going to do this. The government's going to own all the industries. Everyone's going to be paid fair. There's never going to be any shortages. I mean, it really does sound like a good idea in theory. And those checks and balances that you were talking of, the ones that have over centuries had organically risen and kept society relatively stable, were thrown all out of kilter in no small part through, well, you can point to just about anything and start doing a cause and effect chain, but we usually look at technological development. There was a guy who did a wonderful series called Connections on television back in the 1980s or something like that. And he talked about how just one discovery could drive a series of developments that will culminate in something that just changes the planet. And when you get vast wealth and power concentrated in one place, usually it's in the hands of one group of people who suddenly have a disproportionate amount of power compared to what they traditionally had. Now, we've seen this before, and well, think of the change in medieval Europe. We won't talk about the collapse of the Roman Empire, we could look at that too. But later on in medieval Europe, where after the Roman Empire had collapsed, a system had been developed, a feudal system, which was a way to sustain life, and basically keep people functioning. And actually, it was a big step up from the slave farms that these feudal manors had replaced. There was almost no money, so everything had to do with trade and obligations. You were a serf; you had to work 1 day out of 7 on the Lord's land. At the same time, the Lord could not evict you. You got to live there and your family forever. You never. That's what they call, belonging to the land, and that's saying that's such a terrible thing. But no, for these guys under those conditions, this was beautiful and wonderful. And these guys started off being Roman slaves on these big slave farms. They had these big agribusinesses. This is nothing new, agribusinesses. There were no small Roman farmers anymore. That was like they went out with the late Republic. So these slaves suddenly were told, well, instead of working every day for us, you work 1 day. Oh, and we're no longer going to segregate the male and the female slaves. You can actually live with your wife now instead of having to say goodnight to her when she goes over to the other pen. And nobody will ever kick you out of your home ever again. At the same time, though, they had to make sure that the fighters of the group were maintained. And this all had to do with food, that's how you live. Now, money suddenly became more important as trade increased, as technology enabled people to sail farther, navigate better, transport things more easily. And then the Middle Age, the feudal system basically couldn't handle that. Suddenly scuddage, which was like, instead of service, well, you could pay. Instead of showing up with your troops, to help the king fight a war during the season, you just send him a bag of gold. And then you got the whole political aspect of money because, I have an interest in medieval Scandinavian history. And one of the interesting periods of history there is the Christianization of Scandinavia. And this happened to a great extent because by this time, you had very, very wealthy Christian Europe offering to a king who decided he wanted to be a Christian, well, great, we're going to give you bags of money. And this money could completely subvert a system where everybody had to go home from fighting when it's harvest time. Well, not this new Christian king. He got a big bag of gold from the Pope, and he's able to hire like a couple of hundred Switzers, some Venetian arbalesters, and continue the war all through whatever, and just basically kicks anyone's butt. And if the people, the nobles who were fighting against him, and the nobles usually fought against the centralization of power, had like so many thousand soldiers, he could hire double that number. And so there suddenly money upset everything, and it devolved into what they generally call bastard feudalism by the Elizabethan era, where you still had some idea of the reciprocal responsibilities, but it was increasingly being turned into monetary things, and money, for some reason, it doesn't hold that same sense of community. I mean, after all, a coin is a cold piece of metal that can travel thousands of miles and go through millions of pockets, but when you're handing one of your tenants a loaf of bread, that's a very different relationship. It's not quite the same to give them a penny. And again, I'll bring up again that Elizabethan magnate who was refused a coat of arms because his gates were not greasy enough. He was not doing enough to give to the poor and redistribute the wealth. So,
all right. So,
myself out.
let me turn this over to Mark Edworthy because I'm sure he's got something to say.
A couple of points. When you were talking about corruption, I thought I was talking about corruption and the face good road to hell contains good intentions. But sorry, I'm totally just a fan and that totally flew me. Yeah, sorry, I'm totally thrown at the moment. I'll come back.
All right. So I guess it's my turn. Whenever you were discussing all that, you know, the one thing that I picked up on is like the life system as well as the Serbs. You know, that it's really, you know, good that people were able to live on these lands and stuff and only have to work 1 day a week. But the thing of it is too that a lot of people don't realize when it comes to the land was there was no hunting on the king's land. If you were caught hunting on the king's land, you were automatically executed. That was his property and not yours. You took the food that was given to you, or you were able to trade for yourself, but you were not permitted to hunt on the king's land. It was the huntsman that hunted on that land, and that was it, you know. So even there you had, you know, a hierarchy that was going on, and well, you know how it is with Buddhism, Otto. That's the reason why Buddhism revolted against Hinduism, because Hinduism has that hierarchical structure, and you stay in your place, and you're not allowed to go up in stature. So if you're born a peasant, you lived a peasant, and you died a peasant, and that's all there was to it, you know. So you had a lot of that going on, and I think what happened with socialism was that during a certain time period after like revolutionary or constitutional government actually was probably what sparked a lot of this when it comes to Rousseau and characters like that. But all of these revolutionary ideas came into play, and like everybody's real big on the idea that the United States was the first ones to fight for independence, and that's not true. There were revolutions taking place all over Europe as well, you know. It's just we ended up getting a lot of the recognition and stardom from it. Like everybody thinks of the revolutionary wing, you know, so, but it was actually everywhere. I think there's only one, maybe two governments that wasn't able to overthrow their government. And after that happened, there became the difference between the right to private property, you know, and stuff like that. So you had that going on.
Have you dropped the call? Are we back? Can you hear?
I'm here. Yeah.
You there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
okay. It froze for me for a while.
I was wondering why you were sitting still for so long.
Just a couple points.
But let me stop. Hold on a minute. Hold on. I'm almost done. But then after that took place, you know, people had disagreements on how they thought their government should be run. Should we have the right to own private property, or should we have the state own it? You know what I mean? Things of that nature. And I think that it progressed into what we call now a socialist government. You know, Karl Marx was big on the workers, you know, and the unions and stuff like that. But I mentioned it before in a previous one. What about the people who don't want to work? What happens to them? You know what I mean? Because everything that's written about the socialist regime has absolutely nothing to do with just the average person that doesn't want to work, you know. It has to do with you work, this is what you get. you know. So that's the one thing I see there when it comes to that. But there are a whole lot of crazy aspects involved in it. So since you didn't say nothing, Mark, it's your turn. I think he froze up. You there?
Hmm.
He's there. It's just as slow.
See there?
Okay. Okay. Yes, sorry. You were talking about the American Revolution being the first revolution that the public are really educated about. I think you are looking at this from a very American, US-centric sort of point, because after all, as far as US education is concerned, nothing happened before 1776. The Earth didn't exist.
You're
before
just saying that because
1776.
you guys lost the war. I mean that's yeah, that's it. You're just
Which war? Which war? You know that?
you're just spiteful about that. We've already covered that before. How spiteful you are because your country lost it. Yeah. don't.
I've lost 30 wars compared to.
Well, it's like, I mean, I disagree with your country because I think Cromwell was a really good dude. I mean, everybody calls him a tyrannical person, but you know, when you've got all these dukes and duchesses coming up to you and wanting to make you king, after killing so many people and people in your army dying, I would be pissed off too. There'd be heads falling. I mean, if that was me. Those people sacrificed their lives, and these same people that had their independence came back to him and wanted to make him king. I'd be pissed off, dude. I would be so pissed off. So, I mean, that's my point on it. And, like, the Commonwealth was founded because of freaking Cromwell. You know what I mean? There would be no Commonwealth if it wasn't for Cromwell. So,
I'm not sure if there wouldn't be.
I know. You're an Englishman. That's the way you guys are.
Also, another point that needs to be considered is the movement from an agricultural to a industrial environment happened during the end of the Napoleonic Wars.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't really, arguably, Russia didn't actually do that for at least another century.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so there we go. It's your turn, Otto. Everything me and him just did and we talked about, it's on you now. You got to answer that. It's your turn. Have fun.
I've got my thing going crazy here. Hang on a minute. I'm trying to send somebody to the show.
We just sent you like a crap load of crazy shit. I mean, seriously.
Well, I can sidestep that entirely and get back to the question of corruption. Mm-hmm. And Aristotle. Aristotle is always good. When in doubt, bring up Aristotle. And Aristotle, I think, gives us at least gives me, I don't want to push this on anyone else, the clearest, or a very good and clear model of how we can look at government. And Aristotle used to talk about genus and then species and this and that huge classification. So he classifies government under two different genuses, corruption and excellence. And he further divides government into three basic kinds. And again, I'm not saying that, I'm saying this is just a model that we're using, the way we model like left and right wing, for example. It has its limitations, but it has its advantages. So he says if you look at governments, they're one of three kinds, either rule by one, rule by a few, or rule by many. Now, under the genus of excellence, rule by one, that is an excellent person who is ruling for the good of all, is called a king. Rule by a few, ruling excellently for the good of all, it's called an aristocracy. And rule by the many, where it's best for all concerned, is he calls a constitution, or what we call a constitutional republic. Now, under corruption, instead of a king, you have a tyrant. Instead of an aristocracy, you have an oligarchy. and instead of a constitution, you have a democracy. And his point is that you are always going to have partial rule. You cannot have panarchy. And I was thinking of that. Does anarchy lead to panarchy? We're talking about government here. It's always going to be one portion is going to rule. And if you say the democracy should rule, well, again, that's not rule of all. It's only a portion. And as long as you have a static majority, more or less static majority, it is always going to permanently disenfranchise the minority. And if the majority of people are poor, which is usually the case, they will always be able to lord it over the rich. Just as the rich in an oligarchy can always lord it over the poor. So he says that the best way to deal with this, big surprise, is to use a mechanism, in this case, checks and balances as embodied in the Constitution, in which there is proportionality in the distribution of power. And for Aristotle, this is the heart of justice, is proportionality. So this, we have this saying in the United States, I'm sure Roger knows this, we are a nation of laws, not men. And this derives from the fact that, at least up until recently, no matter how mean-spirited, corrupt, or whatever a public servant might be, he had a higher authority that he had to work under, which was the Constitution, which, again, as Aristotle said, you should not change these things lightly. That's why the Founding Fathers made it very difficult to alter or amend the Constitution, although it has been done, and it may be done again. But it should be, a very serious endeavor, approached with fear and trembling, to even touch that thing. So yeah, you need something that can stand above both, but which is never going to abuse its power. And only a document can do that, because a person, you always have the danger of corruption. And especially, as we were talking about earlier, people can do things with the very best of intentions. They honestly think they're, deep in their hearts. Mussolini thought he was a really good person deep in his heart, I'm sure. I don't know about Stalin. No, I'm sure even Stalin, would justify himself anyway. Everybody is in their own hearts is really trying to do the best thing in the world, except for a sociopath or something like that. And unfortunately, I think a lot of those guys get into power too. So, but did I sidestep that well enough?
Yeah, you did a really good job of that. Thank you.
So I wanted to get back to that corruption thing, because when Bob had said that earlier, it started me thinking about Aristotle. Oh yeah, Aristotle. Got to bring up
Well,
Aristotle.
it's her turn next, so she'll be able to talk about it more, and then you can take jabs at her. So, it's because she's gonna just.
She'll eviscerate me.
She's gonna just rail into all of us and just tell us the way it is. So, with that being said, it's your turn, Bob Dub.
Bob Dub, honestly, Bob Dub sounds like a thoroughly unpleasant person, the way you describe him.
No, she isn't.
He's awful. Okay, so I think that it's interesting. One of the things that Aristotle talks about is not choosing the extremes, but choosing the middle way. And I think it's very interesting how politics, we are forced to choose an extreme. We have to choose from one party or the other party, and then the party that isn't chosen is disenfranchised, as you were mentioning. That for the next 4 years or 3 years, that entire segment of the population is completely unrepresented. I don't know that I believe that this is the only way it can be done, that these are how governments have to run. I've always wondered, what if you put all these people up for election and they get these votes, people stand behind them. This town likes this guy and that province likes this guy. You have these people that are chosen by the people to represent them. Why don't they all get put into the government? Why don't we have a government that is half of the capitalists doing their things and half of the socialists doing their things? And that instead of each getting 4 or 10 years to play in, they have to, in real time, take care of different issues, because there are issues that need to be dealt with by the capitalists. And at the very same time as those things are being dealt with, there are also issues that need to be dealt with by the socialists. And so having this sort of serial monogamy in government is very dysfunctional, I think. I do feel that we've come to an era where we are talking about how do we all jump in, not just all the members of one country, but all the countries on one continent, or all the states in one union, or all the countries in the entire globe. I mean, who is to say that one man is more important than another man? Are we not getting to a level of cognitive reasoning where we can start using computers and AI to make these very subtle, nuanced connections between massive populations? And so we get, like, for instance, the guy goes off to work in the morning and earns the money according to the capitalist rules, and the girl stays home with the kids and runs her home according to the socialist rules. And together, the mom and the dad run the whole family. There are ways that we use these skills at a micro level, and yet we have this idea that they wouldn't work if we tried them at a bigger level. I think it's great to be able to bring ideas like anarchy and blockchain and decentralization and all these things, because the important thing to do, I think, from what we're seeing here is that we're studying how people tried to implement ideas and failed. This closed, that folded, this changed, that resurrected here. And now we have a new way of doing it where we can actually model using computers. We can do these modelings beforehand. We don't need to implement systems first. Oh, Mark, this is so interesting. I'm so looking forward to hearing what you're going to say.
Oh, he's a
Tell
down there.
me.
He's giving the
Tell
horrible.
me.
Okay.
He's giving the ugly
I
face.
don't disagree strongly on this one. First of all, you're talking about globalization, or you mentioned the idea of powers control using continents. So in this case, look at what's happened to the EU. I wouldn't say that's a very good system at all, even though the EU technically not democratic anyway, because the European Commission. And the entire argument about globalization, within the last 10, 20 odd years, that's a really dangerous thought. Also, the emphasis on technology, things like artificial intelligence, we're nowhere near that point at the moment. And I was reminded about a meeting that Carl Schott had, I think it was one of the Davos meetings a couple of years ago, in which he had a talk about essentially seeing ideas like artificial intelligence taking over and removing the entire principles of democracy. Allowing some machine to control ourselves and removing the human element. Again, I consider everything mentioned to be extremely dangerous.
I agree.
Okay,
I think
so
it's dangerous.
that-
I
that-
agree, and I think it's dangerous. I'm not saying that it's easy. I just think it's time for us to start thinking about how we're going to do something to make it less dangerous than it is. That's because we can't go anywhere where it's dangerous. You just can't. We've made all these gains, and we've sacrificed millions and millions and millions of lives to our mistaken thinkings. We don't want to go back there again. You know?
Also, also, in some cases, war is not necessarily, well, it is a bad thing at the time, but it will take improvements in society. And the American Revolution, British English before,
brings it up.
the technology that came out of things like World War II. War should not be considered to be necessarily a bad thing in the greater
It's not always the worst choice. It's not always the worst choice. It's never a good choice, but sometimes there are worse choices than not going to war.
Okay,
I think
so
what you're saying.
let me ask Bob Dub, are you good with your response to Mark so far? Is that what all you wanted to say?
Yeah, maybe for now it's all that I want to say. I do kind of agree with Mark's point. I think that it's very important to bear that in mind when having these thoughts. Yeah.
Okay. So with what Mark said, and then what you said, I also want to add too about the whole thing about it's dangerous. You got to realize something. It is already dangerous, and for me personally, I don't feel that there's a way to avoid that danger. I personally feel that something is coming, and we need to prepare for it. And no matter how much we try to avoid it, it's coming because we have two huge forces that are at odds with each other. And no matter how hard people have tried to work between capitalists and socialists trying to live together separately but together, no matter how many times we've tried that, it hasn't worked, and it's escalated to where we're at now, okay? Like here in the United States, the elections are always right down the middle. It's like 47% voted this way, 50-something% voted this way, and it's been that way for a while, you know? So, for me personally, I don't think there's a way to avoid the danger. So, my big response to that would be just prepare yourself so that you're aware that it's coming, and don't put yourself in harm's way, because it's going to come. Whatever is happening is going to happen. So that's all I have to say.
I think I'd like to just reiterate my point from last week and the week before is that everything that I'm saying, everything that I'm coming with is an idealistic, linguistic, intellectual argument. I'm trying to project into the future. I'm not trying to deal with the actual situation that we have right now. The situation that we have right now is terribly, terribly difficult, and I don't think that not voting in this current environment is good advice. Okay? I would like to be in a place where in some years' time we had a system that didn't rely on that divisiveness, but we don't have it now. So I think that what you say, I agree with that also, Roger, is that there's a difference between an intellectual discussion about what could happen in the future and a discussion about what we have to do right now to deal with the very, very horrible situation that we find ourselves in at many, many levels, in our local environments and in our international environments. It's very horrible.
Now it's time for Otto. It's time for Otto. Hold up.
If Mark wants to say something, go for it, dude.
Okay.
Just one quick thing. It's interesting that we're talking about voting now, because it was just today the UK government announced that the next UK general election will be on July the 4th. So 2 months' time or something. Another thing is, you talk about either one party or the other party, and and the party that loses doesn't have a voice, or the electorate doesn't have a voice. But there's always the opposition. The opposition party is always still powerful. So at the present moment, Labour in the UK, in the US. Democrats, right? Yeah, Democrats. Yeah, but there is some opposition, and they do have some power. Maybe
Yes.
not as much power. And also there are always the upper houses, so the House of Lords and the upper house in the US that can still up to a point overrode the incumbent government.
Yeah. I think a lot of my objection is in the language that we use, which I feel doesn't translate to the great unwashed. I feel that we're using things like opposition and incumbents and just those words are enough to make people who are marginally involved in the political process develop attitudes that are not helpful on the street to actually getting on with life.
Now it's
And I
your
feel
turn.
that the ruling party, sorry, it's my turn. It's Otto's
No,
turn.
it's Otto's turn.
Sorry.
He's got
okay. Sorry, Otto.
Oh, no worries, no worries. Let's see. I had a couple of things that you were talking about using computer models as a way to obviate some of the problems they had with doing things like, anything from the planned political economy that the Soviets attempted, and I do mean attempted, or the planned ecological engineering of the New Zealand islands by the British with, we'll just introduce this animal, let's introduce this. And yes, one does see where if they'd had some kind of inkling through computer modeling, they might have had a better idea. Of course, though, I will remind you that computer models themselves are not perfect. And, you can never, ever remove uncertainty from these things. So I think it is a good idea to apply technology to this stuff, but we shouldn't be too confident. I think there's still a lot of room for, people that really understand what they're doing and might not be able to necessarily put it into words kind of deal. But it's, I'm a shotgun effect kind of guy. You try everything. When you're sick, I'll go to the doctor and I'll take antibiotics, but I'll also take a vitamin pill. And I'll do some meditation and visualizations, so healing visualizations. Do everything. It all helps. My doctor encourages all that stuff. Something else I was going to talk about. You were talking about the electoral politics and about politics. You were describing our system here in the States, and that's generally called winner-take-all politics. And that's in the case where whoever wins, wins, and whoever doesn't win. And this actually extends to something else. Now, this is traditional in the U.S., and if you read old books, you can see references to it all the time. It's like a city election. Say somebody is elected mayor of a city, and he's a Democrat mayor, and the previous mayor was a Republican. That means all the appointed officials are now going to be gone, and he's going to appoint new officials. This is winner take all, and to the victor goes the spoils. These are the actual technical political terms for this, and it's very acceptable that you're going to replace everybody from the dog catcher up to the commissioner of police with your own political cronies. But then again, you were prepared to have the opposite happen when you left office. So there was always a certain understanding. You never got too out of hand because you realized that you might be out the next election. So I think one of the problems we have now is that, you've got this party that thinks it's going to be able to lock down elections forever and never have another election again, which must be heady wine to this sort of person. But you seem to be concerned about representation. And one of the things I'll point out is that, as I understand it, parliamentary politics, you guys have something along the lines of proportional representation, where if X number of people will sign a petition or vote for somebody, then they get on there. So it's not just, I got the majority of votes, so only I represent this district. You actually can have, so that right there is something that I think creates more participation. And of course, something that we used to do here in the States, I brought this up before, but we don't do it anymore, but I forget when they ended it. But for the first presidential elections, it would be two men running for president against each other. The winner would be made president, the loser would be made vice president. So both sides would always be part of the government. And again, I think this comes from its Masonic roots. I'm not quite sure when and why they changed that. They did change some things in the government to make things more popular, like the direct election of U.S. senators. I believe U.S. senators were appointed by the governor, maybe, or they might have been elected by the legislature. I'll have to look that up, but certainly, yeah, and also the idea of term limits, for example, is another popularization. So, and you can argue whether this is a good or a bad thing. My own personal opinion is I like the idea of the proportional representation. I like the idea that you might possibly have somebody sitting somewhere in a parliament for the rampaging loony party, or an empty chair where the Nada party candidate should be sitting. That's kind of neat. I just like the idea. I find it very pleasant. And also, the more parties represented in any kind of governing body, the slower it will go. And I think it's a good idea to slow government down a lot of the time. I think the worst problems happen when governments react too quickly. But when you've got enough different mindsets there to debate things, enough different opinions, slows things down. And I don't know if it actually works in practice, but in theory, if you take more time over a decision, it should be a little wiser. On the other hand, I'm sure those of you living in parliamentary democracies can point to many examples of the failure of your governments to do that. It's sort of interesting. But so yeah, there are ways to alter that. And this gets back to what I was saying to you, Bob, the other night about lability in hierarchy. I think that hierarchy is inevitable, as I define it anyway. It's just some person basically directing at a certain time what's going on, and others looking to him or her for direction. And I think that the more fluid you can make that, the better, because I think that is how it generally behaves in real life. And I take the example of like playing music. If I'm there with, a couple, 3, 4 guys, and we're trying to figure a song, if someone wants to play a song, we're all going to turn to him. He's going to show us the chords and the notes. And but then if we're going to play a song, we all turn and look at the Kapellmeister. And suddenly he's using the end of his guitar to like start the beat 1 and a 2 and the song and stuff. So at different times, the hierarchy shifts. It's shifting all the time. People go back and forth. And actually, we're kind of doing it here. And Roger's the ringmaster, but like it's just people taking turns. Now you talk. Now you talk. Now you talk. And nobody's holding a gun to our heads to do this. This is something we agree to do because we have more fun this way, and it helps us interact. So
nobody listens to the ringmaster at all. You guys are like rebels, dude.
That's why he's got a whip. You need the whip and the top hat.
See. Okay, now hold on. Bob Dub has to respawn now. See, this is what I was talking about. No. Rebels. Just rebels.
Rebels. Yes. Well, I was thinking about something that Ben Shapiro was saying. He's an interesting man. I disagree with almost everything he says. But he said something so interesting. He was saying it's not enough to have a belief system. That can make you feel happy and it can structure your life. But the point is, when you have a belief system, is that you have to go to church once a week. You have to get out there with the other people that share your ideals, that share your community. And you have to make decisions about how you guys are going to interact. And I know that used to happen back in the olden days of America. People used to get together to do church and then do their barn raisings and their bringing in the harvest, and everybody would help them. So these things are not about belief systems and how belief systems interact, as much as how the people take those belief systems and translate them into everyday life. So I think that's quite a big thing to remember is how would any of these political systems trickle down, I hate those words because yes, they don't work, do they? But how would it permeate through to the minds of the people who are not politically interested, shall we say. I mean, 80% of people are not interested in politics. They just want their world to run, and they want to get on with looking after their kids. And then my final thing that I'd like to say about war. I totally agree that a lot of good things, technological advances come out of war, and that a lot of things appear to be solved by war. But I just need to say that those however many million moms are all suffering because their babies were killed. Like, is that price worth the advancement of war? Or should we say the price is too high, we need to find a different way? And I think that's kind of what I'm coming down on, is that yes, we can see our history, but unless we learn from our history, what are we really? We're just animals. The thing about us being humans is that we try to do something better tomorrow. Every day we try to do something better to make it better tomorrow. There we go.
It's pretty
That's
good.
my response.
Now, before any of the rebels start speaking up, it's Mark's turn. So, Mark, say something.
Okay. Just a courtesy. So, in the UK, there's no proportional representation. This all says past the post. Something that strikes me, that in theory, the UK political system is set up so that the individual votes for the party rather than the individual. In the US, we're seeing a lot more of voting for the individual rather than the party that we represent. Which, I don't know, I would argue it's a lot of words.
I wasn't aware of that. That struck me, but that's a very important distinction. Huh.
Okay, so when you bring that up, is that what you wanted to mention, and that's it? I mean, it's up to you.
I mean, we could all have a discussion about the.
I mean, you got 2 minutes, is what I'm saying. If you don't want to do the 2 minutes, you don't have to.
No, I think I'm okay. Okay, because if we do, I can see you get into a lot of controversial hot water in relation to the sort of omelets and eggs argument.
Yeah. Now, when you were talking about that, what was it we were talking about the other day? And oh my goodness, it's your guys' equivalent of the Declaration of Independence.
The Magna Carta?
The Magna Carta. We were having a conversation about that, and what stuck out to me that with what you were saying right there was that conversation where I'd asked you, I was like, how much of the Magna Carta is still honored, it's still used in government, and I believe you said like 5% of the Magna Carta is still in use.
Three of the articles.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how many articles there were, but yeah, only 3 still exist.
Yeah. So they basically took the Magna Carta and just threw it away. It's not even.
Yeah. Wasn't a lot of it having to do with baronial rights and stuff like that don't really apply since the aristocracy so-called doesn't run things anymore. But I mean, I read it a long time ago when I was a kid because I was very interested in it, and I admit I don't remember any details, but I do seem to remember a lot of it had to do with the king's legal position vis-a-vis his noblemen. It seemed more to do about the political and social issues of that time. So I would imagine any document like this, these things evolve. I was thinking about, I think the oldest single treaty, I could be wrong about this, but I believe the oldest single treaty that's still in force is between England or Britain, I should say, and Portugal for the delivery of port wine, basically. But I mean, for wines and stuff, it goes way, way back, and it's been incorporated into every new trade agreement I don't think the official treaty as such is, but it's one of those things where, and of course, this treaty is incorporated. But I would imagine something like Magna Carta would be more important as a foundation for further documents, rather than like here in the States, we've got the U.S. Constitution, which is our foundation document. But we're such a young country compared to Great Britain. So much less of a history. I've talked before about that. When we say here a conservative, we mean somebody that harks back to 1776 and to those men who were imbued with this conservatism that really comes from the Enlightenment and from people like Rousseau and Voltaire and all these guys. Whereas in Europe, if you're going back to being an absolute monarchist. That's conservatism. The old, the conservative then would be like, the divine right of kings and getting the Stuarts back on the throne or whatnot. It's a different, it's such a deeper history. I think sometimes we figure, well, Magna Carta, that's still got to be enforced. Dude, it was written in church Latin. You can barely read it, and it's like, and then again, it's important, but it's like something that's been built on since, with so much history since then. You had a lot of kings and queens, for that matter, since John. So
now you got to respond to that, Mark. That's his 2 minutes. I only had that little bit to say, so you got to respond to everything Otto just said, dude.
No, you don't.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Okay. The U.S. declaration is based upon things like the UK Act of Rights, Bill of Rights, Act of Rights, 1698, if I'm not mistaken.
Huh.
Probably earlier, actually. But yeah, and the Act of Rights is at least semi-based on the Magna Carta. So when you talk about the U.S. Constitution, and it goes a lot further back. It goes at least 100 years, give or take, 100 years further back in British history.
John Locke.
It's a bit later than John Locke. You could argue that the Enlightenment actually had some influence on that, but yeah.
Okay, you got anything you need to say to that, Bob Dub? You got to unmute.
Sorry, that's a no. I don't have anything to add at this stage. Thank you. Sorry.
Okay, what about you, Otto?
I'm just looking up something on the official United Kingdom government website on the Magna Carta, Act of English Parliament. Interesting. They've got the whole thing here. I'm gonna take a look at it. But see, this has gotten me interested in stuff I haven't read in a long, long time. So I'm gonna look into that. But our foundational, our Constitution with a big C came from, in Aristotelian terms, and these guys were thinking of Aristotle, from the constitution of our people with a small c, and that was people primarily from England and Scotland as well, Welsh and this and that, people from Britain, but primarily I think at that time English. And this obviously informed their view of politics and the way they were going to try to craft something that would help maintain, I think they hoped, a place that could balance what I guess you would call, before we became a republic, the liberty of the subject, the liberty of the citizen now, with the necessity for the government to be able to do all those nasty government things like have jails and wars and this and that. And yes, war is always unskillful. And I never ever advocate for war, but it is going to happen, unfortunately.
Yeah, I agree. And I also want to point something else out too, just so you know, Mark, and there's a difference between the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. Everybody keeps mixing that up. Like the Bill of Rights was actually added in because George Mason stood up and walked out of the Constitutional Convention. He refused to sign the Constitution until we had a Bill of Rights put in place.
They
Or
were
natural right.
Yeah.
2 votes away from banning slavery.
Yeah.
It was so close. We almost didn't have slavery in this country from the start. That would have been so much better.
So, but George Mason and the Anti-Federalists, they've actually got the Anti-Federalist papers out. If you guys ever want to check them out, it'll give you a different outlook on the United States and how we were formed in the Constitution. Like that, those are the stories people don't hear about.
Right?
Well, New Zealand is interesting. New Zealand does not have a written constitution. They have the Treaty of Waitangi, which is a treaty between the Crown and the Maori tribes. They have the Magna Carta and the Bill of Rights of 1688. And those together are used instead of a constitution here.
Well, wouldn't it need to be your own country to have a constitution? You still got a Union Jack on your flag there.
Yeah.
Still got Charles III on your money. You're not.
We use the Magna Carta.
As an American,
Yes.
yeah, and you're using a British legal document, so I'd say you're very firmly Commonwealth there. You wouldn't really need a constitution. I mean, you could have one, I guess, obviously. I think
And
Canada has one.
considering that the United Kingdom doesn't use the Magna Carta anymore, you probably are more of your own country than they are.
Still applies here. Some of it still applies. Again, I'm going to look into this later on. I'm not going to start. Hey, quiet, you guys! I'm reading this. I'm on the British government website.
Well, Julian Crawford is actually an expert in New Zealand politics. So if you're interested in hearing a little bit about the New Zealand voting system and their MMR system of proportional representation, I could invite him onto the show. He would be somebody who could explain that very well.
Well, it's like I said before, he's always welcome. I've actually enjoyed having conversations with him. So if you want to, and if he's wanting to, tell him to come on here, because I always have enjoyed talking to Julie.
Cool.
Him
Awesome.
and Vincent.
I'll get in touch. Yes, I'm not sure if Vincent is awake at this time of day, but I think that Jules might be.
All right. So are we?
Sorry.
Oh, there you go.
Just wondering. Something that's just struck me is it's just worth remembering that it's only been roughly 100 years since we've allowed the majority to have a vote. Up to the suffrage death movement, there was no women of lesser social standard having any ability to vote. Up to, I don't know, mid-last century, you would have to be a free citizen and free man of the state to be able to vote. This idea of anybody being able to vote is a relatively modern concept.
Yeah, it really is.
Which possibly could be thrown out. It might actually be helpful if somebody needed to get a license to prove that they actually had the ability and understanding for their vote to be an actual, responsible, sensible vote.
And see,
That's the
way the Greeks. That's the way the Greeks used to do it. You had to be a member of the military to be considered a citizen. If you were a peasant, no. The only way to be a citizen, you had to be in the military.
Yeah.
Well, what's interesting though, if you're going to be testing people for their ability to vote, that can be a slippery slope to testing people for their ability to vote correctly, and that's a very subtle but very. And I'm reminded of you go to the totalitarian country, they had them in Russia, they had them in Germany, where you go to the ballot box and there's only one box to check. And then it's like, look, it's a 99%. I've seen pictures of these ballots. They made them, so.
Yeah, I personally believe that is going to evolve into what we need to talk about at a later time, because there's certain things that we do need to talk about when it comes to this topic. People's ideas of who should and shouldn't vote and things of that nature. You know, because there's a darker side to all this stuff too, and I think we should really discuss that. And the next one that we do is on episode 17. We're going to be talking about the 1928 policy conferences in my topic. So that's going to kind of get how methodical and dubious frickin' the Labour Party in England really is. Like, they don't want to just control certain things. They want to control everything. No more private enterprises, no nothing. It's all ran by the state. So, with that being said, let's all say goodbye, and we will tell everybody the next episode. We'll go further with this. All right.
Cool. Thank you, Roger. Awesome chat. Thanks a lot.
You too, Otto.
Thanks a lot, everybody. Everybody have a great evening or morning or whatever your time zone is.
I'm privileged to be around such brainiac people, man. You guys freaking make me feel so bad. You know what I mean? Like, all the great stuff you talk about. So I will end the stream here, and I hope you guys have a good day.
Peace.
So it's their stories of, it's basically they sing their life story, but it's like one of them is styled on Beyonce, another one's styled on Adele, and another one's styled on like Pink, and it's an amazing musical. It's really good.
But you just made it sound batshit mental.
Yeah, I don't think there's a way that you can't make it sound batshit mental. Being honest, like she sounded like she was trying to keep it about as sane as she could, and it still sounded pretty bad.
I mean, I'd love to see Hamilton. I mean, when Disney Plus released Hamilton, that was just mind blowing. And
you wouldn't know what to do yourself if you went to a theatre to watch that. You'd either be a blummering mess or you'd be like, whoop, whoop, cheering, and they'd have to tell you to shut up.
We got told to shut up when we saw Six.
Did you?
Next to Christina went, what do you have to sing? We're like, it's a musical.
So, you're talking about like old black and whites and stuff. Like, what do you think about TV shows like Jack Benny or George Burns?
He got a lot of like 1970s American stuff over. I mean, I think growing up, I remember having MASH.
I loved MASH.
We had MASH. We had, was it Hill Street Blues?
Yep. Law and Order.
Yes, so
when it all started, all that kind of.
In like the 70s, there wasn't a lot of American TV.
We had the Rockford Files, Jim Rockford, classic.
Yeah, and then like the crime series.
It was a lot of crime, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a lot of the crime series that come over for some reason.
And of course, Dallison.
We had Dallison Dynasty. So we know who shot JR. That was the biggest point.
Oh my god, that was like a whole thing over the summer, wasn't it?
Yeah, who shot
for that
JR?
Yeah.
But yeah, we didn't really get a lot of the older. It's like we never knew who the Grinch was growing up.
No.
Really?
Yeah.
Dr. Seuss was not a thing in the UK.
Well, that's because he was literally always high, dude. Like Dr. Seuss, everything that he wrote, he was high on drugs. Like everything.
It came from an LSD out of mind.
Yeah. Finger mouse.
Didn't know that until after it was all said and done. Like it came out, they finally said stuff about that, like back in the 90s, I think it was. But nobody knew.
It's like it took me a really long time because obviously you know, like you have your traditional Christmas films, and obviously you have The Grinch, and you have, is it Snoopy, Charlie Brown's Christmas Story, and the Christmas Story with the leg lamp. And we're like, we never had that. It's only recently that I've seen A Christmas Story on, I think it might be Disney Plus.
Thought you was going to say the Hallmark Channel then, and I was about to punch you.
You were about to punch me for the Hallmark Channel, yeah. So yeah, you know, we had very little. Our like Christmas specials were Morecambe and Wise.
Probably all the crap well, they're not. It's not crap, but probably all the classic British stuff that you would love.
Yeah, so you had Morecambe and Wise, Two Ronnies. Benny Hill always done a Christmas special.
Benny Hill always did a Christmas special.
Yes. So yeah, it's interesting to see the differences between.
Well,
like, I mean, the Maple Thanksgiving Day Parade, I love. I actually watched it this year on YouTube the next day.
We get a lot better class of American TV now than we ever used to.
Yeah, I mean, in the 70s, we only had 3 channels on the TV.
They did the same thing here with you guys. Like, I got to watch Benny Hills. We got to watch Monty Python. Then, like, here recently, they're just now opening it up to where we're watching TV shows you guys watched 15, 20 years ago. Like you know how you guys had Midsummer Murders?
Yeah.
That's just now. That's just now coming out in the United States.
Really?
Wow, really? You got a lot of series to catch up on.
Yeah.
Like they're just now showing that within the last 5 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, we've got. We said up until what was it, 1980s? We only had 3 TV channels. There was no like satellite TV or cable TV.
No, it was literally just 3 very boring channels.
Yeah, you had like BBC One, BBC Two, and then ITV, which was like independent TVs, actually regional like channels. And then in the 80s we got Channel 4, which was like cutting edge, dark humour, political satire channel. And then when Sky hit in like the 2000s?
Late 90s.
Late 90s, we had Sky TV, and then that opened up.
That's when we started to get proper American TV.
Yeah, that's when it was.
That's when we got The Simpsons.
I've never heard that said in the same sentence, like proper American
proper American TV, and we've got
Like,
The Simpsons. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Beavis and Butthead.
Beavis and Butthead, yeah. Yeah, all the classics.
I think the best thing I've ever seen that came out of England, in my opinion, was Shameless. I'm sorry, but I love that show, dude.
That's hilarious.
I think, and the English version is way better than the American version.
Which is, I prefer the American version of The Office compared to our version. Yes, I love Ricky Gervais, but I want to punch David Brent in the face. I much prefer Steve Carell's David Brent, character. I know. Sorry. Yeah. Oh, and I also preferred the US Life on Mars.
Life on Mars.
Haven't you? It's Life on Mars, the US version of Life on Mars.
That was in the UK.
Yeah,
So
I haven't watched that yet. Is that a new one?
No, it's old. So Life on Mars is a TV drama based on a cop who gets hit by a car, and he's in a coma, but he wakes up and he's he's in the police in the 70s in Britain rather than in the 90s. It's really good. You probably really enjoy it because it's proper classic British TV.
I'll check that out. That sounds interesting. That caught my attention.
And then they created a second season called Ashes to Ashes. It's obviously named after David Bowie songs because it features in the series a lot. But American TV created a season of it, which was basically both the series mashed together with a different ending.
Oh,
yeah, it was quite good. I enjoyed it.
I take my comment back though. On Shameless is one of the best, but I think one of the mini series though that you guys had that was really excellent was, and I forgot what it was, the name of it, but it was the one where that plague had killed off like 80% of the population on Earth, and like in England, you guys didn't have electricity or anything, and you had freaking the characters had to basically like reconstruct society there in England, and I forgot the name of it, but it was really good. It was like Outbreak or something like that.
There's been a few like that.
Yeah, they probably.
Well, I think about every 2 years you get one like apocalyptic world thing just to get us out after death. Yeah, they say.
I just remember like the introduction it had. It was a guy from China had left from China with this virus and had traveled around the world, and what he was doing was spreading it from one country to the other. And then after that,
We're both looking at each other trying to work out what it is.
It's I forgot the name of it. But it was really good.
Yeah, I mean, I want to watch that. She's going to hunt it down now.
It was back in the 70s or 80s.
Yeah, I mean, we had one in the 80s that I remember like watching. We were made to watch it in school. It was called Threads. And it was about what happens when a nuclear bomb goes off.
Oh, God.
And it was like a 4-part series, and it was like Britain, what would happen if a nuclear bomb went off in London, and you're like, okay, and you're watching people like eating like stuff they shouldn't really eat, and it was horrendous, and it like, and I've never seen it shown anywhere else. It was shown on BBC One, and then one of our teachers recorded it, and we got shown it in school because like my mum decided it was too horrific for me to watch at home. So I must be about 14. It's like, oh no, but we'll show you it in school. And so traumatized by it. And to this day, I can still tell you what happens. And it's like, oh my God, it was horrendous.
Yeah.
But But no, I mean, it's like Doctor Who is available on Disney Plus in America.
Yeah.
But it's not available on Disney Plus in the UK.
Well, you know why, don't you?
Yes, because Disney bought the rights from BBC with it. So yeah.
Doctor Who exploded here in the US, and the new ones, like the younger kids, they love these newer episodes like you wouldn't believe over here. Okay, I mean,
Matt Smith got a lot of the younger generation. And I think Matt Smith had some of my favourite episodes. I mean, the Van Gogh episode that Matt Smith done was amazing. It was awesome, that episode. Even though David Tennant is my favourite Doctor. But
whatever?
Ever, yes. David Tennant's my favourite ever Doctor.
We ended up getting in a conversation the other day about Doctor Who, and I told Mark and Robot, I was like, you know, when it comes to Star Trek, if you pay attention to it and you watch like the old black and white Doctor Who's, Gene Roddenberry stole crap loads of content from them. I mean, granted, you know, Star Trek isn't about a telephone that transports itself to different times and stuff and dimensions, but the content itself, you know, the topics and stuff like that is just, you can tell where a lot of Star Trek came from. And that's just my opinion, but if you watch the videos and you can't see it, or the television shows and you can't see it, then you're blind. I mean, it's obvious. You know.
Yeah, it's I mean, the old Star Trek makes me giggle. It really
with Shatner and his overacting acting.
Yes, Shatner's
He's genius. I love Shatner in Boston Legal.
Yeah.
Because he just takes the piss out of himself in it, and it's hilarious.
I don't really understand like his real past because he came out with this one movie that was in England, and he was supposed to be on an airplane but didn't get on the airplane, and the airplane crashed, and that was like the basic scene of it, or theme of the whole thing, because everybody thought he had died. Well, he was on this English movie. He had an English accent, the whole 9 yards. And I seen that and I was like, hold on, man. Is William Shatner English? You know? So it just threw me for a loop. I forgot what it was. The Man Who Didn't Die or something like that is the name of it.
Oh, I'll have to look that up. I love a bit of William Shatner. I think he's excellent.
It was
I like the way he doesn't take himself seriously anymore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I loved his commercials that he did. He had those. I forgot what it was. It was that hotel and resort one where you can call up and make reservations.
Oh, I think I saw a couple of those when we were in the States one time, and I was like, Shatner's on a video, on an advert.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're pretty good. He's a pretty good guy. He's actually since Leonard Nimoy passed away, he's been speaking out about the CPAPs and stuff and
die anytime soon.
Yeah, and it's everybody who is old enough to freaking realize what took place knows that we've been freaking hoodwinked. We've been freaking screwed.
The tape's been around, since the mid-60s?
Yeah.
66, 67?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, and, like, you'll see those videos on YouTube where they talk about how horrible freaking VHS tapes were, and that is a load of shit. You know what I mean? Apparently...
Actually, I didn't do any research on if there's any VHS manufacturers out there, so I know the video recorders themselves, there's no mainstream companies that are producing them, but I'm not sure about the tapes.
Mm-hmm. Well, I know there's a I've been seeing ads for it on television.
Mainstream companies that
Checking the audio real quick. And I can check it out. VCRs and freaking CDs into digital. So
yeah, like I was saying yesterday, back in late 90s, I was doing that using capture cards, and it was painful.
So I did.
But I would imagine it's like the tape cassette industry. You aren't going to get any good quality heads anymore.
No, I
I
don't.
know. Yeah, I mean the days of good quality cassette tape recorders and players are long past. All cheap Chinese knockoffs.
No, I think it was a touch modern. I can Google that or find out. I think.
I do subscribe to a YouTube channel. I might have mentioned them before, but a YouTube channel called Techmo, and he does reviews on old audio equipment. He's done a few reviews on modern versions of tape recorders and stuff.
Modern.
Comparing the quality.
They want you to sign in, freaking, just to go on there. I'm not freaking signing in to Touch of Modern.
There's another email alias, and that's what I tend to do anyway on these temporary days. Just either use my Gmail account, which I very rarely chat for that purpose, spam purposes, or create a temporary alias email account.
They keep playing it off like you know what I mean? You need to freaking go and sign into their freaking accounts and to
Yeah.
create an account. And you know what that shit's all about. So.
More data collection.
Mm-hmm.
I hope the GDPR regulated. Well, I hope they've got GDPR policies in place.
Okay, so I'm gonna go get my coffee, take a smoke, and then I'll be right back. Now we are streaming, so don't say anything dirty or don't go in watching porn and shit while I'm gone. So.
Me watch porn?
Yeah,
When
I
did
don't know what I
that
was
start
thinking. I'm sorry. I don't know what I was
This is
thinking.
me.
I know.
Yeah.
I apologize.
I should do an entire show just on how to grind coffee. Why is it not Hoffman? The Alpha Hoffman. I forgot his name. James Hoffman, isn't it? Yeah, James Hoffman. Take this out, not to have to need it. More irritants. This back red. Actually, I prefer it, but I actually just changed my mind again. Yeah, that's better. Need to do that.
I'm still here. I just have to go get my cup of coffee and everything. I just wanted to stop in and say hi.
Hi again. Still grinding coffee.
I can see that.
I was just thinking I should do an entire talk on coffee and the technology of grinding it.
Well, you can just start talking right now if you want to. I mean, you've been grinding that stuff for what? Almost 10 minutes now?
Didn't realise that. It's all
Okay.
fun.
So I'm gonna let everybody know. Streams up. I'll let everybody know in there that streams up, so if they want to come in, they can. I doubt if anybody will, though. I'll be right back. Yeah, I had it poured and everything, and I went in there and set it down on the coffee table, and then went outside to smoke my cigarette, and then forgot to go pick it up.
I've been doing that quite a bit recently. Yeah, I've just been doing this. I think Tan and Bob Dob is right about going downhill.
Yeah. She said, Bob Dub said she's got a meeting in 10, but she doesn't think it's going to be that long.
I just saw that.
Oh,
I'm getting into serious coffee territory. I'm just rolled on my sleeves.
You know, you keep doing that, and you're going to be freaking like Popeye the Sailor Man, dude. He had those big old freaking arms.
Who needs spinach?
Who needs spinach when you can grind some coffee?
Yeah.
Good old coffee grinding. I should cause some agitation. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to post it in the general chat.
Are you in live with Roger at the moment? Are you typing?
I'm going to just do it so I can irritate the shit out of freaking Mr. Robot. Because you know how he feels about Skype.
Yeah.
He's going to have a mouthful to say. I'm just going to post it in there and freaking wait. I doubt if he sees it. maybe I should post it in frickin' I'm gonna post it in frickin' Infinite Imaginarium. That way, frickin' I can get Minds Gaming all upset with me. He's seen it. He just dropped down. See what he has to say.
Actually, Jane has been quiet. I've been out, been away from any screens for the majority of this afternoon, and yeah, it's just really come back to it, and yeah, Jane has been fairly quiet.
I don't know what the deal is.
What do you mean?
He's been in and out, acting all weird and shit.
That's Mr. Robot for you, yeah. That's just generally.
Now he he was on the stream for mine's for my new series on conspiracy theories. And he talked for just a little bit, and this woman that freaking watches Dabu 7 gets on the comment section and starts talking and wants to join the Discord channel, so I got her on the Discord channel and everything, and she starts talking how sexy my voice is and shit. Come to find out, she was talking about Mr. Robot, dude. It took me a second to figure out what she was saying because she used his real name. And fucking, I was sitting there, shit, dude. I didn't want to break it to her that it was freaking me, you know what I mean, instead of freaking Mr. Robot. But you know, that's the kind of shit he loses out on because he doesn't want to get on Discord. Gets to talk to the ladies.
We will be fighting off our plans in a minute. Yeah. I suppose gotta go into town and then find out I'm running away from half a dozen clowns.
I noticed what's her name? I forgot it. Nancy on freaking that the new Cafe Enigma.
Yeah. Why didn't you join us? Why didn't you come in?
Because I was actually in the middle of doing my slideshows and stuff for the new episodes and everything.
I mean, it's just finished about half an hour after we finished.
You know, so
we just started after half an hour. Yeah.
I've got really cool freaking slideshows set up. I mean, they're actually pretty cool. I was really impressed with them. Freaking Minds Gaming has been actually, he contributed some of the freaking stuff, and then after freaking, well, he did, and then I made some, and then Satori D is the one who contributed some of them, and I went in and I made slideshows with them and stuff, and they came out pretty cool. So I posted the first episode of Conspiracy. I think it was yesterday or today, and then yeah, it was yesterday. I'm pretty sure.
I don't know if you received an email from Jeffrey 2 days ago.
I don't know if I did or not.
On radio, but yeah, it's certainly to the domain or something. But yeah, I wanted to speak to him a bit of side anyway, and so I arranged a thing for Sunday. It's going to be a private thing.
Yeah.
I
noticed.
I
did notice.
Yeah, sorry.
I did notice that he stopped freaking streaming on YouTube.
Yeah, he stopped his Tuesday stroke Wednesday thing. I think he's doing his Friday then.
It's interesting. I did not. I just. Was it? Yeah, it was Tuesday. It was the last time that I seen it.
Yeah, I was looking at Skype yesterday, just trying to work out when was the last time. But yeah, I noticed that he's not held any calls on Tuesday, Wednesday for a couple of weeks.
Oh, I see it. Freaking Bob Dubs in chat.
Yeah.
She just causes herself so much grief.
Hmm.
She's not gonna be able to hear very well. If the hearing gets bad for you on there, Bob Dub, come in here to frickin' the stream. You don't have to frickin' be on the video or say nothing. Just come in and so you can listen, okay? I do appreciate you being in chat though. That is cool, but
Why are you looking at Skype?
no, it's in Rumble. She's
Aye.
on Rumble chat, which is cool.
How are you organising your messaging? Because presumably you were looking at Skype, you're looking at Rumble, you're looking at Odyssey, you're looking at YouTube. I've got enough screen illustrate.
I just realized too that frickin'. Well, I was checking the emails is what it was, and I seen that somebody that Nikki334 did a frickin' spam comment on my emails, so I ended up frickin' going in and muting her from the channel.
Oh, yeah, I think I noticed something, but I think, or maybe not, maybe I'm thinking of something else. But yeah, I set up an email alias specifically for any public mines related comment. Public, if you look at my profile on my profile on my channel, I do provide a mines@medworthy.co.uk. So I've said I've put in a few disclaimers and stuff on.
Are you trying to advertise porn? Because I barely understood that. Was that like you trying to advertise porn on mines.com?
No, I publicised when I was creating my channel's profile statement.
Oh,
I
profile
created a email address specifically for a wild state. Please note that the above email address is for business inquiries only. If wanting to contact me on another matter, please do so via Mines Messenger or Mines Post. I cannot offer free technical support services via email.
Now, if you want, I can add that to our Tech Talk.
In
the comment sections.
No. Just direct people to my channels.
Well, I mean,
if they're interested, they can always look at my profile. My profile has got the MCRSI channel URL, the group for URL for MCRSI, TikTok, which I added last week, and my music selection and movie selection channel or group. That's it, isn't it? And Mines user group.
Okay, I see what the freaking email is now. For some reason, what's happening on my Gmail is there's certain emails that don't freaking show up in my
What
inbox.
spam filtering?
No,
Yeah, spam filtering.
it doesn't even go into the spam. They're invisible. Now I'm wondering if it's because I'm getting all of these emails from Protean.
Certainly, if
Proton.
yeah, I haven't heard any Gmail ban or so-called shadow ban based upon domain names.
Yeah.
Or DKIM methods. I know if the emails contain or the email server contains an incorrect DKIM or a non-existent DKIM record, then it will send the email to spam directory.
Let me follow this.
SFP, yeah.
Live stream, it went. As a matter of fact, hold on, let me see.
I mean, on my own email server, because it's all done by me manually, when I've set up DKIM records, obviously.
See, and they don't.
Really interesting then.
That's the weird part too, is because it's not. You know how like he has his email as WPRPN, and then next to it it usually says inbox or it says spam or trash. It's not there.
Hello.
Oh,
what,
okay.
you can't access it at all?
Oh, wait.
Hello, I just checked my...
I know what he did. He sent it out as a freaking chainmail. I've got filters against that.
I've got to find... development...
See, on chainmails, I've got filters set up on it. I'm gonna definitely have to set up my own emails because, like, in my emails, I watch one freaking porn video, dude, and from that day on, it's just been freaking hell. Okay.
Yeah.
You click on one freaking video, and I'm
I'm just looking at the header on the email sent. It includes you, me, Chan, and somebody called Inside the Jackals.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Roger.
Hey, Karma, what you doing?
Hi.
Live doing my lashes. Since you put yours on YouTube, I'm not going to finish my lashes on camera. Why did you actually post your videos? But I'm live on what is it, Hugo? Live me? You love my feet or feet in general? You love my feet. Oh, you heard me say yesterday what my feet love.
Yeah, so you're on.
I'm on live, yeah, but I just saw that you went live. And I was like, oh, Roger, I've been talking about you. Hi, White Knight. Hi, guys.
How you doing?
Hi.
I'm all right. Mark, look at you. How are you? You didn't glue your hair out. You look so good.
Thank you.
It's all curly and cute. What are you doing? What is that in your hand?
Grinding some coffee beans.
Grinding some coffee. He's been doing it for like 20 minutes now.
It's almost finished. I keep on taking breaks.
He's gonna be a muscle man someday. He's like,
I miss you guys so much. How are you?
I'm still me doing what I do and everything, you know. But freaking Mark, man, he's freaking something else. He's been like becoming a movie star and shit.
What?
Yes.
What?
All these chicks are. All these chicks are freaking talking to him and everything, and like.
It's the hair. He got super hot, and now these girls can no longer resist him.
That's what it is.
Any more fish pies? Them fish pies. You've been eating a lot of fish pies now, huh? Haven't you?
Actually, not very many lately.
Even not too many. You gotta sort them out now.
Oh my goodness.
That's so bad.
Yeah, he
Well,
Want to come up here? How do I do it? Come on.
Oh wow. This
Oh man,
going through and checking out all
I don't really
these.
know how to do what you asked me to do. You have to tell me. You've been doing what, Poppy? What did you say?
I've been going through and checking all these freaking emails and stuff, and I'm like getting just crap loads of people on Rumble that are trying to spam me with in the comment section.
About what? Hating? They hate it?
Not like anything like that. Just trying to freaking get me to go to their website so that I can get freaking more views and shit and stuff like
okay.
that.
John told me to tell you to interview him, and he told me to give you his information. John that be on with Joffy and stuff. He told me to tell you. You're not gonna tell me how to do it. Oh, search for users. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I hear you fine. But
no,
yeah.
I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to the people on live.
Oh, okay.
What'd you say? Hold on, let me push you.
Yeah.
Have you received any crypto scam notifications or messages?
Not yet.
Okay.
Not yet. Well, I get plenty of those anyhow on frickin'
Mike, are you
Discord.
rolling a joint or you're rolling a cigarette?
Cigarette.
You're rolling a faggot, right?
A faggot.
Indeed.
Is that what you call it, a faggot?
Something like that.
Oh, wow. Charles Upton on a Sufi view of ETs. Now that's going to be freaking interesting.
Charles?
You know what Sufi is, right?
I think kicking there, suppose.
Sufi is like the freaking free love hipsters.
Oh, okay, yeah,
of
yeah.
the Muslim world.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I
They're
was thinking of these are the boiling by cooking, boiling method.
It's a Sufi is a branch of the Islam that emphasizes mysticism.
If I just do this.
I just seen a freaking Brian Rue. Brian Rue actually freaking did a freaking did a stream on that Charles Upton on a Sufi view of ETs. That's going to be interesting.
Okay.
That is going to be interesting.
Sounds all a little bit wacko to me.
Well, that's why it's interesting, if you ask. I mean, you know, I mean, it's. Well, let's see here. Sufism. I learned about Sufism through Hidayat.
It's this one, yeah.
He was a really good writer. He actually, I posted one of his videos on Rumble. It's supposed to be scheduled to be going out on my storyteller, but he was really big into frickin' Persian history and everything, and into their folklore and their stories and stuff. And he kind of got into explaining what Sufism was. Like they were the frickin' free love, free everything version of the Muslims.
Okay, free love in Islam.
Yeah, it's pretty.
That sounds counterintuitive. Yeah, that sounds counterintuitive.
Well, they're also into mysticism, which the Muslims are against too. They don't really. So they're kind of like their own little Muslim cult.
Okay.
That was interesting. It just caught me off guard, is what it did. But I did get the email from Jaffe though, so
Yeah, like I said, I've arranged to speak to the captain on Sunday, and they've got something to offer me by the look of it. I'm not sure what yet.
Well,
According to captain's Skype message from earlier.
wow, dude, I even got an email from him on February the 2nd that never even showed up. This goes all the way back.
Hang on. February the 2nd. Okay. I received one in March and
November the 17th. Never seen them.
That's why you should keep an eye on your email.
Every single one of those freaking. Well, I got freaking two of them. One was his, my brother.
Remember, Gmail allows for POP3 and IMAP and SMTP integration, so you could use a native client or native client on a phone or a desk on your workstation to access.
Yeah. Well, I'm thinking maybe for my streams, I'm going to just go ahead and create a whole new email address.
Yeah. This is why I prefer using aliases, so I can use one or two actual email addresses, but I can subset that using a number of different aliases.
Because what I'm really wanting to do is I'm wanting to set up I was talking to you guys about it, but I'm going to set up a freaking mailing list for anybody who wants to contact me or freaking, like Jeffy's always got his shows going on, so he can freaking send it to me in a mailing list, or you can, or Tan
in that
can.
case, you'll have to create things like unsubscribe mechanisms to the mailing list.
Well, I mean, the only people that are going to go on that email address are people on the mailing list.
Okay. But under GDPR, you've got to allow people to unsubscribe.
Yeah.
Roger, how come you haven't been on the news? Like the past couple times I've been there, you've not been there.
I've been freaking too sleepy.
Oh yeah, and we do be on there until like 3 a.m. I had some guy get pissed off and hang up with me after the fact because he's like, I don't know, you know me, I piss everyone off eventually, so it was just crazy. And he was like on the channel. He was on the channel. He was on the channel, and he was like, I don't know what he was talking about or whatever he said or whatever like that. And after he said that, like we was going back and forth. He was like steady trying to, like, he didn't want to see stuff from like a more open perspective, like how we'll look at everything. It don't have to necessarily be concrete. He wanted everything to be concrete, and it's not concrete. And I'm explaining that to him in the most lighthearted way, and boy started bugging. It was crazy, but that was a few days ago. Hold on, what?
I'll tell you what, with most of these people, you got to take it with a grain of salt. Don't let them get you down, because frickin' they will bulldog you if you let them. And that's the best way to describe it, is just they will try to bulldog you. Okay, so don't let these people frickin' do that. Majority of the time, and I told you back when we first met, okay, majority of the time, these people that frickin' send you freaking comments and shit like that are trolls. There's some good ones out there, but the majority of them are nothing but trolls that want to talk shit to you.
And that's what they've been doing. Like, even with these lives, they've been coming in my live and like will start their own live centered around me and everything that they could point out that I'm doing wrong. It's like, bro, so if I didn't go live, you just would have had no content today. Like, that's mad wild. And so I don't know. Joffy, he be straight, John, he cool. I be texting John all the time. But I don't want to say all the time, but at least once a day or twice a day we be talking. And But Jaffe didn't do nothing last week, so we was trying to figure out why. And I was just like I said, you hadn't been on there in a minute. And then that day, see, you wasn't on there that day, so I can't even tell you. Angel, that's what his name is, Angel. Angel was like just tripping on me for like he stayed on the phone to talk to me extra long, just to yell at me and hang up on the phone. I'm like, these people mad weird. Like, why did you even want to talk to me if you was gonna be mean to me? Like, I don't know. These people. Oh wow, thank you so much. I didn't know.
So was it Angel that was talking shit?
Yeah, he was very nasty to me.
Oh wow.
And I didn't know why. I didn't understand what like happened because we were like just talking or whatever, and everything was straight. And then I don't know, he just started freaking out. Like I don't know, like you know when
Yeah.
people don't want to see.
Yeah,
I think
I actually did an interview for him on his thing. I didn't think he'd be that kind of a person that would be doing
he
that.
got angry. Like he was telling me stuff, and then I was like offering alternative perspectives, like I always do. And I guess he just didn't agree with offering alternative perspectives, so he
Yeah.
started tripping or whatever. He's just like, but like I don't like to get yelled at, and I don't even know you, and you're yelling at me. You don't pay my bills. You don't take care of me and my kids. Like, why are you yelling at me? Like, shut up. That's weird. But it is what it is, love. So I ain't worried about it. But I just wanted to ask you why you hadn't been there. I'm still listening. I apologize.
Oh,
I missed y'all. Where's Tan
you
at?
don't have to apologize. Heck, you know what this one's about. We just hang out.
Right.
You know, we just
Trip
hang out.
out.
So, yeah.
Where's Tan at?
Dan said that he is being forced into forced labor, and
Hi, baby.
he he is going to have to go out and do freaking manual labor. How did he say?
And
Um, um, let me see here. He said it earlier. This is really cool how he said it too. So I want to say it. I want to repeat what he said. Oh man, I lost track of where it was. See, that's the thing about chat that's so annoying is that's one of the things. But it says he has to. I may have to join you from the warehouse, and then I said from the meat department at the local grocery store, more likely. And then he says I'm gonna do some hard labor after a long week of mental flexing. So. Basically, he's saying after freaking a week of masturbating, he's gonna freaking have to actually get up and do some work.
Yeah.
Welcome back to the round table, folks. Awesome. Look at him, Mike. Mark, we get on your nerves. You remember that one time Mark just left? Like we were just bugging on here, and Mark just hung up. Like you guys, I'm not listening to this nonsense.
No, he didn't. He didn't hang up first. It would have been smart if he did that. But the last thing he said was he was gonna go get a fish sandwich or
Fish
some
pie.
shit.
I mean,
Fish
yeah,
pie,
like,
yeah.
I gotta have a fish pie. And like you know they call pussy pie.
Yeah.
And you know they be saying it be fishy. Look at his face. Yeah, Mark, we remember that. I'm still convinced that it ain't what we thought it was, and it's what we said it was. You can say it was. Hey, I bake it in the oven. Nah, I don't want to hear all of that. I'm saying no.
10 o'clock at night. 10 o'clock at night, and he's going
Ain't
to go
nobody
get...
eating no whole fish pie at no 10 o'clock at night.
Good
Look at his
job.
face. Look at his face. Are you embarrassed? Did you miss him, Mark? Aww.
Actually, it would have probably been like maybe 7 or 8 o'clock, maybe, because like I remember we were doing them a lot earlier back then. Like this year, I had to put a stop to it because like this whole 6-hour shit, dude, it just ain't gonna freaking be floating, you know.
I know, all day long. We used to be on there all day long. I had us on dancing bongos, sitting down there, goddamn twerking.
Yeah.
We had fun.
We had fun and everything, but man.
But we were all day long. What's up with Mr. Robot? Where he at?
Mr. Robot is actually freaking. We were just talking about him. He's been acting all weird and like freaking bouncing in and out on the sites and shit. Like.
Oh, he just got a lot going on, and that's what's up.
Yeah. Now he said that there's a chance he might be going back home. Like he's waiting for freaking the government of India to freaking
release him.
Release him.
He's going back to South Africa.
No, he's going back to Australia.
Oh,
So
that's crazy.
I heard freaking this shit. Like, do they do that in India for real, or you have to have permission from the country to freaking leave, even if you're
Of course not.
foreign?
Not a
Of course
citizen?
not. No, of course not. Unless you're arrested
That's because
and
Mr. Robot ain't
in
Mr.
prison
Robot.
for
Mr. Robot
something.
is a whole different.
But
Do,
yeah, he's
Yeah,
talking an
he's. But tell him I
international
said hi though.
incident.
Tell him I said hi at me when you know, tell him I said what's up.
you know, he would usually come on here, but he's getting rebellious with me. He freaking is upset because I'm using Skype.
Yeah, you know he doesn't like anything Microsoft.
He says that the FBI and the CIA are freaking stealing
Oh my gosh.
information
Okay.
and shit. Like,
He
and
lied.
and
But
then
he's insane because we did Skype for him when he did Jockey Show. Hi baby, how are
yeah,
you?
I know.
What y'all were swimming? Where you was at? Where y'all went to? Y'all was outside and swimming? Oh, y'all just been chilling. Boys, your friends, hello. They're playing a video. Your birthday's July 16th? Okay. Happy birthday. How old you gonna turn? You turn 11? Yeah, that's right. So what you doing for your birthday? They can come? Nice. Thank you. You heard.
Wait, hey. I was still like my.
Oh, I'm still on your thing. I apologize.
That's the good
I had
stuff.
my door open, so that was my neighbor. So the kid, yeah, I forgot I was talking to you, and then
That
the
was
baby
awesome.
came.
That was cool.
Right, yeah, those are my buddies. Well, those are the boys' buddies, but you know they always speak to me.
That's good.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I need to get some food stamps. Anybody selling food stamps, please and thank you, because I gave me some food stamps so I can sell snacks out here in the hood, and that's my little hustle. You know what I'm saying? But I want to buy with cash.
Yeah, but you got
Look at Mark's face. Look at Mark's face. Why you look like that? Yes,
No.
that is some real brown person stuff. I am back. Understand? Mark's whole face looks like
I'm just
a man
thinking that
from
there's a
London.
legality. I'm just thinking there's a legality for that.
Yeah.
Mark is like,
Yeah, he's
I'm
thinking.
sorry.
You gotta remember, he's thinking legalities and terms of services all
Oh yeah,
the time.
especially me. I'm not gonna sell. Oh, never mind. Listen, don't worry. Okay.
No,
I was just
just
joking.
remember,
Yeah.
hey, just remember, 50 cents on the dollar, and then after you do that, if you're smart, go down, if you're near like an Indian reservation, and buy freaking cheap Indian cigarettes and sell them for $1 a pack.
Now that's a good ass idea. Everybody smokes Senecas out here too. That actually is a really good ass idea. And the reservation is right there in Tampa because Seminoles. Oh, why are you putting me?
See?
Look at Mark's face. I just rolled my own. So
legalities, yeah.
No, but that's why I'm not on camera. So.
Hey, yeah, don't worry about all that. You just get.
Hey, don't worry about it.
You just take care of business. Shit. You just take care of business, man.
You feel me? Gotta hustle out here.
That's right.
Gotta eat.
That's right. Keep it up. Chocolate Thunder, yo. What's up?
Chocolate Thunder.
That's right.
Oh my gosh, that's all I was thinking about.
Keep them dogs.
I'm about to walk to the thread. I'm not even gonna stay on here long, but I did want to say hi.
I just wanted to let you know too. Freaking, I freaking put Chocolate Thunder in a freaking actual script. He's a freaking.
I remember you were saying about that. Did you finish your story? I know you finished the one that
this
you read
one,
to me.
this
what
one.
about the other one?
Hey, check this out. This one is even better. This is freaking Chocolate Thunder. He's a freaking alien from outer space, and he freaking does anal probing on freaking humans, dude. So like Minds Gaming got abducted by him and another dude by the name of Auto X. And freaking, they took him up onto a freaking table and they freaking anal probed him with the handles and shit.
I need to hear this story. Where is that? What's the link?
Obviously, that script is going to be PG
It sounds
rated.
insane. He's talking about like, why are you just sitting around? I'm gonna write a story about anal probing people. Like, oh my god, Roger.
Yeah.
That's too much time on your hands.
It's aliens that it's about aliens anal probing. Freaking, it's on a video series called Mike and Dan's Apartment. And
I'm listening. I just muted because I was talking.
And the character is Chocolate Thunder. So we got Chocolate Thunder's name up there, man. It's good to go. It's on Mines Underground.
Well, I know I want to hear it, so yeah, that's crazy because mine's gaming is like a real person on mine. So you dead ass put him in a story where he was getting his ass violated.
Yep, we got.
Yep, you just yep. Like that's not normal stuff, Roger. You said yep, like it's acceptable.
Dude,
Yep,
it was
sure
fun.
did.
It was
sure
so.
Did.
It was so fun, dude. To freaking be able to.
Hollywood isn't going to pick up that script. Let's just say that.
Me and Bob Dub wrote the freaking script for it, and it was so fun. Freaking.
Gee, how is Bob Dub doing? How is Bob Dub? She's good.
She's doing all right. Yeah, she's been doing pretty good. She's she's been doing a lot of stuff with Satori and me and freaking Mike. She comes on with me and Mark also on our Rogers Rogers Real Time Talk Show. So
okay,
we've been doing it on politics and everything. And what else? There's
you're talking politics. Oh my god, yeah. I've been going through that. Well, they got you in politics.
Well,
my heart, like what?
Well, we're not
talking politics.
We're not doing the whole Donald Trump hater thing and freaking all that shit.
Yeah, no, we're not gonna act like DT ain't the man.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah, let's not do that fake shit.
Yeah, more the history of various policies.
Yeah.
When you talk to Mr. Robot, tell him I've been looking for him though, and yeah.
I will. I'll let him know that you want to talk to him, and do you want me to let him know what your
yeah, Skype and a new Minds thing. Yeah.
Okay, I'll share your Minds account with him and let him know how to get in touch with you. All right, we can do that.
Yeah, I miss him.
Oh, I guarantee it. He misses you too. Something's going on. I think freaking.
It is. He got a lot going on.
He's been having to do quite a bit here lately. Like he's coming in every once in a while, but that's about it. Let me see what it. Yeah, he hasn't been able to respond on general chat yet. I don't think he's on right now, so yeah. Yeah.
Timing India. Connection and yeah, coming up to 5 minutes to 5 in the morning.
In the morning?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's on his way to bed.
Yeah.
So yeah. Well, okay, I'm gonna have to run and get me some another coffee, and I will be right back. Wow, we got 7 people, man, in chat.
Wow.
That's pretty cool.
we haven't really been talking about that much.
Well, we've been hanging out with Karma though. See, Karma, people love talking to Karma. If they don't like talking to her, they like talking shit to her, which that's always the common theme. They always like talking to her, or they like to talk shit on her.
Who you talking about? Oh, there's a rat. That is a rat. Look, boys, look. That is a rat. Look at the thing over there. Over there on the thing. Over there. Look at it. Look at it. Oh my gosh. Did you see it?
The hell?
It's climbing over there on that fence. I apologize. And hold on. You was talking about them talking shit to me on Joffrey's show?
No, I was like, whenever people freaking talk to you, they either like talking to you or they like to talk shit on you.
Talk shit on me, right? And then Joffrey, I guess somebody went, I don't know what happened, but like, cause they always be trying to give me the butt end of the jokes, you know what I mean? Cause I'm the only brown person at all. You seen it? I told you. That's crazy, right? What in the world? So get out of here, man. Get out. No, not go outside. You only got underwear on. You gotta put some shorts on. There's a rat over there. That's what I was telling you. There's a rat over there. Whatever. And so then I'm the only brown girl that be on there. And then they always want to like go ahead and resort to the sexual stuff. And then Joffrey always be trying to act like, oh yeah, you know, you would love Karma. And then like, oh yeah, if you and John got married, and he be trying to get me hooked up with Mr. A. Like, I ain't gonna lie, an older Caucasian ain't the like furthest thing from my, you know what I mean, list of things to do. But damn, Jockie be trying to get me with everybody. He got me the pirate ship hoe. Like, God, man,
Get you sitting at the poop deck just taking names and numbers and shit.
I just be talking to them on Skype. Like, it don't be nothing. I don't talk to nobody, Roger. Like, I don't talk to nobody. I need me a good husband. That's what I need, because I'm tired, honey. I'm tired. I need a husband. That's why I told you something, Mr. Robot. I said, hey.
All right.
Roger, why you saying like that? For a minute, I thought you was gonna be dating that girl Sonya. You was like, Sonya is so hot. Sonya is so fine. I was like, no, not that girl. Somebody else.
No, not. Well, the thing is like freaking, you know, I've been telling people for the longest time that I'm celibate, dude, and it's like nobody.
Me too. 2 years almost. No sex for a year and a half. I'm completely celibate. I told you. I showed you my friend. I showed him on one of your streams. That's the only guy getting any action. And now my charger broke. So
It kind of makes you feel bad when, you know, the person's interested in you and freaking like
you can't give them, you can't perform.
Yeah, well, it's not I can't perform, but it's just like freaking. It's like
I want it to be deeper than that. No, I feel you, because I'm the same way right now. I don't want no sex. I want a real intimate connection. And if we don't have that, then it's just
well, I mean, if it's right, I'll have sex. Don't get me wrong.
Roger, I heard that.
You know, and then the celibacy will be over. But I haven't found any reason for freaking not being celibate. You know what I mean? So. Oh, I think I got cut.
People don't understand that though. They be assuming that just because, like, you're a guy, I'm a girl, we're gonna have sex. Like, it's like, it don't even have to be like that. Like, let it, like you said, if it's right and it's real, because sex takes a lot of your energy. I was saying that before. I'd rather see this gonna make me. I said I'd rather give head as opposed to and get head. And look at Mark's face. I'm just telling the truth. This is hear my rationality out, okay? When you have sex with someone, your body and their body, you're exchanging forever. That never comes out. You're not getting rid of that. There's no waste. Your body kind of absorbs that. But when you give head or get head, you're eating. It's just like eating. So when you eat, what does your body do with the food? Whatever you eat, your body takes the nutrients and spreads it out. So whatever good they have in that seed, for me too, you guys, you know. But anyway, for whatever good they have, my body takes that as the nutrients. And then their bullshit, I just shit it out. So to me, it makes more sense to prefer head over having sex. If that makes sense. Because if you think about it, when you eat food, like that's the truth. Sure. But I mean, like, I don't even feel like dealing with people like right now. Although I might got a date soon, I don't know.
So are you telling me that oral sex doesn't count?
Oral sex is just like a meal.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to verify that. That way we.
Oral sex is a meal.
That's
a little snack-a-rooski.
I needed to have that verification because, like.
Of course, so that way you can use it later for my ad-libs.
No, I'm just saying. I mean, so that people know, I can say, "Hold on, dude. I've heard that freaking oral sex don't count." So freaking.
It doesn't. How can it count? It's literally you eating.
Like eating a salad, you know what I mean? Like.
Oh my God, this dude! Listen, a father of 11 adopted 5 more kids. Then he ordered a hit on the birth parents.
Oh my God!
Right? What the heck, yo? What in the world?
So I'm just saying his mama as well as become a professional builder and do.
A professional builder? Are you talking about Minecraft? I'm never gonna be a professional builder, honey.
Well, it's just like here in Mun's chat. Freaking Tan didn't know that freaking I was celibate. I was like, I've been saying that for freaking forever, dude.
Forever. And you've been celibate for a hot little minute. No drinking, no sex, just your cigarettes and your coffee.
That's it.
That's it.
Freaking, he said, "What about rat dildo?" Or what about that dildo?
My dildo?
Yeah, what about that dildo?
I just told you, my charger broke. My cat ate my charger. She ate the dildo. That's why I told you he's my only friend, but I don't use it anymore because the cat ate the charger, so it doesn't have its own operating function, and so it's just like it's just like a man that doesn't know how to move. It's just like, no, I need to man. Before, at least it was thrusting me. Now
He gets
You
a
miss me. You miss me. Mark's face says it all. See?
he
A
got
life with no karma is a very dull one. But some people think life with me is dull. At least you guys see the light.
he got so excited he misspelled bat. He's
Tan, I can't believe you're not here when I'm here. Usually you're here and, pop off your little shit skis.
he's at the freaking warehouse right now.
Tell him to take a picture with his shirt off, his muscles showing.
Oh, see
Oh,
that?
no. I don't want to piss his wife off. Never mind, because Tan will do it. Do not take the picture. I'm fine without the visuals.
Now, if you go to his YouTube channel, you'll see him freaking doing freaking martial arts
Nice.
in his alley. So you can check that out.
I will. You got to link the YouTube channel because I didn't even know Tan had a YouTube channel.
Yeah, I accidentally ran across it. I had to find out on accident. It was his hidden secret. He didn't want nobody to know.
So everybody YouTube account has got a channel. It's just that most people don't use theirs.
Right here in the middle. I don't like that right there. I want to fix it. I'm still fixing my lashes. I'm about to go because I'm going. How long are you on tonight, Buffy?
We're on as long as we need to be on. If people are coming in, then that's fine. But usually
I'm coming back in a minute. I'm gonna get dressed and end my live over here, and I'll probably come back for a little while because I was gonna walk to the store on live, so I don't know what I'm gonna do. But I'll come check in as long as it says you're on.
If you want to walk to the store and come back, we should still be here. I mean, it's just because we're gonna be hanging out and everything. We were gonna talk about VCRs and shit like that. So
the old school stuff. But okay, well, I love you, and I'll
love
see
you
soon.
too. And you stay safe and tell those
I
kids.
will. Thank you for understanding, Roger, and not hating me.
Oh, don't worry about none of
I
that.
know.
I love
I
you
know.
to
I was
death.
just saying, I know, and I love you as well because I know your love is real. So I felt like you deserved an explanation as well as my presence. So I'll see you soon.
Okay. I will talk to you
Be
later.
safe. All right.
Bye-bye. So, let me go get my smoke and my coffee. You probably should make you some coffee after all that grinding, Mark.
Yeah, I was just thinking.
I think we both need freaking coffee after that. I need to smoke after that freaking...
Well, yeah, thanks for that. I just wrote that off.
Wow. Karma is something else. She just she just brings you alive when she comes on, doesn't she? She's amazing. So, it was great having her on here. That was cool. I will be right back.
Okay.
Yeah, I went ahead and got into chat and pointed out to Tan that he got so excited he misspelled that. He's something else. Yeah, we actually were able to cover a freaking hour on just that right there. That was interesting. Now on these on VCRs, man, I thought that would actually be something cool to talk about. You know what I mean? Because I think a lot of people, well, before everything started up, we were getting ready to talk about it. But you know, I think a lot of people don't realize what happened whenever freaking VCRs were freaking phased out. You know what I mean? Like if you watch the videos that they have out on YouTube and everything, they talk about how bad they were and how. Now, if people aren't old enough to freaking remember, they wouldn't realize that's not true. Freaking, yeah, they had their problems, but VCRs were pretty freaking cool. I mean, and they were strong as shit. Remember how strong those tapes were?
Tapes, magnetic tape will degrade after a while anyway. Once it doesn't matter if it's VCR or VHS or cassette tape or any other tape medium, it's going to degrade.
Well, like even the actual cassette cartridge, you know what I mean? Like they were strong as shit. Like if you can knock them around all you want. I remember unless you purposely freaking wanted to cause damage to it, you could step on them or whatever.
I did do a bit of time splicing tapes. I've seen some tapes that have split. Generally, some of the cheaper sort of VHS cassettes, but yeah, I've seen tapes split them.
I don't know. I think that's a misconception they were having, you know, and like freaking VCR tapes occasionally got stuck in the fucking players, but it wasn't like it was happening all the time, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't a regular occurrence. Not unless you went down and bought
Depends
some.
on that. Yeah. Depends on the quality of the unit and the condition of the unit.
You know, like if you went down to a yard sale and bought it for like $20, there's a good chance it's gonna fuck up on you. You know. I remember buying a couple of those myself. You know, where you had to frickin' play around with the play button to get it to frickin' actually play.
It was like I was saying to you some time ago. There's no manufacturers that's producing new units anymore. That's been called maybe a year.
Yeah, karma has the effect on me. She always gets me excited. That's what frickin' Dan said. Old pervert. I think she gets a lot of guys excited, like when she talks about Jaffe and stuff. Like Jaffe, freaking that he's 100%. He gets horny as hell when a karma comes on his show. Seriously, I mean, he starts acting the fool and shit, and next thing you know, he's trying to hook her up with all of his freaking guests. And then all those old dudes that are on there with him, freaking, they just start flocking around her and shit. Like crazy. They love her to death. And then she's a Florida girl on top of that. Like, you know about Florida girls, don't you?
No. I can guess.
Yeah, you better freaking do some research on that one, because see, she even made me freaking start acting crazy too, just from being on here. I was wanting to do a search. I'm gonna find out freaking exactly when the last VHS player.
No, what is it? Philips as a brand has ceased trading within the last 5 years. I think Philips was actually sold out to Sony or something on that brand.
It says
Yeah,
July of 2016, VCR declined in popularity during the 2000s, and in July of 2016, Funai Electric, the last manufacturer of them, ceased production.
Are you sure? I'm pretty sure I saw something earlier this year, or maybe December, January time, saying that the last manufacturer was started.
Now,
Could be
this
a small independent, no, it was a large manufacturer as well.
legal challenges. In the early 1980s, U.S. film companies fought to suppress the VCR in the consumer market, citing concerns about copyright violations.
Mm.
In Congress hearings, Motion Picture Associate in congressional hearings, Motion Picture Association of America head Jack Valenti decreed the savagery and the ravages of this machine and likened its effect on the film industry and the American public to the Boston Strangler.
I love it. It's just one of famous, yeah, the savagery of a.
I love it. That's it.
Actually, yeah, I'll go with the savagery thing because I've cut fingers on the internals of rough cases before. Yeah.
Okay, so here it goes. I'll say what he says, and I quote. And he quotes however he said. I say to you that the VCR is to the American film producer and the American public as the Boston Strangler is to the woman home alone. Hearings before the subcommittee on courts, civil liberties, and the administration of justice on the committee of the Judiciary House of Representatives, 97th Congress. So that's when that happened. Now, in the case Sony Corps of America versus Universal City Studios, Inc., the Supreme Court of the United States ruled that the device was allowable for private use. Subsequently, the film companies found that making and selling video recordings of their production had become a major income source.
I've got a good video on my Mindcell looking at the Federation of Anti-Software Theft. The history of, and there is a small talk at the end looking at so-called video piracy.
Let's see. I've heard stories that the Sony Betamax was the actual VCR that was capable of doing what I was saying before, where you could record and then frickin' like transfer it over to digital, and they wouldn't be able to pick up the frickin' thing. But I don't know if VHS was capable of doing that either. Like if you transferred it to digital, it's clean. There's no way they can frickin' do the copyright on the internet.
There's no date stamps on it except for the creation of the file. There's no what we would call XF information.
No digital signatures put into it.
No. That's because you are recording directly from analog to digital onto.
See, that's the stuff that I was talking about. People don't realize that they actually got hoodwinked when they allowed freaking the VCRs to be freaking discontinued like that, because that's what they wanted to do. They wanted to get everybody on digital so they can freaking copyright, or they can keep track of copyright.
It's just how the market runs.
I
People
I refuse
since what mid-90s, people were using optical media.
I refuse to believe that.
And well, the market demanded CDs and DVDs and Blu-rays, so optical media. That's what the consumer wanted.
The industry boomed in the 1980s.
Now, yeah. Remember, this is before the internet, so this was before streaming and being able to get your media from the internet or
why couldn't they create a VCR where you could freaking access the internet too?
Because, well, the web wasn't around, it was 94. And
no, I mean
internet
today.
Limited.
Today.
Because there is no market appetite for VCRs anymore.
Why not?
That's what the consumer wants. Remember, these companies are not going to produce something if that thing is not going to be sold, or if, at least the large companies want. You look at these niche companies that made.
Now, do you think possibly that frickin' these people brainwash the consumers into believing that frickin' they shouldn't have to worry about these horrible VCRs that you have to carry around?
No. People have found Blu-rays and CDs and optical media to be more useful to them, and now. In the last couple of years, we've seen optical media die. I mean, everybody's using Netflix and Amazon and streaming services.
Well, I've always said that everything was going to go to a freaking hard drive. Nobody believed me when I said that shit. They thought that freaking, oh, you're just full of it. And they thought that freaking these CDs were going to stick around and everybody was going to use freaking hard drives, and they were going to, the CD drives and shit.
In the consumer space, optical media doesn't really last that long, doesn't it? I mean, in the consumer space, if you discount things like Laserdiscs and the early 1980s CDs, which wasn't really available to the consumer. Well, from I think the first time I remember hearing anything about consumer CDs was in '92. Yeah, with the advent of PlayStation 1 and the Amiga CD32.
Right about that time, and the Game Boy. Don't forget the Game Boy. It was right around that time.
Yeah, but I didn't use the optical media format. Only up to a couple of years ago. I mean, I used to remember being able to go into places like, I don't know, W.H. Smith, the news agency in UK, and being able to find rows and rows of magazines with CDs attached to them.
Now it says around the late 90s and early 2000s, DVDs became the first universally successful optical medium for playback on pre-recorded video. So optical media.
I wouldn't say universally, because I think there's 2-3 different DVD standards.
No, it became the first universally successful.
Yeah. DVD as a actually DVD is a copyright, isn't it? It's trademark of Sony.
Mhm.
But I know there were other alternative formats that never actually video discs, as an example, that's another format.
Yeah, it says it gradually overtook VHS to become the most popular consumer format.
Hmm.
And then DVD recorders and other digital video recorders dropped rapidly in price, making the VCR obsolete. I think that's when they started. That's when they started doing it.
I don't like the obsolete argument. It's only obsolete if nobody has got any use for it anymore.
Yeah.
It's not obsolete because some marketer says it's obsolete. I really dislike that.
I like the
And
expression
then
on your
what's the old
face.
saying? One person's trash is another person's treasure.
I like your freaking the look on your face when you have utter disgust. Like right there, dude. It just stuck out in your face. I was like, oh hell, dude, you did that the other day. I thought that was cool. I really did.
For your use, I just referenced the history of the Federation Against Software Theft thing post.
Yeah,
And that's got something out there, and what it's about 30-minute video, so I wouldn't play it. But yeah, what's at the end of it? It's got a small thing about cinema and VHS.
Now I would show that on the video, the frickin' post and everything, but I don't want to lose frickin' use the frickin'
just add that as a reference in the description.
Actually, I could probably frickin' put that. Let me click on that. Wait, no, it took me straight to the link. Yeah.
It's a lot longer. It's 43 minutes. So I would have to play it.
Yeah.
Long video.
Yeah, I can put it in the frickin'. Well, it's in here already posted, so I can put that into mine's chat too, to where frickin' give Tan something to look at.
I mean, just because it's there doesn't mean anybody click on it like a normal link.
Promoting the legal use of software fast.
Yeah, which was a misnomer anyway, because at the time in the UK and in the US, piracy, duplication of video was never or duplication of media was never considered as theft. So the theft part of the name wasn't actually even relevant.
Yeah, for me, I would have to go against that whole premise. You know what I mean? Because like I don't agree with the fact that I go out and I buy frickin' this CD or this cassette or this frickin' item. I literally buy the physical frickin' copy of it, and they're telling me that the shit that's on the CD is not mine.
You are not buying the physical object. You are buying a license to be able to access that content.
See, and that's the load of shit that I'm talking about. That's the part I don't agree with. I think that's a load of shit. When I buy frickin' a physical, something that is physical in my hand, whatever belongs or is on that should belong to me. Period.
Oh. That's the entire argument of the right to repair thing movement. Being able to own, let's say, your Apple device and being able to replace parts in it yourself and use it for whatever you want.
Exactly. And you know, I mean, so when they talk about like frickin' what they consider to be frickin' theft, I mean, I think that I'm getting ripped off every time I go to the fucking electronics department. You know, I mean, seriously, what the hell? They want to tell me that I can't freaking own what's on something that I buy cash for. They can kiss my ass, you know? I'll be right back. I will be right back.
Hang on. Okay. I'm going to see. What I'm going to do is do that. Okay. I removed your link for, about the BOGO or whatever. Suppose I just publish or I just reference and replace with my actual post.
Okay,
just because
cool.
the views.
Sounds good.
The views and the likes.
Well, it's good that freaking you did that, because... Oh, okay, I see what you did. You did the actual link to the news feed. Well, I thought that's what that was on against. Actually,
no, you link the YouTube reference.
Oh, that was weird. I did not realize it was even... Oh, okay, yeah, down on the bottom. That's what it was. But you do get what I'm saying, though, about all that, right? I mean, that is bogus bullshit when you stop and think about it, you know? Like, they could come up with something a little bit better than frickin' what they've got.
I mean, that's just industry standard on large companies. And now more and more people are using online services such as, I don't know, Steam. It's a good one. GOG.
That's
I know. Yeah,
that comes back to my argument on the whole deal, though. It's like they've been freaking herded like cattle to freaking go that route. You know, of course these corporations are going to want them to go online so they can freaking monitor their freaking copyrights a lot easier.
Yeah, and there's an interesting argument at the moment about Steam, and Steam has put in the terms of services fairly recently about that you cannot transfer an account to somebody else. So the argument that somebody was pushing was, what if you want to transfer an account in a will?
Yeah, that's true.
And that's not possible. So yeah, which raises the ownership of those games, or the ownership of the purchase. And what happens if Steam, let's say, discontinues? They did it last year. They discontinued Windows XP support. So you cannot run Steam Client on Windows XP anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So anybody who still wants to use XP can't use Steam.
Well, it's all about who's the big dogs, you know what I mean? Because, like, freaking, of course, they're getting contracts from freaking Unreal Engine and freaking Unity so that they can freaking run their games on Steam. But what happens whenever freaking they end up crossing the line and freaking Unreal Engine and Unity doesn't want them to freaking be handing out their freaking games anymore, you know what I mean? Every single person who's bought a game off of Steam is going to be screwed.
Yeah, the other question is, what happens if Steam decides that you violated the terms of services for any reason, and then remove you from their service?
Yeah.
But those products that you bought,
they're gone. They're not going to be able to
that
play them no more.
Yeah.
Every single one of them.
Unless you physically download, or obviously most of them are downloadable. You've downloaded them anyway because you've downloaded it. And
I've got an account already set up with freaking I should stop calling it freaking Unreal Engine. What it really is Epic Games. I've got Epic Games already, an account there where I can get the game straight from them. And then freaking with Unity, freaking you can go in and you can get freaking games from them straight from their website. I forgot what the name of it is, but I know like Dying Light is one of their games, I believe, and you can go and get Dying Light straight off of freaking the website. But But the whole deal is freaking what happens if something goes wrong. They even have Galaxy of Games, okay, that does this stuff. What happens if, like you said, freaking you get in trouble with them? You know, they can just take away every single freaking penny you invested into that shit. Whereas freaking
unless you've downloaded the games already, because I'm storing your local infrastructure. And remember, you can run Steam client in an offline mode anyway.
No. The only way you can get away with freaking using a Steam game without being able to go on to Steam is if you do a cracked game, which is illegal.
No, if you can purchase the game, download it, and then
play offline.
Use with Steam being offline. Yeah.
I mean,
Steam being offline.
I can test it out right now. To be honest, I don't know why I'm even talking about it. I've got Steam. Let me see real quick. I can just go in and check the settings without popping the game up.
Yeah, no, Steam has got an offline mode.
The thing I don't like either is like they got Xbox too, and like Xbox it's the same situation, and they're owned by Microsoft. So now I see that Tan was in here. Did he leave again?
Didn't even notice him.
Yeah, he came in, changed his name to Tan, and now he's gone. He bailed. He ducked out on us.
I didn't notice.
It says 2 of 12, so yeah, that was pretty interesting. But yeah, I'm not gonna get all caught up in that and everything. I know. Oh, there he is. I think that's him.
There he is.
Yeah. Tan Hai Tran. He missed out on talking to freaking Karma Love. He dodged a bullet, I'm thinking. Hey, what's up, Tan? Where you at?
Can you hear me? Can you guys?
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
No.
Hello?
No, yeah, no, maybe. Hello?
He's
fine.
Can you see me as well?
No, we can't see him.
No.
Okay, that's good. I'm in the car.
I was wondering if you were still at the warehouse at the factory doing your manual labor.
I'm getting back to the warehouse.
You're getting back to the warehouse.
On the way back to the warehouse, yeah. Just running some errand.
Now,
why are you in the?
What?
Yeah, the whole thing.
That boss.
I heard a voice. He had to put it on mute. I think he had something going on. He might have been carjacked or something. Poor guy. On his way back to the factory, and some bastard freaking carjacks him. It's just horrible. Now, we were talking about that with the frickin' VCRs and then the DVDs, and the whole thing. The reason why I think they came out with the DVDs was their push to go digital. You know what I mean?
Well, like I said, it's just consumer demand more than anything. I mean, it's, tape recorders and cassette tape players are still being manufactured, but you aren't going to find anything with the quality that you would have found from people like Sony back in, and Philips and Panasonic back in the 80s and 90s.
Mm-hmm. Well, you see, like, what happened is like back in 2003 is when that's when DVDs started to exceed the the sales of VHS, and with the decline of that, what also was happening was the U.S. FCC made a mandate, which was in 2007, which was like 4 years later, and it said that all TV tuners in the U.S. Had to support ATSC and QAM, and that's the thing.
Yeah. PAL being a UK European standard, and NTSC has always been a US standard. PAL is 50 hertz, whereas whatever you just said is 60 hertz.
You know, and that right there for me was kind of like the whole reasoning behind it, is because that's what they wanted to do. That most of them could only freaking do like baseband sources, you know, composite videos and shit. And I think
partly the difference between PAL and NTSC is related to your electric supply, whereas if US is known for getting 110 watts.
See, well, and
whereas Europe is 240.
Mm-hmm. Well, the thing about it was like they wanted to frickin' end the frickin' standalone units, and they wanted to make a combination VCR DVD combo. You know what I mean?
I've seen a few like that, actually. Yeah.
You know, and that's what really gets me. So right there, they're automatically working on trying to phase out the VCR at that point. You know what I mean? And this is the freaking FCC who freaking mandated it. You know?
Yeah, but remember, people like is the FCC? Would it be the Federal Communication?
Yeah.
Could be. But yeah, we know that a lot of US state agencies are corrupted by lobbyists anyway. I mean, look at your food standards agency. That's been really corrupted by lobbyists and corporations.
So the big thing is do you know anything about what composite video is?
Just analog video, isn't it?
No, it's a baseband analog video format that typically carries 525 to 625 line interlaced signals on a single channel unlike the higher quality S video and the even higher quality component video. So
Yes.
let's see here now. They were also talking about CECB, which by NTIA mandate all have composite outputs, as well as those ATSC tuners, including TVs and cable boxes that come with composite outputs. Some yeah.
Have you ever been in the situation where you got one? Let's say your player is a SCART, and maybe not in the US, but HDMI, and your monitors on the composite.
Yeah. Actually, it came later on where HDMI was what we had, and then, like, say you wanted to. Well, the Wii was a perfect example. By the end of frickin' all of this craziness, frickin' the Wii was the only thing that I could frickin' hook into a frickin' HDMI, because it's the only thing that had the frickin' hook.
HDMI is a relatively new standard in the world of computing. There's 4 or 5 different standards, VGA, about 3 different standards of, actually probably more, 4 or 5 standards of DVI, display port. In fact, USB-C now, HDMI of USB-C, video on video standards, actually, video cable standards.
It was weird because, like, they were bringing up the freaking digital VHS. You remember the DVHSs?
Just barely.
I think so too. Like,
it's one of those formats I couldn't take very much.
Well, freaking it phased out so quickly. It was like it just started out with the DHVHS, or the DVHS is what it was, the digital VHS decks, and then like freaking bam, it was like the VCRs were gone, dude. You know, and they had just started them too. And that was in July 16th. Fanai Electronics, the last remaining manufacturer of VHS, VCR, DVD combo recorders, announced it would cease production.
I'm not sure if they're the last. I'm not sure that they're the last.
That's what
mainstream manufacturer, but that's what Wikipedia says. But
now hold up, you're the one that endorses. You're the one that endorsed freaking Wikipedia. In the begining, I was the one that was against Wikipedia.
I only use Wikipedia because that's quite easy to reference. When it comes to the sort of subjects I talk about, there's very little ambiguity in that, and it's just an easy, quick source.
Okay, so now we get to the fun shit. This is the fun stuff, Mark. Now we talk about the frickin' format war. Remember that?
The beating up, video. You mean the VHS and beating up war?
Well, no, the format war over HD, DVD, HD high definition DVD, and against Blu-ray disc. Remember that?
Yeah, it was one of those sort of wars, so-called wars.
Yeah, it was a market competition between Blu-ray and HD DVD optical disc standards for storing high-definition videos and audio. It took place between 2006 and 2008 and was won by Blu-ray. So this,
which I know Blu-ray is actually a trademark. I think it's off the Blu-ray Foundation or something. And anybody who actually,
oh, there he is.
yeah, anybody who actually sticks
Yeah,
the
just
stamp, the
noisy
Blu-ray
little
stamp on the
brat in the
material.
car. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you was getting carjacked, dude.
Yeah, eh?
I was like
Sounded
that.
like that.
I was like, that poor dude's freaking on his way to the freaking
Ah,
factory, and
they got my money.
they just
Well,
go.
they just took my credit card and went into the store. So
So you did get
might,
carjacked.
might as well. Technically, I am being robbed.
You are getting carjacked, yeah.
Yeah, carjacked. Yeah.
Don't. I mean, it wasn't freaking like strangers. That was the bad part, you know. Fuck. At least if it was strangers, you could say, "Man, somebody robbed me." But there he is.
I look weird with glasses, man. I was I usually wear contact, but I got allergies this past week. My eyes are so itchy, you know. Couldn't stand it. Wear contacts for too long.
So now that we got you on here, I've got to ask you an important question.
What is that?
Do you think the government's purposely phased out freaking VHS with freaking VHF DVD freaking combos back in the freaking early 2000s?
No, I don't. So I think it just becomes obsolete. Who uses? You know, digital is much better quality.
Again,
and it doesn't degrade, right? The problem with VHS tape is it degrades quality, and then after you played it for like 1,000 times, the pictures start getting blurry, right? So
yeah, but optical discs degrade. Disc cloth.
They're actually worse than what the VHS was. I mean, I still have VHS tapes in the freaking back and in my storage. I can pull them out tomorrow and they play just as good.
You pull them out and see if you can still any of the pictures are still viewable.
Well, I need a VCR to do that.
I think that all the videos you have on those tapes are ghosted by now, man.
Well, I mean,
depends on how they've been stored. Really.
Yeah, I guess.
They've been stored.
They do have.
You have to preserve them very well preserved in order to get the quality. See, that's the problem with VHS tapes. Optical disc is something else, though, right? It's but they're bulky. They're just like a large version of the CDs, aren't they?
Any optical media,
optical disc, yeah, like the laser disc and stuff like that.
Yeah, but I've in the past I had CDs. I've had business card size CDs.
I've seen those.
A business card on one side, and then some media on the other side.
Shit, you were talking.
Yeah,
about,
but
you were talking about 8-inch freaking floppy disks yesterday. What the fuck? Like,
yeah, those are. Same for a floppy disk, and so are those opticals then? Are those optical discs?
Well, floppies. No, they're much like VHS or cassette tape.
Yeah. Slightly better than the VHS tape, but they degrade as well. So
again, in theory, if you keep these either optical media or magnetic media in extremely good condition,
I'm talking like all things being equal, right? If you leave the what are those? What do they call those discs? Like the mini disc or something? Like DV disc?
Yeah, mini disc for another optical media.
If you lay them around like that for a few years, a CD or a DVD might still be readable, but with
Yeah.
the VHS tape or floppy disk,
Now,
there's a higher chance that they're damaged.
now, what's your take on this? Okay, now, what do you know anything about composite video?
Composite video, no,
Composite.
I might have,
Sorry.
but I don't remember about them anymore.
By the way, Roger, I've added another reference in to the chat in relation to computer display connectors.
Yeah, that's what it basically comes down to.
That's what you're talking about, the composite video connector?
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
we
that's
were
it.
talking about things like SCART and
No, see,
coax.
back.
What I was saying SCART really had that much market in the US.
What I was saying was like in the early 2000s, DVDs were first came into play, right? And then by the time freaking 2003 came around, that's when I believe it was it was the FCC is what it says here. It was the FCC made it mandatory that they can never have standalone VCRs. Now they had to be combos, VCR DVD
Oh,
combo
really?
decks. Yeah.
Why would
but that's only affecting US legislation.
That's where I'm coming from.
Why would they? Because what are the
they were wanted. They were purposely wanted.
Are the older tapes? Are they toxic or what?
No, they were phasing VCR.
It's a lobbyist move.
Yeah.
It's just a lobbyist move. These companies trying to get.
Yeah, but why would the government?
Because money.
Why would the federal agencies mandate?
U.S. governments or U.S. agencies are all about lobbying, aren't they?
No, they're also about security, right? I mean, if you
think about it.
I mean, I guess if you work for a federal agency, maybe it's a mandate for federal agencies that you don't use, secure storage medium. Now that you have a better medium out there, like the DVD.
A digital source that could be monitored and freaking hit on if you freaking have any copyright issues that they can freaking tag you with.
I mean, the security issue isn't a point because still in legal proceedings they will record the witnesses and record the during the arrest they will record using magnetic tape.
Yeah, I'm talking about security in terms of more than just secure, but more like a safety thing. Like if you record it during an arrest on a VHS tape and that tape footage gets damaged, then right?
Yeah, but it can make duplicates off.
Yeah, it's true. But it get damaged on the way from the car back to the office.
Tape, doesn't mean,
Did you ever own?
Yeah.
Did you ever own a DVHS 10?
Yeah, man. I had a player and a recorder.
What'd you think?
I back when back in the days when my moral compass was shall I say worse than it could have been. I used to go to the video store, rent Chinese like kung fu series, and go home and then copy them with my VCR recorder and just store them there. I never watched them again, but I just I just record the whole series and then store it in my library.
That's
I better, if I was you, I better check Canadian law on that because you
Yeah,
could
yeah,
have
yeah.
just
I
got
know, I know,
yourself
I know.
into a lot of trouble just then.
I think the what do you call it? The statute of limitation is way expired, so I think I'm safe.
See, I think that like it was their way of trying to freaking
Card, please.
Oh yeah.
trying to freaking pull it to freaking digital so that they could freaking record the data. You know what I mean? Because that's originally
No.
that's originally what the D
It is-
stood for in DVHS is
It
data.
it's just really corporations and
What
market
is
forces.
what does VHS stand for again?
Video high definite high something. No, it's the hell is it?
No.
Shit.
I
Let
don't
me.
know.
I can figure that
Look it
out.
up. Look it up.
I can figure it out real quick. I'm right here on the Wikipedia page. All I gotta do is scroll here.
Okay. Video home system.
Video hub system.
Video home system.
Home system.
Home.
I didn't know that.
Video cassette
Invented in
recording and video home
1976
system.
Invented in 1976 by the Picture Company of Japan. BBC.
But I still say, man, that's what they did. They were cracking down. They wanted to come up with a better system to where they could monitor their copyright infringement.
No. That is mainly just consumer led. That's mainly market force.
I mean, come on, dude. Savagery and the ravages of this machine and likened its effect on the film industry.
But he was talking about the early 80s.
Yeah, I mean, from the 80s, they were freaking comparing it to the Boston Strangler, dude. Like, these motion pictures freaking places, you know. They did not like the VCR at all. They wanted to phase that shit out the moment it got started.
You like the VCR? What's good about the VCR?
The VCR is untraceable. Freaking, I can go and I can freaking record.
I mean, if you're gonna use like a rotary phone, yeah, that's untraceable too.
I could easily freaking record. I could record anything I wanted to on a VCR, freaking transfer it to freaking a computer, dude, and there isn't one freaking platform that could say that that's copyright infringement because they can't detect it. It's clean.
Well, I mean, if you're using a digital medium and you're never connected to the internet, how can they trace you?
No, I mean, I could even transfer it over onto freaking the internet, and after it was transferred, because it was freaking recorded on a VCR, freaking there's nothing there freaking that they can freaking indicate. Now, they might be able to do it now with voice recognition and shit. Maybe that, but...
Well, they can make an argument that you copyrighted material and...
How? They don't have any kind of electronical freaking system that can do it.
No, but they've got records saying that this was aired at X o'clock on the 15th of February 1978.
They're not going to be able to tell that. Well, like I said, with the voice recognition, maybe they could do it now. That does change it. But other than that, freaking, they can't freaking detect in the video if it was actually freaking, if it was actually, or what it was actually made, you know, they can't say, oh, this was made at this time or that time. It's completely clean.
And also
there's no data.
Old copyrights.
No metadata.
There's
extended only 25 years, both in Europe and in the US. So
VCR tapes don't give metadata. That's what Tan just said. That's what I should have said. There's no metadata. Okay, so whenever freaking they did the DVD, I personally think it was so they could put metadata into this shit, so that freaking they can phase out the VCR and they can freaking just have it to where they can monitor freaking these movies and this music and all that shit, and then hit you with copyright infringement. You see. Crack down on all those freaking, you know, degenerates that freaking want to sell freaking CDs at truck stops. You know,
to paraphrase a well-known song from the Beatles, DVD killed the VHS star.
I mean, that's my take on it. I mean, what do you guys think? You think that's true?
No,
You know,
it
I
was
know you
just
wouldn't.
solely market forces. Well, yeah, it was market forces.
Well, you guys were just talking about freaking DVDs, and do you really think DVDs were better freaking than the VCR? Seriously?
Hold more data.
Okay, so how long did DVDs last? Like, VCR tapes lasted forever, dude. Especially compared to a freaking DVD, man. DVDs were horrible. I mean, if they would have stuck to the freaking the original DVDs, that would have been fine, because like with them you could at least take freaking. I remember back when they first started out, you could take oh shit, you could take freaking you could take here, I gotta straighten this out. You could take freaking freaking toothpaste, and you could put it over the top of it, and you could wipe it down with a rag, and it would literally fill in the scratches so that it wouldn't be all scratchy and shit. But then the newer ones came along, and you couldn't get away with that anymore.
Again, some of the chemicals that are used to coat it degraded quite quickly on the older formats, older versions.
I mean, I personally thought the older ones were in better condition, to be honest with you. I mean, I did. I honestly thought they were in better condition.
I've come across a couple of laser discs from the UK Doomsday Project of 1984, 85, around that time, and I've come across a couple of the laser discs, and I think only two, maybe three, and one of them was in extremely bad condition because of this frost.
You said something about Doomsday, dude?
Yeah, the British Doomsday Project, which I've got an entire video on that as well. It was part of the Thatcher's computer literacy program. That was sponsored by Aiken Computers, the BBC, and the Department of Education, and it was really to celebrate, I don't know, 300 year of 500 year of the Doomsday Book or something, and there was with the aid of schools, they created a laser disc full of early video clips and various content.
That is interesting.
About UK.
That is interesting as hell.
If I can find that. A pretty old post of me.
Yeah, see, freaking nobody can compete with us, dude. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're getting on here and we're talking about fucking VCRs, dude. Yeah, beat that, Jaffe. Beat that. See, only we would do that. You know what I'm saying? That's what, you know, we're talking about freaking VCRs, DVDs, and the history of freaking the VCR, dude. And shit. This is good stuff. I've been wanting to do this for a while, just have a straight up conversation about it, you know, because it's a good topic. It really is. I think it is. It's because like, does it even occur to you that freaking people were just so easily acceptable, or they accepted the freaking phase out of like regular televisions for these new freaking digital TVs? Everybody just accepted it. There's no bitching.
Yeah.
There's no bitching about it, no nothing. I thought that was strange as hell. I remember when they did that too, and I was like, man, seriously, everybody just went down and got a digital antenna and threw out their freaking televisions. Televisions they've had for freaking 10, 15 years, you know what I mean?
Weirdly enough, the British idea was to license off those analog wavelengths for sort of small community-based TVs stations, and that never actually panned out that well.
It just every country that I've heard so far has finally just switched them off and went digital. I don't know of any of them that do regular television anymore. Maybe Korea.
I think the UK still got because when it comes to bandwidth, you have to go and get a license from the government or from the state when it comes to things like station bandwidth. And yeah, they were licensing those bandwidths off at one point.
Yeah, kind of like they did with ham radios and shit.
Yeah,
that's messed up.
Yeah, I found the post dated back to November 2018.
Oh wow, you even posted the connections on here too.
Yeah.
I got away.
On my earliest posts. Yeah.
People gonna think we're crazy as fuck, dude. Like, what the hell are they posting this shit for? Talking about freaking the history of Federation against software and freaking connectors and shit. Like, they're like, these guys are done flipped their fucking mind. Walk around 80 city. Wow, that's gotta be cool. Okay, now walk around an 80s city with laser disc. Oh wow, that's the original shit right there, isn't it?
Yeah. Talking about the Doomsday Project and the BBC Aiken Computers and Department of Education's sort of computer literacy education program.
So, with the Doomsday, are they talking like if, just in case, like nuclear fallout or some shit happen, they have like this information? And is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I think there are a couple of websites that actually you can access the material from. I'm not sure how many discs still survive.
I went and pulled your feed off
Yeah,
of
I
your
just
thing,
saw it. Yeah.
so that we have that up on the chat too, so that people can check that out. I think that's really good shit, you know. Yeah, I don't think people really have a grasp of freaking what actually took place. I still freaking say that there was nothing wrong with VCRs. You know, I mean, now don't get me wrong, the technology we have today is great, but from the VCR all the way to the point where we're at now, freaking, we went through so much bullshit. Like, DVDs were a freaking joke. I mean, I don't care what anybody says, they were a fucking joke. I went through DVDs like they were freaking toothpicks.
Yeah, in fact, yeah, I was just going to point out this. I've got this to hand. Don't know if these, not all of them are DVDs, some of them are CDs. But I've got that pile. I've got that pile.
Yeah, you see what I mean?
And
It's
I've got
like,
even more. Yeah.
you got any more use for them?
Frisbees, coffee.
Just other than having a backup?
In theory, these can last forever. Again, in good condition. Good to have all these arms, actually. There's arms. But people are still producing optical media writers for the purpose of backups.
Mm-hmm. That's the only reason I would use them, other than, I mean, just for backups, and that's about it.
I had another overview post, another one of my overview posts not that long ago that mentioned backups. Overview. That talked the creator, the commentator, Chris Barnett, was talking about, yes, I think it's this one, the life expectancy of storage, of computer storage media. And at the end, he actually mentions a optical disc reader that is still being used for the purpose of backing up data storage, long-term data storage.
That's cool, I guess. Now, the one thing that freaking I have a problem with it, well, I've noticed it comes with being, with older people, like they have a hard time understanding that freaking they don't need these discs. Like, they'll go to the freaking store and they'll buy freaking their freaking version of Windows for $100 and freaking something bucks. And you can
most people don't.
No,
most people don't they? They will buy a machine with the operating system on it, and then that's it.
Well,
and then when they need to upgrade, they just replace the machine.
Well, there's older people, man, that freaking still freaking go and get the discs and shit, and like they don't. Well, even like even if you did have to frickin' go and get a new program or to put into your computer, I mean, they have ISOs now on the internet where you can frickin' just do it straight off the internet without any kind of disk or anything. And they're cheap as shit. Like, you can get a good one for like $6 and it's straight from Microsoft. $6 frickin' installation.
Can you still buy boxed versions of consumer Windows, so Windows Home and
I think you can.
Windows Home with it.
I believe you can.
Sure.
I've actually had to.
I know you can buy boxed versions of professional and the more enterprisey versions.
You got.
I'm not sure about consumer.
The life expectancy. Oh shit! Life expectancy of computer storage.
And right at the end of that video, there's he talks about optical media, a company still providing optical media drives for the sole purpose of backups.
Oh yeah.
Long-term storage.
You got good shit right here, man. Now see, I think that's some of the stuff that we needed to go over. I think it was good stuff to actually talk about.
Mm.
Now,
It's a beautiful new TikTok.
well, I was debating on if this would actually be cool for Tech Talk or if it wouldn't be, because
Yeah.
considering it was freaking the VCR and everything. But I also thought that it would be good for entertainment purposes too. That's why it would be perfect for Mine's Roundtable. That way, we can talk about something that was entertaining. You know, and VCRs and DVDs and all that shit, that's been a part of all of our lives. Freaking up
I
until
mean,
recently.
I just picked up this CD. You probably can see it very well. But yeah, all around edge, discross.
Yeah, see? That shit didn't
Yeah.
happen on no VCR tape. You didn't see that shit happening
Well,
on
again, no mode can go on magnetic tape.
They had guards. You know, I mean, don't get me
Yeah,
wrong.
yeah, but if you store your magnetic tape in a damp environment for so long, it's going to go mold.
I've had maybe one accident, and that was because the storage bin that I had it in got flooded during a flood, and we had to throw away
Okay.
that. And it's just like with the 8-track tapes, they had the same issue, like if they got into the moisture and everything. But I mean, all of that shit. Even the if you go back to the 8-tracks, even, which were the same thing but just older, you know, they were freaking monsters, dude. They could withstand freaking shit. You know what I mean? Now they tell you if you drop your freaking hard drive, you could damage it. You know what I mean?
And why is it now? People using SD
Solid state drives.
solid state drives like that one. And the 3.5 and 3-inch and 2-inch versions, and those. The life expectancy can be quite variable on that.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, that video I just posted, I see as a long discussion about the life expectancy of things like this.
What do you think? You like them?
I've went out and bought myself a 2 terabyte Samsung NVMe drive last year, and but it's the latest model that they've released, and in theory that can last 10, if not a lot longer. But again, depends on what you use it for, how you use it. But yeah, especially some of the older drives, they can die quite quickly.
See, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I'm talking about. Like, I want my shit to be like a Tonka toy. You remember those old Tonka toys we grew up on? They were made out of metal, not the plastic ones.
It was you who was talking about a drive manufacturer last week or before.
Yeah, it was the ones out of Germany. Yeah, it was the ones out of Germany.
Yeah, actually that was hard drives, wasn't it?
Yes, that's a good example. Freaking, they're horrible. I mean, those guys were they were horrible. I forgot the name of them.
Usually on solid state drives, there's usually a lifetime warranty of 5 years, whereas on hard drives, again depends on the manufacturer, can be anything from 3 to 5 years.
Now, what do you think about the kinescope?
Kinescope?
Yeah. Kinescope. The kind, also known as the telerecording in Britain. recording. It was
Never heard of such a thing.
It was the recording of television program on motion picture film directly through a lens focused on the screen of a video monitor.
So recorded onto 8mm tape.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Directly through a lens, and that lens was focused on the screen of a video monitor. So the monitor would be there, and then this kinescope was aiming at it and recording directly off the monitor.
You're gonna have problems. Well, again, you would have to sync up the hertz because, again, if you have to look at well, I've seen on YouTube, for instance, people trying to record a CRT and getting extreme flickering.
That's how they had to see before with TV. It started out live, and they didn't have pre-recordings, so they wanted they wanted to try to freaking figure out how to record them to where they could preserve the episodes. And kinescopes were the first thing they came up with. So,
okay.
What do you think about that, huh?
Never heard of the technology before. Don't think. At least I don't think.
I thought that was pretty cool when I heard about all that, and I found out too from going through freaking courses on LinkedIn Learning that the first people that freaking or the first people that actually were the ones that were cutting freaking film and doing editing in Hollywood were women.
Yeah.
They were women, dude. That's where they got their big breaks at. Was they was able to get jobs editing video. Isn't that
So
cool?
we're talking about pre-World War One, World War Two. So we're talking about the 20s and 30s.
Mm-hmm. Back when video and movies and everything were just hitting out big and everything.
Yeah. Was it 27 when the first talkies came in? So talkies videos came in.
I always thought that was some cool stuff. Now, I guess that's all we really need to talk about. I guess Tan is doing his warehouse work, so we gotta
still driving, maybe.
And he's running around doing duties for the woman. He's on expedition. Poor
Actually,
guy.
Bob might join us. Yeah.
If she wants to come in, tell her to come in. Yeah.
I don't know. It's just so sorry, guys. That went on longer than expected. So.
Oh.
You want to send her an invite?
If she wants to come in, yeah.
Cool.
See if she still wants to come in. It's up to her. I just asked her if she wanted to join. It's like 8 o'clock at night, so I don't know why she's going to do it. What time would it be on her side of the map? Like 3 in the afternoon?
Sydney is 11. No, Auckland 13. But yeah, I've got Sydney and Auckland in my crop video thing. But yeah, 11 o'clock in the morning, maybe.
Oh wow.
Actually, no, she's 13 hours in front of me, so that'd be no, she's 12 hours in front, 11 hours in front of me, so that'd be 1 p.m.
Oh wow. Yeah.
12 p.m. 12 p.m. Yeah, lunchtime.
She's probably just getting ready to call it in. Now, we actually had some pretty good viewers on the show, on Rumble, man. We have 6 of them now, and I noticed there's 3 of them. Tiny Baby Kangaroo was in chat, and that's Bob Dub. She left some comments I already responded to for us. We have 2 views so far on YouTube and 1 concurrent viewer, and of course 1 current viewer watching on Odyssey, which is probably me. Most likely. I don't know about Odyssey, man. I mean, it's like freaking, that's like the ghost town that freaking only has like one purpose, and that purpose is to freaking download your videos and allow other people to download your videos, and that's it.
Okay. What's their terms of service like in relation to copyright ownership?
Well, don't get me wrong, they are pretty strict about freaking copyright, and they're also pretty strict about their freaking what they accept and what they don't. Like if they find it inappropriate, it's gone. And so I do have to say that, but like I don't know, it's really strange to say about Odyssey. Like I wouldn't invest too much money into a freaking platform like that. You know what I mean? I've been on there for I don't know how many years, and
I mean, I can't remember if it was a post or if it was a one of the ones in the chat could be in the help and support group. The question of being able to download videos as listen again. Well, you know, Bill Watchman's idea about there's no such thing as ownership argument that he's made in the past, and I've still got a GitLab ticket that dating back a couple of years ago in relation to the all rights reserved license agreements that they're using.
Well, you know, I mean, for me, I when it comes to downloads, I don't care if anybody downloads my shit. I've said it. You know, if you want to use my shit on your freaking channel, feel free to. But
right, that's you, but other people may not.
You know, the weird part about it though is like freaking you can't give this shit away. You know what I mean? It's like freaking I turn around, dude. I've offered to freaking help people, okay? And they don't freaking want help with shit, dude, at all. You know what I mean? Like freaking, I've had Bob Dub that I've been able to help. I've had freaking Darker Things that I helped. I help out freaking Rapid Glitch on my gaming thing. I started helping out John here and there, not with editing. He's Mr. You know, precise, but he doesn't let nobody help him with shit. Yeah, that's about the best way to say that.
To control of your own material,
yeah. But you can't freaking give this shit to nobody. Like they don't want it. So why the hell are freaking they making such a big stink about it? Well,
I don't know. Again, market demand, isn't it? There's people like PewDiePie that can have billions of viewers, and then there's people like us.
Yeah. Well, it's just, I mean, I guarantee if I started telling people freaking, if I started turning into a big old asshole and telling everybody, oh, you can't have my shit, don't you be stealing my content, every person on the freaking internet would steal my shit. But
then think of all the DMCAs you could file, and think of all the money can get from legal cases.
Yeah. But you know, my whole point though is they would steal my shit. But right now, I'm telling them, look, dude, if you guys want to use my shit, go ahead and use my shit. And guess what? Nobody wants it. Nobody freaking wants it.
Also, on your YouTube channels, you've released your stuff under YouTube standard license and not the
Dude,
Creative Commons license.
let me explain something about those licenses, especially with YouTube. If I had a bot that could freaking go and I can afford to freaking have go and do a scan on my own and find out who's using my copyright shit, then I could actually do something. But YouTube's not gonna freaking search for me and tell me, hey, this guy's using your content. This guy's using your content. They don't do that shit. Now, if I
no, it's for you to file the DMCA, not for them to do the exploratory side themselves.
So see, freaking like these people who are getting hit with copyright claims are getting hit because the people who own that content are actually the ones doing the freaking searching and finding out who's stealing their shit.
I mean, in the what is it, the Minds Chess chat room. As you know, there's been partially set up. No, actually, Rio did, but Barcy incorporated a monthly chess tournament into her community initiatives project. And we've been playing chess for several months now on a monthly basis. And we were talking about background music and stuff not that long ago. And me and Barcy pointed out that, or I pointed out that if Minds wouldn't remove any copyrighted content unless they receive a DMCA complaint first.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Which I think is correct.
Now on YouTube they might be pushing it extra farther because they're using voice recognition and sound music recognition. But even in that aspect, what they do now is they tag you and say that this is copyright material, and it's not eligible for freaking monetization. So if you want to
it's because they are that side of the what's the US music organization?
Yeah, the
couple of years ago,
Music Guild. Yeah. MGA Music Guilds something
like that. I can't remember exactly. But yeah, they had the issue with them. Yeah.
So that's the reason.
And again,
that's the reason why freaking I don't use other people's shit no more. Like, and that's why freaking I get so annoyed about that. Whenever I said that, I told people they could use my shit. You know, and it's like freaking there's no copyright. It's completely fucking free. Freaking
on YouTube to keep in line with the terms of service, change all the post licenses to the Creative Commons license agreement.
Oh, you ain't gonna get no views if you do that at all. They'll shut it down. They don't want.
No, they do that, but I don't think they allow any advertising on that. I'm not sure. It's been a long time since I read that portion of services.
Like you'll get freaking all these posts, man, with 0 views on them. Like they don't promote freaking. Promote it at all. That's another thing that's annoying to me because like there's a lot of Creative Commons content on YouTube and it just doesn't get the views because they can't freaking make money off of it. Well, like I've never really checked into it about the advertisement, but that's probably what the deal is. They can't freaking pull money off of creative content.
Well, if people are going to the YouTube to watch the stuff, then and they are being provided with extra content as well,
Yeah.
additional content.
It's just I
People,
don't
YouTube makes money off the access.
I did creative content. I did it on I believe it wasn't my gaming one. I believe it was on the Praetorian maybe when I was doing the science videos, and I did I got into weird shit. I was like doing freaking the freaking encyclopedia, pharmaceutical encyclopedia and shit. And then I did history and stuff like that, and I was doing it on Creative Commons, man, and like nobody freaking was watching it. Like I switched them over. I switched them over to freaking regular freaking licensing, and all of a sudden I got at least 1 or 2 views off of them. You know, which don't get me wrong.
Also, they only use one form of Creative Commons. I think there's 5, 6 different forms of Creative Commons licensing out there, and they only use CC0, don't they? They don't use the attribution ones.
I could check it out real quick. Actually, I don't think it'll affect the stream. I can go into the frickin' settings and stuff and look at it real quick. So we have standard license, Creative Commons, just one form.
Yeah.
That's it. They don't have anything else. And it's
the Creative Commons is Creative Commons 0.
attribution.
So free for all. Oh, it is attribution. Guys, so by SA. And
no.
You remember the article I referenced the other day, my Creative Commons and license agreement, open source Creative Commons and license agreement. There's an entire section in that that contains information with Creative Commons and the different types.
And see, a lot of this is one reason why I want to get into like the VCR and the DVD and stuff like that, because I mean, to me, I personally believe all of this shit has to do with that, and it also has to do with freaking the reason why they switched television over to freaking digital. You know, it's all about marketing, and it's about freaking keeping track of freaking your content and freaking hitting people up with content. You know, stuff like that. Hitting them up with what they call it. Now I'm having a brain for it. It's where freaking you have where you use somebody else's content. But
yeah,
that,
illegally.
You know, illegally. I can't believe I forgot the words and shit. But I think that's the reason why they did it. They wanted to phase all of that shit out because they couldn't track it. Now freaking they started introducing the digital stuff, and the digital freaking era freaking made it easier for them to track copyright infringement. That's the word. You see? So now all of a sudden they can freaking have a lot more regulations and shit, and it's crazy. And the FCC is the one who freaking was behind all that here in the United States.
Okay. Yeah, again, lobbyists again.
Now, why would they have to use lobbyists? That's the question.
Because the lobbyists are paying them.
Exactly.
The lobbyists are controlled by corporations, and the corporations, yeah, it's all about money.
It's all about freaking money and going against or going after their freaking opposition. Like they can't have a freaking VCR out there that can freaking put out their content without them freaking shit, that's a blog.
No,
They won't.
it's the one that I referenced. Yeah, one that I referenced the other day.
Okay, now I'm gonna have to just use the HTTP on that one. I'll put that one in because it won't give you the option to share. But I can use the HTTP and use it. I put the open source Creative Commons and license agreement thing on there into chat, so if anybody wants to check that out. But yeah, I mean that's just my take. And everybody can call me crazy all they want. I know they will. So
again, I put it down mainly to market forces. There's this new format being out. In theory, it's more reliable. It's a larger data storage mechanism. Therefore, consumers talk to that.
I don't know about larger. Do you see the size of them fucking?
No.
You see the
No,
size of them
as
already?
far as data storage, as far as the amount of data you can stick on.
Do you realize how many freaking yards of tape it took to freaking record in the beginning?
Yeah.
They
Most VHS are no more than 2 hours.
No, I mean like the actual, the physical tape.
Film, that's 130. Yeah.
First of all, the tape had to run 10 miles an hour. It had to spin at 10 miles an hour in order to freaking do its job. And then they said that freaking they had to have like, I think it was 50 foot, no, 10 to 50 foot of tape starting out.
1 inch media.
It's crazy when you read that shit and you watch the videos on that. Like those are some of the coolest freaking tapes I've ever seen, because it kind of gives you a breakdown of all the shit they had to go through just to make videotape.
In fact, the Wikipedia page that you mentioned earlier, but yeah, just actually got the length, the format of the standard and the length of the tape.
What was it?
It depends on the standard, but looking at this,
for VHS,
the smallest standard is the T20 standard, which is 44 meters, or 145 feet, which can be anything from 20 minutes to 85.656 minutes, depending on
that's a lot
pound.
That's a lot of tape.
Two.
That is a lot of tape. I knew it was a lot. I just didn't realize it was that much. How much did you say? 45?
Yes, 44 meters, smallest variant, and the largest variant is 435 meters, the 300 standard.
That's crazy. I like that. That's good information right there to put. I like it. So let me see here. We got to see how long we've been streaming. Yeah, we've got 2 hours and 48 minutes of footage, so we better end this before.
I referenced the the Wikipedia page, so you can add it into your list of references, which is slowly growing.
So because we don't want this video footage to freaking go too far, you know what I mean? Like, we got like over 500 foot of footage already. Dan unmuted and then muted again. Did you see that shit?
No,
He's getting ready. He's getting ready to say something. There we go.
He's just muted himself again.
So is this for just VHS?
Yeah, this is the Wikipedia's page for VHS.
Wow. I thought maybe that would have been like even the older shit.
Well, all the standards of VHS. Entire list of it looks like 20, 30, 20 different versions.
Wikipedia VHS, guys. If you want to know the history of VHS, check that out. I'm gonna go ahead and put a stop to this before it gets any more out of hand. Again,
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Again, I
Oh,
forgot.
now you.
Again, I forgot to hit record, which is cool because that means.
Forgot to hit record. Okay.
Well, I mean.
2 hours of talking about VHS tapes. Cool.
Yeah, we actually did a good job of this. I think we did. I think we outdid even the YouTube videos and shit that come out about VHS. To be honest, I think we outdid.
I kind of wanted us to talk a little bit about the mine stuff, but next time. I am sorry, guys.
Okay.
I've been preoccupied.
No.
It's a suitable Tuesday.
Save it for Tuesday, but that's not tech tips. We're mixing up.
Okay.
We're mixing up tech talk with.
Yeah. He's talking about mines, right? You're saying something about mines.
Yep. Talking about mine stuff.
Yeah.
Mine chat, new chat, what's the latest in mines, that kind of thing, right?
Well, so, actually, we've been...
The Mines Round Table.
Hold up. We have been making sections for freaking... for alt tech platforms. Like, we were just talking about Odyssey last week. So, it's cool if you want to do it in Tech Talk, because that'd be alright. Because I was talking about how... Odyssey and X have been doing different changes too, so it'd be cool to have that on Tech Talk. You want to do it?
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I think that'd be cool. Now, Karma came in and she said that freaking she loves you, Tan, and she wants you to take your shirt off and flex for her so that she can get a picture of it and.
Oh, jeez. I don't think she wanted to see my scrawny muscles.
She said don't do it because she doesn't want you to get in trouble with your woman.
I think I posted some like half-naked pictures of myself on my channel before, so refer her to that.
Oh yeah, see, she'll like that.
Yeah.
I hope you tag them as NSFW.
Yeah. No. They are NSW. They are SW.
Not safe for women.
Safe for women.
Not safe for women.
Are we going west?
Yeah, we. All
right, guys.
We're gonna go ahead and end this. And do you guys want to say anything before we go, or are we good to go?
Yeah, I guess
so. You can find me on mines.com/nedworthy.
Okay, and
self plug.
You wanna do a plug, Tan?
No.
Okay.
Get the word out there.
I love it, man. I will talk to you guys later. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Summer Todd's Mystery Show. I'm here today to do the announcement because today is the final episode for this season. So this episode is dedicated to Austin and Summer because this is the actually the first season they've ever done a video series, and what I'm wanting to do is I'm wanting to sit down with them and get a little bit of a review on how they think the season went and what they feel about it and what their plans are for the future. So with that, I will open it up to Summer and Austin. Hello, Summer.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I really enjoyed it. I think, it might be nice if like people would could call in a little bit more or interact a little more, but I think we're kind of just getting started, so that'll come along.
Mm-hmm.
And we have done a few interviews here and there, so but it's been really nice. I'd like to have a little more structure sometimes, maybe. But we kind of I don't really like, as far as like when we start the show and then it kind of evolves from there. So
yeah,
I think that's been going well.
Yeah. I don't think we'll ever have structure though.
No, just more about the subjects, I guess. Maybe about the subjects we kick off with, and then a lot of times we end up getting away from those subjects. But it's nice to have a main subject.
The cool part is it's your show, and that's why I always remind you of that when you forget that. You know what I mean? So like, have fun. You know what I mean? That's what it's about.
Yeah.
And I know you're wanting to get organized now, so I can help you out, but I'm not doing it for you.
Right.
You know what I mean?
No. I think just with me, I was just and this is the first season we've done it, so I think with me, I just like to kind of, like when I did the sliders, and then we went into a lot of other things. So I like to kick off the show with a main topic, or maybe a couple topics sometimes. And then that gets things started. And if we get away from that, fine. And because it's fun, and it goes into other conversations, and people join in, and that's what we want. So what do you think, Austin? I think that's worked really well.
That's worked terrifically.
Yeah.
That's kept us going for nearly what were we into the 6th, 7th month now?
Yeah.
Just getting into the 6th month.
I couldn't tell you.
We've done, all considering, I think the first episode was January 8th, I believe. So we've done, we've only missed, a couple shows. So we've done.
Missed one, I think, and then
I anticipated those.
I think it was Roger might have missed one.
Yeah.
Roger missed one.
I anticipated all the missed ones though, and like you guys, like this is your 16th episode. I had to go and count them because we don't do episodes; we just put names on them.
Yeah.
And it's 16, and that's including the 4 interviews you had. So you've had officially 12 video, or you've had 12 shows and 4 interviews. And
wow.
I like to also add that's pretty good. Freaking being honest, you pulled in 4 interviews on top of 12 episodes.
And I think we've done really very well for viewership wise for just being a first season like this is. Because we've done very well viewership wise for the live streams and after the videos are released, that's a pretty significant achievement.
Yeah.
That I want to keep going when we get back in the fall with the Halloween comeback special.
Yeah. And we've talked about a lot of different things, a lot of interesting subjects.
Now going forward to help keep us organized, me and Mom will make a list of the things we've already discussed, and then the things we want to discuss when we come back with it, and and then by the time we get back, we'll have enough to really hit the ground running with it. We won't be winging it as much as we kind of have been on some of our episodes.
But
Where
that's
Roger, he'd tell us to talk, and we'd be like,
Yeah.
No, but we usually.
you know.
Um, yeah.
So yeah, we'll try to come back with like a big Halloween comeback special, and we'll have a lot of material ready by then because we've got a number of months to get prepared for it. So, and we've the good thing about it is we don't have to do too much work really to be prepared for it. We just have to look at the subjects we want to discuss, and that'll kind of take care of itself there. So that'll help us out a lot.
Right. I was really hoping some people would email me, but they really haven't. So I think people are just kind of,
Yeah.
I don't know. They text a lot now, and
let me kind of
maybe
give
they
you.
feel like they'll comment.
Kind of give you a little background on the emails and stuff. They're kind of like the comments. Okay, it's cool.
Yeah.
It's cool to get comments, and it's cool to get chat. Everybody loves that. But 9 times out of 10, they're a bunch of freaking trolls. I hate saying it, So getting emails is cool, but like sometimes it's a blessing not to get emails,
Yeah, and I think we do get a fair amount, depending. That's why I think we'll get more if I just have that one, like a kickoff. Like I said, the one night was sliders, and another night was something about disappearances. If we have the kickoff topic, and then it can roll from there, and maybe when people call in, you kind of go into other stuff sometimes, which is great too, because it's not too structured.
I know something that'd be up your alley though.
What?
Email freaking list, or what do they call those? Mailing lists.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Maybe we could do that. Maybe we could do that when we bring the show back for this fall. Like do a mailing list or something.
I was trying to explain that to Jaffe.
I worked with those a lot during when I was at the university. We had like Diversity Affairs Council, which is like we had a whole listserv. It's a listserv.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I mentioned it, because I knew you had to have done it. You're probably so buried in bureaucracy, it's pathetic.
Oh, God. Yeah, we were.
Oh, yeah. Anything involving the government, this is a bureaucratic mountain of red tape.
Young 20-year-olds running around on campus, think about that shit. Okay, you're going to have to send out email about email. Freaking please stop throwing pizza at the freaking cafeteria wall.
Yeah. Get a lot of that.
Yeah, there's a lot of listservs at the university level.
But
so yeah, the mailing list idea would be a good thing. So when the three of us sit down and kind of get our plans together going forward, that'll be something you can explain to us more in depth.
Your mom is the one who's the pro. She's the one who's going to have to explain it to us, because like I understand the basic concepts. The only difference is I know that like with you working at the university, the one thing that's different from this would be you don't want to put everybody on your mailing list.
Right. I think if you set it up like in a personal email, it's more just you have a list of the email is in the sub. Once you send the email, you got it, and then you can just delete or add. But like at universities, they have listservs, and actually, I guess you have to get we always had to have a computer person give us a separate password and set that up. A listserv, but that's because it's on the university level.
Yeah.
But on my level, it's really easy. It's kind of like you just like if you go on to the I don't think you're on Facebook a lot, but if you go onto the chats, you can add more than one person in there.
Yeah.
I don't think Roger's on Facebook at all.
No, I
but like if John, like say John and I were like if I was sending him a message, I can add Austin if he had a Facebook account. But like emails the same way, you just add it yeah.
Well, see, the thing about emails that makes it different than like being on Facebook and doing it like that and everything is like you can set it up as a networking off of the platform.
Right.
And like your talking points.
Yeah.
What you want to do, you can add those into your email when you send them out and
Right.
stuff like that.
Yeah.
That way people can freaking know what's coming a week or a day
Yeah.
ahead of time.
What
Whichever.
happens? What would be good though is like when you put it on the thing that we just have a couple topics on there usually, and we have, but we kind of faded away. Got busy and different things, but we've been pretty good about that. I think I'll be a little more deliberate about that because it kind of hooks people.
I get I get nervous and I try not to talk about it. You know what I mean? Because like when people are on here, they're listening, and the people on WoW are crazy. Every single one of them are. Like the other day, they sent freaking comments and stuff. And freaking I messed up on the name for freaking that mountain in Italy. I told the dude, I was like, you try to freaking announce it, and I spelled it out to him.
I'm gonna turn the light. I don't know why it's dark in here. Hold on.
Yeah, you're turning into a silhouette.
Everybody on there is like that, and I mean, this goes even farther back before I even started helping John with this shit. You know what I mean? Like I would be on the comment sections in the videos, and they're just talking a bunch of crazy shit. You know.
Some of those people were some of the things they say are kind of scary.
Well, did I tell you the one night I didn't know who it was? I don't think it was. I'm pretty sure it wasn't you. I was telling Austin we were on Discord, I think, weren't we, Austin? But you went to get coffee or something, and somebody came on the comments. I could see the comments, and they were like telling me I looked really hot and all this weird stuff, and I was like,
I think I remember that.
Yeah, that was the bad night.
Did you see that?
That was the bad night when we got. Yeah, it was when we got. When we ended up getting cut off. I think it was something like that happened. Yeah, I was like, I think that was our first night using Rumble.
Yeah, and
okay.
It kind of freaked me out because they were being a little weird. I don't know if they were joking, but I was like, I was like, am I really seeing that? And are they talking to me or?
Yeah, see, that's one of the things that comes with.
Yeah.
That's one of the things that comes with fame is you get your obsessed fans and stalkers. Well, I'm sure Rogers and John have got a shitload of stalkers.
Not me.
Well, I think women in particular.
Oh, not you.
News ladies get them. The news ladies. I've seen them like on just WOW or something. You see them on Facebook. Some of the guys and what they say to them is so creepy. Like they have their Facebook page and it's professional, but then they'll be like, "You're looking real hot tonight. You're looking really good."
Well, it's the weather. It's the weather girls. I mean, shit, dude. What do you expect?
Yeah.
I mean, think about it, dude. For like my grandfather probably was watching and looking at the freaking weather girls back whenever he was in his 30s and 20s. You know what I mean?
They wear their dresses.
He was.
Real short and everything. It's so funny.
They do that, yeah.
Of course, back when your grandfather was watching them, he was. That was back when they probably wore dresses that were down to their ankles and stuff, and he thought that was probably risque back then.
I thought they just had Brinkley and Huntley or Hunt then or something. There was two male or news people on the TV back when I was little. There wasn't any like all these sexy women doing weather or nothing.
Well, that was a different time.
She missed out on the good times.
My dad did because he was watching those two old men, and they used to smoke. They smoke.
Yeah.
What was it? Brinkley and Hunt. It was their names.
Were they local or national?
I think they were local, and then they just tell. Like, I think they did the news, and then I guess the weather was part of it. I don't remember seeing the weather a lot. My dad always watched it. But, they're just basic news. And they smoke on the air, and you got the news, and that was
wish they still did that.
All the hyper cold.
Now, see,
crazy.
This is the reason why we're not organized. I really don't freaking plan on trying to freaking organize, you know what I mean? Because it's like
and we go from there. But
We're having
Yeah,
conversation about the weatherman and shit. You know what I mean? Like how?
Yeah, we're getting a we're getting a little. So we're getting a little off the beaten path here.
Do you remember what the beaten path was?
There was kind of a pervy guy, I think. I guess.
Oh yeah, you talking about pervs?
Going on that comments, and then I don't know. I hope it was a guy, at least, maybe. Yeah.
Well, that's why I've been hitting around about you got a little bit of a following. That's what I was talking about. Cause like even on here, dude, on Skype, you've got 50 people in call. Okay.
Really?
Yeah, you got 3 people.
You have a following.
Huh. That's kind of strange.
That's no.
Yeah.
That's kind of
Hopefully they're watching because they're actually interested in this, and not just because they're perverts, though. I mean,
they're perving on your mom, dude.
Well, and then there was that one time me and you and Brian Ruhe were doing the Everything About Aliens interview with him, and you said I was eye candy for the ladies. So there's probably like 10 of them watching me.
And they want my voice. They love my sexy voice.
Yeah.
You know.
That's
Chef.
You like to flatter yourself.
I've got that voice that just puts women to sleep. Nobody ever catches on to that either, you know what I mean? When I talk about that, I'm like, yeah, they call me up at night so I can talk to them and they can fall asleep. It's not a sexy voice. If women are calling you so they can go to sleep.
Because you're boring to listen to?
Yeah.
Is that...
That's real paranormal.
Yeah. Oh, that makes my skin crawl, man. I'm going to have nightmares about that.
Yeah. So, going back and everything and looking at all of it, after we've done all the interviews, what do you guys think so far about this season? Has it really freaking done good things for you when it comes to from where we started to now?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
When I started with John, you know, like and was going through a lot of stuff that happened, I remembered a lot of things that I had forgotten, you know, talking about experiences I had as a little girl and just some of the houses I had lived in, and even, you know, where my kids were raised. And so, yeah, it's been pretty cool.
What about you?
Oh, yeah, it's been...
Talking about something and then you'll remember something else, yeah.
It's been a very positive thing for me doing this series and sitting in on it, being able to take it over for Mom when she wasn't able to make it and stuff. So it's been a lot of fun.
And that's good too.
I've really enjoyed it thus far.
A few times I thought I couldn't make it, that Austin could step in or I could step in or, you know, come in if he wasn't going to be here. But yeah, I mean, there's been a few times where I was just late but most of the time I made it, which was, you know, funny too. But it's nice to have a backup. Yeah.
It's good to have, you know, somebody that's able to come in and have a topic ready, and then
that's
then go.
That's kind of where I've came in, you know. So I've tried to sit in as much as possible and follow it along in case I needed to sit in for whatever reason. So, but it's been a blast doing it so far, and I'm really looking forward to getting back to it with the big Halloween comeback extravaganza in the fall. You know.
See, every time you do that, I think of you at 10 years old.
Me?
Yeah. I'm like, dude.
Why is that?
Ever since I heard about you and freaking when you was a kid, dude, I always think freaking, oh my god, dude, because I can see it in your face, like that little boy that I think aliens exist.
Oh yeah, that was me.
Yeah. Did you?
Yeah,
like,
there was.
Did you like run around with like eye goggles on and shit? And
no.
My nephew used to do that.
They did. My daughter and him. Though when we first moved into the house, I wasn't worried about them tearing the house up. Not that they were allowed to tear it down, but they would get like old Halloween masks and they were both real creative, and they do like a haunted house in our house. And
we put up strobe lights. We put up strobe lights and make like a Halloween setup. It's pretty cool. And that was around the same time I was doing like I did the alien the drawing that I put up on the Austin's artwork thing over on Discord, and then I have some old drawings I did of the Chupacabra too. I gotta find those and put them on there too from around that same time.
I got a whole box of drawings here if you want to go through them too. But I got they would get the more Halloween mask and stuff they got, outfits, that they kind of ended up doing. They would, the next year, then they'd make this big haunted house with a lot of them. We had like a box of masks and seats, and all you need is a couple black capes and some white sheets, and you're good to go. And that fake blood and we had plastic knives, and they were really good. And then they made a graveyard outside. They were like making what do you call it? The hayride things you go through or something.
Kind of like a haunted hayride thing. Yeah, it was pretty cool.
Scary because out there.
But yeah, I was like Roger said, I was a creepy little boy.
Yeah. And then, Chantel wasn't a girly girl. Like, I remember in preschool, she was dressed up like a vampire, and all the little girls around her were like princesses and all that. But she was always trying to keep up with Austin, and so she dressed as scary as the guys,
That reminds me.
Yeah.
That reminds me. The other day, you won't guess who I seen on freaking what do they call that? It's where they freaking go out and buy stuff inside of those freaking storage wars.
Oh yeah, where they go and they do bidding on the stuff that's in storage units.
I seen freaking the Elvira that was on TV, the original one. She was actually on there, and she freaking was, I guess, a store owner. And he went in with a freaking costume to see how much it was worth. But I've never seen her out of makeup or anything, and it's pretty cool. She's redhead.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
She's got to be older than hell by now.
Yeah, she's not older than hell. She's about 15 years older than me. She's about, I guess 65, 70, somewhere in there.
Oh, okay.
Kim's all dressed up as Austin's sister, my daughter. What was it, a couple years ago? Austin, that woman from The Ring. It was creepy as heck.
Yeah.
I sent a picture. It was on Facebook, and because she's into art and all that stuff, she graduated from UC with the design art program. But it was so creepy. I mean, it looked so real. That woman with the long black hair from The Ring?
The one who came up out of the well?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the one.
I'll have to send it to you. It's creepy. And it looks like she's floating, like she's not walking, like on the ground. It's so weird. But, yeah, they used to do that a lot, all that stuff. But the house was scary on its own.
Yeah, it helped for all that stuff, so...
It's really scary is like driving out to see your sister. That out there around Ross and Harrison's I go the back way, and it's kind of spooky at night. There's a highway called 128, and it's just a 2-lane, and it just goes through. It's windy, and it's in the country, and it's kind of spooky out there when it gets dark.
That's that right there is something I think we should get more into too. Like you guys were talking about this orbs and everything that was out in the woods and stuff. I think we should probably put something together a little bit more organized with that too, because that'd be kind of cool to go over.
Oh, speaking of orbs, like Austin had a picture that was weird. Did you send that to Roger and John, Austin?
Oh no, I didn't. But I can. I still got it on my phone. I can put it up on Discord for them.
Yeah.
It was that.
Now
you can tell him what it's like.
That was after we put our dog, your dog Leo, down. And I came home. My wife took a picture of me because we gave our dog Wilbur one of his toys, and he wouldn't quit playing with it because he was real close to Leo, and he'd keep playing with his toy, but he left it on my shoulder, and my wife took a picture of me sitting on the edge of the bed with that toy on my shoulder, and there was an orb in it. And if you look real close at the orb, there's what looks like his face in it. And that was just like maybe a few weeks after we had put him down.
Yeah. But then, too, last week it was a weird picture of me. It was strange. That picture, Austin. You know, that one where there was a double exposure or something? That was strange.
Oh, yeah. I can put that one on there, too. Yeah, that was like a picture of you smiling, but it was superimposed over a picture of you with a serious expression, too, but it was weird because it was like there was two pictures melded into one.
Yeah.
I found that in a photo album just the other day when I was putting something in it. But yeah, I'll put those up on there.
To do with the dogs again. It was Soleil. I gave you a paw print thing. But
yeah, that's the weird thing about it. It kind of went back to them again.
Yeah, I've seen pictures where like you'll see another view of somebody's face, but it's the same expression. But on this picture, I have a serious expression, and then up above me it's like I'm coming out of my body, and there's another face of me, and I'm smiling, and it's so weird. I'm like, how does that even happen? Because I don't think there's two pictures of me. I don't remember taking two pictures.
Yeah, I can put
where I'm serious, but
I can put those on Discord, and maybe Roger can put like a link in the description section or something that the viewers can use to take a look at them and see for themselves.
Chantel's like, you know, she knows a lot about cameras and pictures, so maybe she could try to figure that out. Or sometimes they know because they've used some photography equipment. But I'm like, I can't figure out why it would be like that.
No.
You know, kind of weird.
What do they call that number that goes with the old film? It has the bin number, I think it's called, isn't it, or something like. It has to do with photography. They have their own number. Now, if you take that and you freaking use that number, you can track down the original. What do they call it? The freaking
the negatives.
The negatives, yeah. And if you take a look at the negatives, you can get a better look at it. You can tell if it's been freaking damaged or if it's natural. Things like
I
that.
have one
35 millimeter camera. This wasn't from like a phone. This is an older picture.
No, this was before cameras on phones and stuff. So this was a long time ago. This is almost back in the 90s.
This is the reason why I like to ask people about what their feelings on phone cameras are, because a lot of people aren't aware of that. Like it's harder to debunk these newer photos now because they don't come with that number. If somebody like frickin' wants to frickin' find out if a video is been altered on those old 35 and 50 millimeter cameras, they can just take those.
You could.
Just take that number and then you can send it in and get the negatives to see what it actually looked like originally, and all you got to do is compare them side to side. You know, that's how they used to debunk. And a lot of people aren't able to do that no more because the phones are all digital and they don't do that.
Right.
So.
Yeah, so there's no way you can tell for sure.
Yeah.
I know.
So yeah, I'll put those up, and I'll have Roger leave a link in the description section so the viewers can check them out.
We've got chat here too if you want to put it on here.
Yeah.
I'm just afraid to get out of. I'm not sure if I can get out of Skype over my phone.
Don't move.
Without screwing it up.
Yeah.
It's weird.
It is weird by how your phone is handling Skype. It seems like you're doing better on Skype than what you've done on even Discord.
Yeah.
What, me?
Yeah.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, for now. Yeah, now I am, but at first it was, at first couple times it was pretty rough going. Now tonight my phone's it's going seamlessly on it.
It's pretty good. Even the freaking video itself looks pretty good.
Yeah. Well, maybe it's less traffic though than on a Saturday night. I think.
Yeah, that could be part of it. That could be part of it, is internet traffic too.
Now, with you though, when it comes to freaking like your personal stuff and everything, you know, with growing up and everything, what do you think of it? This when it comes to what we've done here, like concerning your mom and your sister, Austin, like, and you even, and with your life and stuff. Have you been able to like actually get things out that you thought you needed to be said from back then and to now?
Oh yeah. That's one of the things about it's been real positive is talking about all the different paranormal and experiences I've had and sharing them with people and stuff, and doing it as part of a community here whereas you know I didn't really have that before so much.
Yeah, I think we should.
So that's been it.
I think we should still talk about that military thing too. That right there is what's really weird. Like you have visions of old military battles and stuff like that. That's pretty.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I can go more into that even still, because I touched on it in the first interview I did for John, and then the couple interviews where I took the show over for the night with you. I touched on it briefly, but I didn't go too into detail about individual visions. So that could be something. That could be something we could touch on too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Huh.
I remember we started getting into what they called geopolitics, and that's when your mom said, "Oh no," she started coming in, and you started getting.
Yeah, I was trying to do like part 2 of that New World Order thing I was talking about in relation to that, and then that was the darkness that looms.
Yeah. The darkness that looms. I had to shorten that down. I remember we had like a huge name that was going to go with it, and I was like, "Nah, dude, I'm just gonna call it the darkness."
Oh yeah, the length of the name we were gonna have was gonna be like ridiculous. So it was we had to shorten it down to something a little more reasonable.
You know. No, go ahead.
Oh. Another series I'm really looking forward to working on with you guys during our hiatus from this over the summer is the campfire stories. I'm really wanting to get real deep into that because me and Mom have been gathering a lot of stories, and we've gathered a few pretty cool images we can use for it. And then me and my wife and Mom will gather a couple videos of some campfires we can use for it too.
Okay.
So that'll be something.
That'll
be something
a few. Yeah.
That'll be something I'm really looking forward to diving into. We got a lot of pretty cool stories we can do for that and stuff. So we'll record some narrations with you.
That'd be cool.
And we used to have a fire pit at the old house, but then here, we got a little fire pit. But then Austin, he went and he started the fire so big. Out in the country, it wouldn't have been a big deal. But there's a tree here. I think he was going to set the tree on fire. And if he had woods behind it, it's got all these leaves. It would have went up real quick.
You know, it's a good freaking fire, a good campfire, dude. If it starts making all the trees near it burn and shit, that's when it.
There's one that was like, I was like, oh my god.
I was pretty drunk that night, so I kept piling it on.
See.
I was like, I don't think he needs to.
That's freaking. That's when you have a good campfire. You know, you're sitting out there. The kids got machetes and they're cutting everything down, and freaking there's a fire blazing, and you know there's
that'll make for
near the cornfield, so there wasn't any trees really that they could catch on fire or anything, you know, out there.
Well, like corn could have caught fire though. That would have been bad.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Started them when the corn was out there. We usually would have when they in the spring or when the corn was down, didn't we? Most of the time, unless sometimes we put a little further away. But yeah.
And then sometimes it'd just be too hot during the summer to do them. So even if it was kind of like a drought, it didn't matter because it was too hot to go outside and have one. So that was all right too. But yeah, I got like a sequence of images we can use when we start getting real heavy into it, like that kind of like shows like a sunset, and like Roger can fade them into each other.
Yeah.
To make it like nighttime, and then you have like a picture of a campfire we can use. And like I said, we'll have a couple videos of campfires that me and my wife will take when we have our fires and stuff over the summer, and that we can use for it. And we're gathering up we got a shit ton of stories I'm putting together for it, so I'm really excited about doing that with you guys. And then of course
Roger about the TikTok videos.
Yeah.
Like, can we use some of those? I don't think there's a problem. If they're out there, they're public.
If
right?
they're in the public domain, it's not a problem, is it?
Well, because there's a girl. What she does is you go on to TikTok and she says, "Tell a story, a ghost story that nobody will believe that's happened to you." And so then you go, and then she has these little clips of these stories, and some of them are kind of goofy, but a lot of them are pretty scary, and they're supposed to be true. So I thought, well, maybe we could use some of those just to get a subject going, but I didn't want to
maybe not
use
for
something
maybe
I should,
not
but
for YouTube.
TikTok's public, right?
Well, YouTube's public too. That's the whole thing. And like public domain, that's the reason why we had to delete all of those videos with John, even though freaking none of them had copyright infringement. They were they were other people's stuff. So YouTube's taking it upon itself to say that you can use other people's content, but you have to alter it in some way.
Yeah, but tell us.
So like if
we took the video off of TikTok and put on here, that wouldn't be good. But like, say I heard a story this morning and I say, hey, I heard a story. I don't think there's an issue with that,
No. If you say it from your mouth, then it's all good. But like if you use their actual video, you'd have.
Oh yeah, well.
I've done where I've used a story that I've heard, and or like stories I'll see on TV. As long as you don't take maybe there was a lady's picture this morning, she was talking, I wouldn't take that, put it on here, no. And I don't even know what her name was anyway, but she put it out there and told the story.
I'd like to hear you two sound spooky too, anyhow. That's
oh yeah.
Thing.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna sound, I'm definitely.
You gotta have a spooky voice to tell campfire stories, Summer.
Yeah.
yeah, Mom. I can sound spooky enough if I need to. I don't know about you, but we'll see if you got it in you when we record the narrations.
I was really impressed with myself on the ones I did, because
You did.
I didn't think I could do it, and I was actually able to do them on some of them. There's some of them I should have worked on, but there's some of them that I actually did do a good job with.
You told some pretty creepy stories, and your voice sounded super creepy in some of them. That one about the spiders hatching from the girl's face, that was one of the scariest stories I've ever heard, hands down.
Yeah. So.
Well, I think the Huey Lewis one was kind of scary. I didn't try to be scary, but I think it scared some people.
That was.
We can use that.
That was yours, and that would be a good one for a campfire story, because
yeah.
Well, yeah.
I wouldn't say Huey Lewis came out of the cornfield, though. I'd say.
No, I'd just say he was like.
No, because people start laughing at it, then it'll make it funny, which I don't want campfire stories to be a comedy series.
You can say it in a stupid way, not right off, but like say he looked like something from that era.
Yeah.
Like that, because people can relate to that image pretty quickly, and that's pretty scary, really. As long as you're not making a joke out of it. Yeah.
Now, even during the winter, we could keep that series going. We could have like a winter version of it called Fireside Stories, where you have a fire burning in a fireplace.
Well, and
that could be a winter version of it, and then the summer it goes back to being campfire stories. So you keep it going maybe year round.
Yeah.
But you know what's super weird is people love paranormal stories around Christmas. They're actually, for some reason, it seems like there's a lot of paranormal stuff happens around then. And I always thought maybe it was because people were on Christmas break, or they had a little more time and they were a little more open to things. But I noticed, like at our house, that seems like maybe when we were on break, sometimes that's when things would happen because like I said, we weren't all at work and school. We were there.
You know, your mind's off the hustle and bustle of daily life more, so it's
and you're more relaxed. I think. Yeah.
So I think it's gonna be a good thing because like we're all freaking like bumping ideas with that. And John started the freaking campfire stories, but he wanted to throw it away, kind of cast it off, and I was like, hold on, dude, wait a minute. You don't.
That's a great series though.
Yeah.
I don't know why he didn't like that.
Yeah, that was actually a good idea. You know what I mean? And don't get me wrong, I'm not into creepypasta. All right, but if you want to get as close as you can to creepypasta, you tell campfire stories.
Yeah.
That's.
Austin
No.
used to like that.
Yeah, I love him.
Yeah, so do I.
Now, I wonder why John wanted to do away with the series.
He was kind of trying out new things and stuff. Like he even did stories for what is it? The frickin' haunting, Amityville Horror.
Oh.
Okay.
I went and I did research on the whole story and everything, and I did the one for The Conjuring and stuff like that, and then he did other things like campfire stories, and then there was other stories that he was wanting to get into because he wanted to get away from the ghost sightings and the UFOs. So, because he knew already before I came in and took over that freaking all those videos were at their end. You know what I mean? There's no way.
Yeah.
There's no way that he could have done anything with the freaking channel if he kept going in that direction. I'm the one that was the last guest. Oh, go ahead.
So if we use stories, do we need to get your approval to use them first, just to make sure it won't like get a strike on your channel or something for like the whole copyright infringement bullshit thing with YouTube? Or
just don't use other people's shit.
Yeah.
Even if it's public domain.
Yeah, just
or maybe alter it to where nobody knows.
I don't even trust other people's music.
Oh yeah.
What is it now?
Oh yeah. But if it's out there, on Facebook, TikTok, why is it? It's
Somebody's getting some feedback.
Is it you, Austin?
No, I'm fine. You guys hear me all right?
I mean, like, is the mic turned on?
Mine?
Yeah. Like I can actually hear my voice. Come back like there's a speaker.
Maybe I need to swivel around in my chair a little bit. Can you hear me? Can you hear everything better now?
This sounds better. Well, see, like right there, I can hear myself again.
Maybe it's some of the. I had an acoustic guitar sitting next to me over here, and when I talk, I can kind of hear my voice reverberate in it. Maybe that was what it was.
Yeah.
It's hard to say.
Is mine doing
Basement
that?
has.
Yeah.
No, not.
Well, I know.
Oh, Roger just turned his microphone off. Now he turned it back on.
Yeah, I'm testing.
Oh, okay.
Keep on talking. Don't pay no attention.
But just a minute, when you turn it off, you were fine. I could hear you.
You can hear me?
No, Roger.
Oh.
But maybe I don't know. It did that to me when two devices on.
It's really weird.
You doing better? You guys doing better now?
I don't know. Like I actually say something and it repeats itself. It's really weird.
Okay, I don't know. I don't know about that. I don't think that's on my end because I hear you guys perfectly and everything.
Yeah, I don't hear an echo or nothing from you at all.
Okay, so it's not me.
Yeah.
It's probably. I don't think it's Mom. I think she's doing.
She's causing
I don't
trouble.
know.
Causing trouble.
Okay, now.
She's a troublemaker.
See, I muted your mom. She's not the one that's causing a problem.
Okay.
I muted you.
Something.
Yeah, that's
Do
you.
you have two devices on?
Yeah, Austin's muted and no backfeed.
Okay, now
it's
you're
coming.
good.
It's coming from his phone.
Well, now you're good. Austin?
I would
Say
almost bet that he's got like freaking that stereo upstairs playing on right now.
Turn yours back. You got
You
your
gotta
speak-
unmute now. You gotta unmute, Austin.
unmute your. We can't hear you.
Oh no.
Unmute your.
The speakers, or unmute it, real quick.
Your speaker. Unmute it.
He can hear it.
Unmute it.
I
He
wish.
doesn't know. I'll text him.
Oh wow, it says you can fit and crop pictures in here, dude. I did not know that. That's cool. That is pretty cool. That's pretty good. Fit and crop videos. That looks better.
My phone was off, so I have to wait for it to come back on to tell. No. He doesn't know he's muted.
Let me unmute him if I can.
I'll text him and maybe he'll see it. Okay, here I go.
Now, when we come back, oh, there he is. Yeah, he unmuted, but give it a sec. It muted again.
Did.
Yeah, there you go. You're coming back now.
Yeah, why do you keep muting now?
You're coming back.
Yeah, why do you
Okay.
keep muting now?
Okay.
Yeah.
It is showing that you're muted here.
You guys
Okay,
can
it's
hear-
showing
Yeah,
that
give it a second.
you're muted here. Okay, now.
Yeah.
Give it a second.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Now we're all good.
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Now we're all good.
Okay.
So,
what were you saying, Roger?
So we'll be coming back in October, right? You guys agree on that?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So when
Yep.
we do
Oh yeah.
when we do come back in October, what's gonna be your guys' game plan on like
What's it gonna be? I can't understand. What's it gonna be? I can't understand.
He said, "What's going to be our game plan when we come back in October?"
what's gonna be
You
your
guys hear me?
format? Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh. So what we were talking about, what we were thinking about doing, is we could do like maybe actually 2 like live streams a month, but at the same time we record like maybe a couple episodes each time we do one of these video calls, so that during the weeks when we're off gathering more stuff to do more of them, you can release the extra episodes we did to keep the series moving, maybe.
That sound like a good plan.
Yeah, because we that way it gives us more time to gather material and stuff, so not so much is coming at us and we're not winging it like we kind of did this first season. So that'll be we can do maybe 2 or 3 episodes in a given live stream, just one, and then you release the other 2 during the weeks between, and then that gives us time. It'll help prevent burnout and stuff too. So the next season could probably go on indefinitely, maybe doing it that way. What do you think, Mom?
It sounds good. I think it sounds good. I think like what Roger was talking about. Do more stuff about maybe do more like here and there. That's in detail about Mime University. or whatever subject. But that's one we kind of really get off the ground.
One thing too is interviews. Like
Yeah.
I would do.
Yeah, I want to do.
I would do live stream interviews maybe. And
Yeah.
just do.
On and off, yeah.
Yeah, I definitely want to have guests and stuff on the show. Like, you know, I love David Campione and that Mark guy. Hopefully we can talk to John Bell and Nancy Planeta when we come back. That'll be real cool.
Right. I don't like
Maybe by
interviews
then,
all the time.
maybe by then we'll even get.
I don't like interviews all the time. I don't like to it, but it does.
Oh yeah, but it'll be cool to do them now and again. And of course, you know, maybe. Of course, maybe we'll manage to get Steven Wagner out here.
Yeah.
I don't know. I swore you talked to him a number of years back. So if we by some chance could get him, that would be probably one of the crowning achievements of
Yeah, I don't know what he's doing.
not only this series but maybe even the channel. But we'll see. We'll see about that. I don't know.
No.
I think we need to aim for more realistic targets like Alex Jones and Russell Brand and David Icke.
About Dave.
We need
Yeah.
David Icke.
Yeah.
What
Get
about Russell
real.
Brand and Alex Jones?
Get real people. You know what I mean? Like
Get real people.
You guys have been talking to real people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
These aren't like David Icke, okay? David Icke does it for the money. He gets up there and he does his big speech because it pays him $50 a seat.
Oh, I was just saying that just to get a rise out of you because I know you and Jackie Ryder had a big to do about him getting David Icke on his show.
Alex Jones.
Alex Jones he'd be a huge guest.
He'd never show up.
He'd never show up. Why is that?
Because we couldn't pay him enough.
Yeah, he's another one. We'd have to have like millions of subs and a lot of money to pay him just to speak to us for an hour.
Charge $1,000 for an hour.
At least, if not more, probably.
That's what I'm having an issue with too. So, well,
and then
don't know how
and
to
then
deal
of
with
course,
What?
You don't know how to deal with it.
Yeah.
What's going on?
I don't want to. I don't even want to touch nothing because it might mess something up. So
I'm afraid to.
You keep talking. And,
okay.
And I'll keep recording, and I'm gonna try to stop talking.
Okay. So another thing, me and you will be doing, Roger, that I'm really excited about doing too. Going forwards, we'll keep doing the Everything About Aliens series, which I'm gathering a fuck ton of research for. So here pretty soon, I'll hit you up about doing some recordings on that as well.
If I get more ideas, I shoot an email, Roger, and we can talk about it.
And maybe during our hiatus from this too, we could also do maybe a couple special episodes during the summer where we talk about where we're at with getting ready to make our comeback to, like maybe a couple special episodes just to tell the viewers and stuff like where we're currently at with planning our big comeback and stuff.
No, I'm keeping WoW Talk going. Like we'll be able to go. I'm keeping WoW Talk going, so we'll be able to go on there and have streams and everything.
Okay, that'd be cool. Yeah, well, and then another thing I'm really excited about is me and old John. Our musical collaborations really gathering some steam and stuff. So me and him are constantly, in addition to my solo material with art, now me and old John have got a thing we're doing, and he's getting a lot of ideas and stuff together. So that'll be something that I'm going to try to, me and him are going to try to put out there going forward. And then hopefully me and him and you, Roger, can do that interview where we talk about, where I was telling you about, where we talk about how we failed to build music careers, but now we're kind of coming back from it with our collaboration and new solo material for me and stuff, and
I think that
kind of the dark phase we went.
That'd be great. That'd be something we need to do.
I've even got the intro. To the interview in my mind perfectly right now. I can see it was starting with all the gold in California, where they say the line, trying to be a hero but winding up a zero can scar a man forever, right down to his soul.
That's called
then
inspiration.
You show like a montage of images of me and John as you're playing that line, and then it fades out to where me and John are sitting there, and then we just start telling our stories about how we tried to build music careers and failed at it, and we were real depressed, and our lives sucked for a while because of it.
When you get inspired like that, you need to get to work.
Hmm?
When you get inspired like that, you need to get to work.
Man,
That's what I'm doing. I've got
create it.
Oh yeah. I've got a lot of solo material I can drop for that interview. I'm
talking about
so
the
me
intro.
and John right now.
The intro.
For the intro?
Yeah, the intro.
Oh, you mean like pictures?
Like, make the music for it the way you want it. Get the set. Or the scene.
I was gonna
just have it ready, and then I can put it together for you.
I was gonna use the old Gatlin Brothers song, "All the Gold in California."
You want to sing that yourself?
And just have that one line where he says, "Trying to be."
You want to sing that yourself?
Oh, you want me to sing it myself?
That's right.
We can't use the song. The original. Oh, we can't, or is that like a copyright deal or something?
It's tricky.
Oh, it is.
If you have it less than I think 2 minutes, you can do it as a cover. You can do cover songs. There's a couple of hot chicks I watch on YouTube that gets away with it.
Well, that I mean,
So I need to do that as a cover. We can't.
Yeah.
I said I can't understand.
So I'll start working on. I didn't know I had to use that as a. What?
I can't understand what anybody's saying. I can't understand what anybody's saying. Do you want me to
It's coming to an hour. Let's just go ahead to end this, and we can. I wanted to congratulate you guys for finishing your first season and ending it the way we usually do, end it with echoes and a lot of chaos, which I think is cool too. You guys
Yeah, it's been wonderful. It's been wonderful, Roger, and doing these shows. It's just been great. We've been really enjoyed it. We've been really enjoyed it. We'll still be working together.
Now, when I say,
oh yeah, yeah. So the campfire stories, the everything about aliens, me and John's project and my solo project, and then me and Mom will put our heads together for how she can help promote me and John, and me and Mom, and how she can help promote me and John. I need to hit up before I go too. I need to hit up Bob Dub and see if she can get a hold of that one band in New Zealand.
Yeah,
Roger's music series.
I can find it real quick.
I couldn't find it.
I can find out.
Well,
she's right there in New Zealand. So,
she might.
She's right there in New Zealand.
She might actually know those guys, is what I was thinking.
Yeah. Now, what was the name of the band again?
Tripsville.
Tripsville. Okay. I can get it.
With a Z.
trips to
Roger,
the
do you want to sign off, or you want?
Send you
Yeah.
a link.
Well, Roger, do you want to sign off, or you want?
let's end this before it gets really bad, because
I mean, you guys can talk later. Like
yeah.
I mean, you guys can talk later.
Well, I will talk to you guys later. I hope you enjoyed the show, everybody, and we will end this.